I'm only like 4 minutes late. It's fine. I feel like there was something I wanted to do real quick before I played this game. This game that I'm definitely, like I said, I knew I wasn't going to get through it. I didn't play yesterday, because if I played yesterday, I would have made it through like this many people. And then I would have had to make it through, I would have made it through this many people the next day. And then there's still like so many more people after that. So I gave up on trying to beat the game by today. Like, I know I definitely haven't done that. But I do. It is time to make more friends. But maybe one day I will get through this game, and then I'll be able to play Pester Quest. Here. I'm here. Oh no. Part of you has always been taken with the idea of purchasing a one-way train ticket to anywhere and boarding it without looking back. Or, in your current case, stowing away without looking back. Details. The idea had always seemed so idyllic. No strings, no obligations, just you and your journey, the wind in your hair and the taste of freedom on your lips. Your little daydream didn't exactly involve careening across a perilous extraterrestrial landscape, but then you've always liked to think of yourself as the kind of person who's open to new experiences. Not to mention new friends. In practice, though, this tastes less like freedom and more like noxious muck, which is to say which is what you're currently surrounded by. Ugh. It's not unlike the slime that was in Skylar's Reciprocoon, except that slime was weirdly soothing, and this is prickly and burny and uncomfortable. You thought you were being smart by sneaking on board, jumping into some sort of cargo carriage. Oh, how wrong you'd been. The trade-off for not being caught then maimed and or killed for your blood color is apparently this. You almost would have preferred the maiming. God knows you're used to taking a beating by now. Azdaja. Okay, somebody definitely mentioned you. I don't remember who mentioned Azdaja before. Do I have to interact? Do I have to interact with... G, baby. G? Oh, shoot. Exactly. Do I have... This is the first Gamzee. Do I have to interact? After what feels like way too long, the vehicle slows down and you take the opportunity to tumble out of your slime jail onto the dusty ground, picking yourself up and hurrying away from the station before you can get spotted. A little while later, you're standing at the beginning of a massive canyon. Yeah, it begins. And your awful train ride almost feels worth it. The canyon stretches on endlessly, miles of yawning chasms and winding ravines at your feet. It's enough to make your mouth hang open in awe. After spending so much time in various grody parts of the city, the sight of such pristine natural beauty touches your heart. You feel somehow inspired, like you could build out an area or draw a masterpiece if you tried. But before you can begin exploring your hidden creative depths, you're distracted by noises coming from not too far away. You're not alone. You know what this means. A chance to get yourself more of that sweet, sweet friendship. After so many successful companionship ventures, you're thirsty for more. You pick up your jaw and go investigate. The sounds lead you towards a trail along the side of the canyon, which in turn leads you down to a roomy platform not that much lower than where you started. There's a series of sharp outcrops jutting out the plateau, and perched atop the highest one is a figure dramatically framed against the moonlight. At first you think he's peering moodily into the distance, but then you realize he's looking through some kind of contraption on his face. At the first 3 notes, my brain was like, Toby. Toby, not Megalovania again. Recording coordinates. You look around, there doesn't seem to be anyone else here, so what you heard was this fellow muttering to himself, you guess? I see. He's so wrapped in whatever it is that he's doing that he hasn't noticed you yet. This guy has got to be hankering after some company, being all by his lonesome out here in the middle of nowhere, you're sure of it. I'm gonna announce, I don't think I should sneak up on this person, so wave and say hello. Sporting your most winning smile, you call out a greeting and give a jaunty wave. That gets his attention. Well, 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 would you look at what the Purbeast dragged in? Are you lost? That depends on your definition of lost. You prefer to think of whatever you're doing as taking the scenic route, just like indefinitely. Your new acquaintance and hopefully soon to be pal snorts, unimpressed. Who mentioned Azdaja? I know somebody definitely mentioned this person. Oh, wait, is this, no, I don't know her name. I super don't remember her name, but the buff Nepeta Olive Blood. I think this is her mate Sprit, right? I think that's who mentioned him. Your new acquaintance and hopefully soon, yeah. It would be better if you did that somewhere else. Better for me, I mean, which is the most important issue currently at hand, let's face it. I still have preparations to make and I'm running out of time. You're kind of cramping my style here. Preparations? For the game? I'm gonna tell myself that this game is flarping. That's the game I'm gonna go with. Flarp. Hopefully. For the game, obviously. It's starting any minute now. Okay, it can't. You have no idea what he's talking about. Okay. Seriously, you don't know about dual strifers? Wow, you're even more of an empty-headed pleb than I thought. That's not a very fair thing to say. Sure, you might have made a habit of running headfirst into stupidly dangerous situations, but there's no reason for him to assume. Your voice is drowned out by a crackling sound. He's levitating down from his perch towards you, sparks of energy stirring the sand up into a cloud. After meeting Sarava and Kuprum, you've come to expect psionic powers from trolls with the yellow blood by now, but it still kind of takes you aback. You stumble backwards, falling on your ass. The troll is unbothered by your spill, continuing to address you while you're sprawled on the ground. I'll explain. Dual Strifers pits Alternia's best and brightest against each other in a timed event designed to reveal the most skilled among the group. Which would be me, of course, that goes without saying. He teaches you a bunch of other stuff about game mechanics that, to be honest, go straight over your head. God, I hope this is just MTG. Troll Magic the Gathering? He's apparently not in enough of a rush that he can't stop what he's doing and to outline his plans to you, some random passerby, in a fairly detailed manner at that. He seems pleased to have an audience, actually. Wow, this friendship is barely even off the ground, you're already doing great. You get back to your feet and nod along sagely, pretending to understand all his rambling about strategy and whatnot. And then you notice the blinking light is coming from the screen over his eye. Interesting. It's just called a scouter, huh? My scouter can't retrieve any data on your species at all. He leans forward and looks at you, really looks at you. Up until this point, he'd been paying more attention to his own voice and whatever readings he's been getting on his device, but now he's focused fully on you. It's starting to fluster you a little, actually, that is, until his mouth twists into a smirk. You get a glimpse of a single jagged tooth. You know, it's technically possible to join in teams of 2. But now you're here. Is he saying what you think he might be saying? Excitedly, you clarify whether he's asking you to join the game as his partner. Ha! Sure. I just love teaming up with clueless nerds like you. No. You'd be a nice element of surprise, though. I could use you as a collateral resource, fodder, a lackey. What do you say? Well, obviously I'm going to say yes because MSPA Reader is apparently desperate for friends, even though we have plenty by now. That doesn't sound nearly as flattering, but it's an opportunity to help, and you've founded so many great friendships on doing whatever favors random strangers have wanted you to do for them already. Why stop now? I'll be the best lackey ever. Let me save. You right? The title might not be much, but that doesn't mean you can't excel at it. You tell him you accept his offer. Excellent. By the way, I'm Azdaja Knilax. Neelix? I'm gonna pronounce that Neelix like the character from Star Trek Voyager. Azdaja Neelix. But you must have known that already. You're not sure why you would. Maybe he's some kind of big shot? Come to think of it, the name does ring a bell. You've heard it before when you were in the middle of infiltrating a bandit hideout with the mercenary. Conniel, that's why I don't remember her name. You met my mate, Sprit? You must have gotten on her good side or you wouldn't be standing here talking to me. Because you'd be minced into the ground finer than grub paste. He's grinning like he's really proud and fond about Conniel being the sort of girl who'd make mincemeat out of someone as soon as she speak to them. If he wasn't talking about her literally murdering you, you might find this reaction endearing. Hang on, if he already has a partner, why isn't she here? Azdaja's expression sours abruptly. My partner isn't here because she didn't make our agreed upon rendezvous time. He says the word partner in an overdone, exasperated huff, as if he thinks she might be listening from behind a boulder somewhere and he can somehow shame her into appearing. You remember what Pulpa said about mercenary duels often being quadranted pairs, i.e. romantically involved. Did his girlfriend stand him up? Yikes. Maybe it's better that you haven't been promoted to partner status if it meant getting involved in another couple's spat. You've had quite enough of that already. You hope they aren't fighting. Azdaja glares at you. The exact nature of our quadrant is none of your business, frankly. Now, come on. We're wasting time. He steps off the edge of the plateau, descending in a crackle of energy and floating you into the canyon along with him. It's a terrifying ride, but the view it affords is pretty amazing. Soon you reach the bottom. We should keep going. There's someone else in this valley. We'll get the drop on them if we move fast. He grins confidently, his coat flapping behind him. There isn't any wind down here though. Is he flapping his own coat with his side for a dramatic effect? First blood to Neelix. You blink. Tentatively, you repeat, blood? What did you expect? Yes, blood. He says it the same way. He says it the same way he enunciated the name of this competition earlier, like it should have been painfully obvious. I mean, we are on Alternia. I don't know what we expected. Like I told you, our aim is to take out our opposition. Swiftly and painfully. To win, we have to be the last team standing in this entire canyon. Weren't you listening when I explained it earlier? God damn it. You've been proceeding under the assumption that this was some kind of elaborate competitive LARP, like solve some puzzles, get out of the giant canyon before the other guy type of deal. Perhaps arm wrestle your competitors into submission if you run into them, but no, this game involves actual violence. You probably shouldn't be surprised. You've been on Alternia long enough now to discern that, boy, trolls sure do love killing. You've made friends with plenty of trolls who have less bloodthirsty hobbies, though. You ask him whether he's ever considered getting into excessive bodily force poetry or streaming sick beats. Please, you're kidding, right? Now is no time for joking around. Don't tell me you're already getting frosty strut pods. I can't work with someone with such a flimsy sense of conviction. You reassure him that no, of course not. Your strut pods are as toasty as all heck, but he's no longer paying attention to you. His scouter glints. There. He flashes past you before you can blink, riding the waves of his side to a collection of rocks sitting behind you. Target acquired. Nice try, thinking you could outsmart me by laying in wait and launching an ambush. Cowardly move, and sloppy. Very sloppy. Now prepare to get owned. Resistance is futile. Oh fuck. Abruptly, Azdaja freezes. You hesitate, unsure as to what sort of threat you're dealing with here. But then a troll with a troll girl with a cerulean blue symbol on her shirt pops up from behind the rocks. She giggles menacingly, making Azdaja turn towards you. His expression is blank. His nifty brain power is now under your competitor's control. To echo Azdaja's sentiment, oh fuck. You need to do something fast. You have the harebrained thought that maybe you can grab Azdaja and physically wrest him from her control. You launch yourself towards them in a mad dash, attempting to call out a chilling battle cry, but it comes out as more of a pathetically broken yell. The girl laughs again. Azdaja's eyes flash bright, brighter than you've seen so far, almost blinding. Oh hell, those are straight up eye lasers, aren't they? And they're really powerful, holy shit. Well. You've met some strong trolls, but this kind of power is something else. If Azdaja were a character in a video game and you were to assign him a quantifiable number to measure his power, Andrew Hussey, I swear, if you make me some kind of level, perhaps that number would be, well, it would be very high, is all you're saying. Oh hey, by the way, Charisse, did you see the title of today's stream? Because I think that's the most valid thing here. Azdaja's lasers shoot and point above you, scoring a deep gash in the rock and sending rubble toppling downwards. You reach out, grabbing at Azdaja's coat. You have to get out of here. The girl doesn't stop you, merely leaping out of the way of the certain doom that's hurtling rapidly towards you. You think you see something out of the corner of your eye, some last-ditch hope at not getting squashed as flat as grub cake. You race towards it. Your first thought when you open your eyes is that death has finally come to tenderly cradle you in its sweet, loving embrace. But you quickly realize that you're in a cave, not the afterlife, and that the reason you can even see anything right now is because the area around you is brightened by a light coming from Azdaja's scouter. Through sheer dumb luck, you must have run towards the single safe spot in the entire ravine, this hole in the ground. It's as if this hole was sitting here, carved out of the rock, waiting to be your escape route. You might even say this hole was made for you. It's my hole, it was made for me. Fuck! You wince, covering your ears. Could he keep it down, maybe? Your nerves are a little shot from almost dying for the umpteenth time this week. No, I will not keep it down. Curses. My man said curses. Curses. I can't believe this. Who does that blue blood think she is? Does she realize who she just messed with? Wow, he looks really mad. Instinctively, you reach out to execute that. Hey, we need to stop just papping everybody. Who do we think we are? Instinctively, you reach out to execute that slow face pat that trolls seem to find so soothing, but he slaps your hand away. Yeah. Ty just texted me, hear me out, capes, but for your legs. You mean a train? What do you think you're doing? Seriously, what do I think I'm doing? Y'all are banned from character design Y'all are banned from character design decisions. I already told you I have a Moirail. Oh. How come I can get text messages but you don't want to send them, phone? Alright, well, that message ain't sending. Please tell Ty I said, you mean a train? Question mark. You stammer out an apology. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Plus you thought Kanye was his mate sprint? He seems to realize what he just said. A hint of yellow touches his cheeks, just barely visible in the light. They got a bit of quadrant confusion going on. Do we have some vacillation going on? Hey, what's going on? That's what I said. I already have a mate sprint. You're pretty sure you heard him right the first time, and you're also pretty sure those are two different sorts of relationships, but you let the subject drop. No need to rile up your new friend more than he already is. Your shoosh pap might have been rejected, but the attempt seems to snap him out of whatever pissed off funk he's gotten himself into. Let's get out of here. He follows the path of the cave. Can't he just blast you both out? Don't be stupid. If I did that, it would cause a cave-in. Are you that eager to get crushed? Good point. You're acting just like Kanye. So ready to rush in without a game plan. If he means this as an insult, its effect is kind of lost. He sounds more witzful than irritated. You walk in silence for a while as you make your way further into the cave. As you make your way further into the cave, you realize that the walls aren't blank like you previously thought, but covered in complicated carvings. Cave troll art, you wonder? I know what you're thinking. That life as a prince among trolls must be an enviable one. You snap to attention. Yes, yes, of course. You were definitely thinking about him and his life story just then. I don't expect someone like you to understand. You're obviously a completely average person who will live out their life in perfect mediocrity. But not me. You don't know what it's like to be born so gifted. Completely average, that's you alright. You try your best to be sympathetic. Having rat powers must make things really hard. What? No way, it's fucking awesome. Hey, don't get turned into a helmsman, because I'm pretty sure, like, Alternia is a mess. But, as you've clearly seen, it can attract unwanted attention from pathetic individuals who aren't nearly as talented themselves, who are desperate to have some unbeatable psionics in their corner. To be honest, the Empire is no different, and it's not like the rebels are much better. Kanyo and I don't really care one way or the other. We're just here to off chumps and get money. We look out for ourselves first and foremost. But eventually we'll be sent off planet to do the bidding of the Empress, just like everyone else. So I had to sneeze, but it went away. Again. Okay, you can see why having no say in the matter kind of sucks. But isn't there an opportunity to do cool shit in space too? No. Azdaja's face draws up an awry expression. Yeah, with someone else calling all the shots. You keep walking. After what feels like hours, the scouter flashes again. We're here. He lets the wall have it with his eye lasers. With a resounding roar, it crumbles away. Aside from the spot he destroyed, the rest of the cave is intact. Moonlight spills into the space through the impromptu exit. It's over. We were stuck down there for so long that the game has ended. Meaning, your heart sinks. This was a disaster. He's definitely not going to want to be your friend after losing this competition he's so invested in. We're the last team standing, which makes us the winners. I knew it! That blue blood loser might have had a stroke of good luck, but she was no match for someone of my station. My victory was a foregone conclusion from the start. Bringing you along was an excellent idea. Your recklessness really came in handy back there. He's thanking you, you realize, or something close to it. Modestly, you assure him that it was no problem. A prince knows when to give credit where credit is due. Celebration is in order, I think. Once we collect our prize. There's a prize? Fuck yes. Dual Stripers offers an impressive cash reward to whoever wins. You'll get a cut as well, of course. Whoa, money! This will be the first time you've laid your hands on this stuff since you crash landed. Maybe you'll be able to finally purchase a warm meal or clothing that isn't from somebody else's closet. More important than money, though, is that you've proven you aren't a complete fuck up. You've earned Azdaja's trust and also his friendship. Well, that was a good start. That went pretty fast. And we're getting actual money. How do you get this? You won on a technicality. Yes, I'm in some goo. Chahut. Do I have to meet a Gamzee? Your gown flutters around you as you hop off the train. I'm still wearing that purple dress from Chixie, huh? After this one, I might see, I don't know. Clearly there's something else you can do with Chixie, but maybe it comes up later. But if it doesn't, so I don't know if I want to try and go back to Chixie's route and see if I can get it, whatever it is, or if I should just wait until the end and then go back. You feel like a very grimy Disney princess with no shoes, just a deranged Cinderella who left both glass slippers on the castle steps. Y'all are not allowed to make wardrobe decisions. Before you can decide in which direction to continue your merry jaunt, it's decided for you. As in, a small bluish missile slams into your midsection and sends you tumbling down the hill behind the train tracks, rolling over and over, and goddamn do you hope you don't kill anyone with your ass, especially not yourself. Please, not again. You land with a hard thwack on your back. Oh, Amisha! This is the, I don't think you were there, Shrees. I don't know if you were there. This is the one that stole my blood for paint. When her axe fell and slit both my wrists. Hey, it is you. Oops, both your wrists got slit by my axe. Let me just go get my convenient blood jars. Instead of immediately putting your arms into my magic medicalizer, I'll just take like half your blood first. The concussion you've just sustained must be giving you serious friend hallucinations. Sorry I hugged you so hard I pushed you down a hill. I forgot how weak and flimsy you are. You take Amisha's offered hand, albeit nervously. You kind of skipped out on her back there, waiting until she was in the abolition trap and then escaping from her murder studio. Oh yeah, but yeah, when I got to the end of that route, it was like, you will never escape. That was the little text that showed up on the screen. So she basically wanted to keep me as a blood hostage. You'd been so naive back then. You didn't know about reciprocoons or grub cakes or hate dating, and oh god, is that a giant oh god, that is a giant murder clown, isn't it? Wow. She's even bigger than the adult you saw at the bandit lair. God, why? Why whenever you think you've met the biggest, meanest bastard this place has to offer, it offers up another bigger, meaner one? Without thinking, you put yourself between Amisha and the purple blood. Pretty dumb considering Amisha can pick you up with one hand, but you just roll down a hill and you aren't at peak performance. Hey, how are my ribs doing? Chahut! It's about time. This is the one I was telling you about. The one with the precious, precious blood. The purple blood's slow, lazy smile somehow makes her face paint even more terrifying. She moseys closer, towering over you. A true pleasure, small thing. Any friend of Little Blue is a friend of mine. Especially one who looks so pretty on the newest page of my scrapbook. Your stomach is dissolving into acid fear. Amisha stamps her foot. Don't make murder jokes. My friend is very delicate. You nod furiously. You are so delicate. Just a whiff of murder gives you the vapors. Peace and gospel, Little Blue. I was only playing. Messiahs know I'm owed a bit of fun. And aided a fair bit hypocritical. Lecturing me, considering what you were getting up to the first time you and I got to jawing, ripping off heads and all. Hey, Amisha. Amisha goes blue. Chahut winks and you experience another spasm of fear. You clench your fists so she can't see your hands are shaking. To distract yourself, you ask her if she and Amisha are Moirels. Why are we just... You figure that's always the safest one to start with. Safer than... So do you guys hate fuck a lot? Chahut starts grinning again and Amisha blushes even harder. No, silly. Of course not. I'm way too young for quadrants. I know a couple motherfuckers that does say ass started, but okay. I know a couple of motherfuckers that started younger than you, Little Blue. Still, there's no point. I mean, you're leaving in a couple perigrees. Amisha stares at the ground sadly for a few seconds before she gets herself back together. But that's why tonight's gonna be the best. Our final hunt. Is we hunt in the most dangerous game. And I'm so glad you're here too. She beams up at you. You try to smile back, maybe achieving half a grimace. When Chahut leans over Amisha, it's with a certain menacing fondness. Sounds like a party, my most vicious sister. Only we got us a smidge of scheduling conflict. Huh? The massacre's tonight, Little Blue. The huh? Last massacre I'll see planet side. Gotta present my glutes and testify before my most mirthful messiahs for the last time. You sure didn't get any of that. Every time you think your days of unbounded ignorance are behind you, you turn over a stone to find more little squirming bits of cultural miasma to suck in. Amisha rolls her eyes. Ugh, more church? That's seriously all you ever do. Sister, we've talked about this. To praise the mirthful ones is a privilege and a revelation. My pusher beats for them. It smashes its way through the desolate cage of my thorax struts. Yeah, I know. You love clown church. You love it so much you should just put it in a quadrant. Jesus, Amisha, maybe don't shout at the scary giant clown lady? Chahut puts a giant hand on Amisha's head, ruffling her hair like she's an angry puppy. Simmer it down, girl. Good news is, we got us a tiebreaker. I don't trust anything they're saying. She means you, doesn't she? More decisions. Usually we strive for it, but today, it's all up to you, stranger. Take me to clown church. Wait, I can just overwrite this one. Like, I definitely don't want to go to Clurch, but we going to Clurch because it says take me to Clown Church and I have to click it. Take me to Clurch. You don't know much about religion. We're going to Clurch. You don't know much about religion, but you have recently become pretty good at reading people. You have the slightest little suspicion that insulting this woman's religion might be unhealthy. Besides, it would be rude. This time when Chahut turns her painted face to you and gives you another one of those lazy smiles, you are filled with a sudden flush of excitement. God, what if you could become friends with her? You've never had a friend this cool or this scary. Amisha rolls her eyes. Ugh, fine. Have fun, I guess. Doing totally boring stuff. You wonder if it's really okay for you to come with Chahut. Isn't she worried about showing up with an alien? In the past, I might have got to worrying over it. But now, fuck it. What are they about to do? Call me? Might thank them for that. Chahut, you good? Doing a sister a solid and saving me from having to set foot in the filthy reaches of space. When I hear they don't follow the good word as close as they should, none of the motherfuckers here have the globes to step to me. So you should be safe. With me on your side, not even one of those slippery fishes would do shit. I haven't paid attention. Do we meet a sea dweller in this? Slippery fishes. Does she mean sea dwellers? You've never actually seen one, which makes sense since they dwell in the sea, but most people seem to be scared of them. You wonder how much higher in caste they are from the clowns. You wonder what they look like. There are still so many things you don't know. You've never been in a church before, but you've seen them in movies and goth music videos, so you know what to expect. Clown church is not that. There's no pews or statues or sad dude hanging from two perpendicular sticks, but there's an altar and a lot of purple candles and rows of flimsy metal fold-out chairs. The same sugary smell that hangs around Chahut fills the place. Someone took stained glass a little too seriously when they decorated it because every inch of window is covered in multicolored... God, why even front anymore? Every inch is covered in blood. Splatters of it paint the floor and stone walls. It reminds you of that break room after Kanyo got done murdering all those kids, except this seems deliberate. Like they decided they wanted a little bit of yellow in the corner, so they walked some poor gold blood over and gutted them. Welcome to your salvation, little one. You almost run out, but no, you can't. You need to make friends with Chahut. You hang on to that as you follow her into the front of the congregation. As you pass, various other clowns send out honks of greetings, accompanied by the occasional whoop whoop. Chahut responds to a couple with a casual, hey motherfuckers, but most she ignores. Maybe she's too cool for them? You try not to make eye contact with anyone as you go by, or if you happen to look at anyone, you try to throw out the most intense I'm with her vibes you can. A couple trolls look as out of place as you do. Okay, not as out of place, since they are actually from this planet, but there's some non-purple guys here who look distinctly uncomfortable. A few of them appear to be chained to their chairs. Cool. A purple blood is standing on a platform at the front of the congregation and preaching? Rapping? Whatever it is, it sucks. There's a lot of uninventive swearing and weirdly syncopated honks. Everyone here is extremely into it. There's a lot of answering whoops and fuck yes. All Chahut has to do is stand there and smirk at him, and he trails off to a nasally honk before scrambling off the church stage. You really wish you knew how to command that kind of respect. Then everybody would want to be your friend. Thanks, brothers and sisters. Today is a singular sort of day. For today I looked up toward the mountain and saw the fire in the sky. That fire is our messiahs, and our messiahs are the fire, feeding a hungry forge in the belly of hell, that sweet salvation of split bone and sulfur-colored eyes. Why are they making me listen to Clerch Gospel? I don't... Was it the heat of eternal damnation or the sweet flame of revelation? All is red ruin. Woe is us, darlings. Woe. It goes on like that for a while. You zone out a little bit. Someone throws a handful of powder into the candle flames, and more of that sugary sharp scent puffs out as colorful smoke billows up. Cleesus! I don't want to learn about Cleesus. Is Gamzee Cleesus? I mean, yeah. The purple bloods all start taking deep whiffs of the stuff. It kind of looks like that powder in pixie sticks. Newest member of our congregation. Pixie sticks, maybe that's why it smells like sugar in here. Invite them to stand up and give glorious thanks. The whole congregation has gone silent. You realize that Chahut is looking at you, and the other clown priest is looking at you. Actually, every single goddamn troll in here is looking at you, except for one small dude who appears to be trying to chew off his own hand to free himself from his shackle. Your turn to testify. Don't fuck this up, little one! I'm gonna preach, I guess. I can see both of these going very bad, so I'm gonna try preaching. Oh shit. They want you to talk? About what? All that stuff Chahut and the other trolls were saying, it just sounded like a bunch of bullshit. So that's what you give them. Just bullshit. Reams and reams of fresh, non-GMO, cave-aged bullshit. Honestly, you aren't totally sure what you say. Maybe some stuff about parting the sea? Shut up! Loaves and fishes? A dome and a rock? You throw a couple whoop whoops in there for effort, hoping nobody accuses you of cultural appropriation. Luckily, the crowd is feeling it. I'm telling them about Cleesus, I guess. They all honk and echo what you say, even the cultural allusions that they can't possibly understand. They take turns swigging Faygo from the communal chalice, passing it around. You can't help glancing over at Chahut every so often. Sure, all these weirdos are catching what you're throwing, but she's the one whose opinion you actually care about. She's your current friendship target. She's nodding in approval, occasionally crossing her hands over her chest in what looks kind of like a gang symbol, but may just be a religious gesture. God, I wish I knew enough about juggalos to know what she just did. You finish with something about foxes and the jaws of the universe, the convergence of fate and the cyclical nature of reality. Time is a flat circle. You think you're actually filled with the spirit? Whatever the fuck that means. It could just be that weird smoke. I knew I didn't make a mistake when I put my faith in you, little one. She pushes several dudes out of the way to lean over you, and you don't feel fear now so much as intense pride. Damn, but it feels good to have 50 clowns honking at you for pulling something straight out of your ass. Little one is kind of creepy and you wish he'd stop saying it, but you guess it's accurate? You are little compared to her, and there's only one of you. Come here, darling. Oh, that's an upgrade. Darling, that's friendly. Get up here. Up? How? Two younger purple bloods grab you by the legs. Oh. The church sways around you and you find yourself at clown height, face to face with Chahut. Up close you can see the cracks in her makeup, and it might be the light in here, but her yellow eyes look tinted purple. She pulls you up close, one giant claw tipping your chin up. She's so close, she leans in and your whole body flashes hot. Oh god, this... You brace for those big clown lips. Instead, Chahut clamps her hand over your mouth. You jerk as your air supply is promptly cut off. The clowns holding you up stagger until you remember that you can breathe through your nose. Oh, I see. You see something out of your peripheral vision, and then something sticky and cold is sprayed onto your cheek. An acrid stench making you choke. You struggle, but the clowns don't let you go. Chahut sprays something on the other side of your face. You feel it sinking What was I saying? You feel it sinking tacky and stinging into the skin of your cheeks. She releases you for a moment and switches the can of spray paint to her other hand. What the hell? Is that even supposed to be used on skin? Probably not. Hold still, darling. She yanks another can. Can I not? Because if I'm not going to take this off for like 5 more friends. If how long I wore Tagora's bathrobe is to go by. She takes another can from a nearby troll and paints a line across your forehead, her own brow furrowing in concentration. Woo! Ooh, the words, they're leaving. Where are they going? You know what she's doing. She's baptizing you. I was gonna make some type of clown baptizing joke. Covering you in the paint of her pupil. You are being initiated. You can hardly believe it. Tears threaten at the corner of your eyes as you realize you are actually becoming part of a group. Someone on this terrible planet is actually letting you into their inner circle. I don't think we want to be a part of the clown murder cult. Even if it is a circle of shitty clowns who go around murdering people and drinking the worst soda in the galaxy. Don't get too overcome now, small thing. I don't rightly even know what you are or where something like you came from, but I can feel the spirit flowing through those alien veins of yours. It's fucking godly, my little one. Amazing, this is so good. Anyone who initiates you to their weird cult definitely wants to get all up in your friendship grill. Chahut paints another line, this time over your nose. The paint is starting to sting. The paint on your forehead especially. Oh wait, that's not paint, that's... Chahut drops the spray can. She's looking at her fingers. Oh no, you've seen that expression before, on someone bluer and much shorter. Deep crimson drips off her claw. Well, I'm bleeding. I don't think that's good. After weeks of rainbow blood, your own blood color looks strange to you. Now that you think about it, it's been a while since you've seen your own blood. Haha, wild. You must be getting better survival instincts. Precious blood. Precious indeed, sister. The 2 other purple bloods put you down with subservient honks. All of the other clowns in here treat Chahut with reverence, but bordering on awe. Is it just because she's the oldest, or the largest, or maybe she's just the most badass? Your feet barely hit the floor before Chahut takes you by the hand. You smile up at her, happy to go anywhere she leads. Friendship feels so good, especially with people who are bigger and stronger and cooler than you are, which is basically everyone on this planet, but Chahut is especially strong and cool. You're so busy feel great about your new elite status that at first you don't realize what's happening, where Chahut is leading you. It's to a corner of the church that is a little more bare than other spots. As in, there isn't as much blood. As in, it's the perfect canvas for some fresh blood. Some precious, precious mutant blood. You don't know why Chahut didn't go for you right when you met. Maybe the time wasn't right. Maybe the sight of your red stuff has triggered something in her murder troll hindbrain. Regardless, you get the feeling you're about to be reunited with the color of your blood quite suddenly and thoroughly. Wait, you thought you were getting initiated? Hell yeah. You're an initiate, my dazzling crimson darling. An initiate to the rarest and most laudable power. A blood initiate. A sacrificial ba beast. You ain't gonna get a better offer than that. Well, when she puts it like that, nope, you still would rather not die. Well, that sure went. Let's wimp out. You stand there in the cacophony of honks and whoops, trying to dredge up a little spirit inside you, but you just can't. All that noise sounds so much like jeering, and you'd think you'd have gotten used to the negative reinforcement, but apparently it's still enough to trip you up. You open your mouth and all that comes out is a croak, like you're a frog of failure. Chahut's big hands land on your shoulder. She looks wistful through the clown paint. That's okay, hun. Sit down before you strain something. Encased in a fugue of shame, you do. God, why couldn't you have kept it together for once in your pathetic life? The clown next to you gives you a consoling pat on the knee and offers you a half-empty bottle of Faygo. You are so despondent that you barely cast a thought to juggalo germs or the fact that Faygo is disgusting. It hits your taste buds like a bitch slap. Around you, the congregation is getting rowdier. The troll beside you shrugs his shoulders like, what can you do? He has a hat and a charming smile. At least you think he does. You're starting to feel a little weird. Faygo isn't alcoholic, is it? I would go easy on that stuff if I were you, the troll says. His hand hasn't left your leg. In fact, it's moved from your knee to your thigh. The first time is always rough. Whatever, you're fine. You know all about controlled substances. You're really good at drugs, okay? You're a serious druggist? For real though, what is in this stuff? You got high with Sarava and tipsy with Chixie. Did we get tipsy with Chixie? How that rhymes, we should put that in her next rap, but this is different. This is your brain blowing wide open and the atmosphere pouring in. This is the cosmos kissing your frontal lobe with way too much tongue. Is there soper in the Faygo? Hey. This is my supplicant. Maybe find your own. Chahut is standing next to you again. She removes the clown guy's hand from your thigh and extricates the bottle from your grip. Hey, you weren't done with that. On the other side of the church, someone throws another handful of colorful powder into the fire. More smoke billows up and you feel another wave of dizziness. Maybe it's the interaction of the Faygo and the smoke? Is that how science works? Such bad form, says the troll who'd given you the Faygo. Bringing an alien to your last massacre. One would think you had no respect for your messiahs at all. MTG needs to stop with these trailers. I'll watch it later. Text it to me so that I don't forget. Oh, also, do you see where I am right now? I'm in Clown Church, and I don't like it. Do you see who I'm talking to right now? I mean, I love her, but at the same time, I would rather not be here. I think, brothers and sisters, that I might agree with that. A voice rings out across the church. At first, you think that is in your head, the product of whatever weird soup all the competing substances have created, but everyone else hears it too. Chahut goes rigid beside you, her big vicious mouth stretched into an O of shock. The congregation falls to his knees in a clattering wave. Seriously, you've never heard a crowd of people go quiet so loudly. Chairs are kicked out of the way or knocked over. Kneeling down, Chahut's head comes up to your chest. She and the clown in the hat each push down one of your shoulders. Motherfucker, get down. You hit the deck. You half expect the blood splatters to seep through your dress. Oh yeah, I forgot again that I'm still in that purple dress. Ha ha ha. But it just crusts flaky and dry underneath your knees. You, sister. That your alien? Is this, like, is it the Grand High Blood? That's the only thing I can think of. I forget, is the Grand High Blood on Alternia? Where the hell is that voice coming from? It's creepy and gravelly and probably male. Oh, hold up. What you initially thought was one of Rumley's knockoff paintings hanging behind the altar turns out to be a screen, which is now turned into a gray silhouette with horns. Is everyone here bowing to some dude who literally Skyped into Clown Church and doesn't even have a user pic? Your Excellency. I wouldn't describe him as my alien exactly. A little too pathetic to really put much bother to. There's a murmur of agreement from the surrounding trolls. Dang, tough crowd. A long snort of breath crackles into static. Who are you to say who or what is pathetic? Chahut winces. You're all feckless wigglers without a bean in your think pans. All of the lowbloods in here who look absolutely terrified. All the lowbloods in here look absolutely terrified, which is nothing new. But for once, they aren't the only ones. Everyone here is afraid, the purple guys included. You, come closer, little heretic. Let me get a gander. Me? Who? What the fuck do you mean, who, sister? The motherfucker I'm jabbing my point stump at. Bro, we can't. You and Chahut share a quick, nervous glance. Her throat bobs visibly. Sir, I think you got your webcam turned off. Oh, dang, hold up. You hear a lot of rustling and swearing. All of you hang in the awkward limbo of an old person struggling with technology. The screen flickers and you can just make out a pair of hulking shoulders. Sir, you got the light behind you. Never mind the light, motherfucker. You, the hornless one with the rumpus robe. In the rumpus robe. Come closer, child. Hi. I'm in Clerch. Oh, you. Of course it's you. Being the main character is exhausting. You move closer to the altar, although you aren't actually sure where the camera is. This guy is someone you would be able to tell that even if everyone in here wasn't bowing to him, his voice has a certain quality to it. That's close enough. I'm not trying to look up your sniff snub. Child, got any notion as to who I fucking am? I do. Does that count? I do. None, except that he is possibly important. It's always a real good time when important people get interested in your insignificant ass. I decide whose ass is insignificant in this house. You comprehend? Why am I saying things like this out loud? Like, I hate, this has happened a lot. I haven't mentioned it, but like, I keep saying things and I'm assuming it's my inner thoughts, and then people react to it and I'm like, why did you say that out loud? MSPA reader, are you good? Sure, sir. Excellency? How long have you been rambling amongst my brethren? At least a couple weeks, no more than a month. Leave it alone. Look, we have met some great people. You just happen to tune in when I'm in Clutch. How many are here with you? Just you, an alien invasion force of one, all just wandering the countryside. And still pulling in oxygen? Would have thought someone would have picked their detention with you by now. Yeah, see. Same! Same! Honestly, same. You got any muscle definition, Wriggler? You show him the gun show, as in, you show him how very empty the weapons locker is. Too weak for the front lines, too ugly to fill a pail with. He laughs, low and lecherous, although your strut sticks ain't so bad. Oh, did a giant clown just say you have nice legs over troll FaceTime? You look at Chahut for help, but she's too busy checking out your gams. Sober, you might have been uncomfortable. Fago drunk you is pretty zen about it. You're sure it's only a matter of time before you fuck an alien. If it's gotta be a big giant clown, well, so be it. Shooting high, aren't you? Why am I talking? MSPA reader, there's a such thing as thinking. Now you just feel silly. You assure this guy that you aren't really after that kind of stuff. This is only one thing you really truly long for in this world. And what's that, child? Power, wealth, the right to keep living? I mean, that last one. Yikes. You realize that everyone in this goddamn church is looking at you, waiting for your answer. Chahut looks like she wants to grab your shoulders and shake you. Jeez, no pressure. Friendship, you tell him. He laughs long and hearty at that one. You weather it stoically. You, bigger and significantly more attractive motherfucker. Chahut comes to attention. What's your caste name, child? Maynard, Excellency. If I understand rightly, you are about to undergo the ordeals? Chahut nods. She looks a little seasick, but you're not sure what the ordeals are. But everything about them sounds bad, including the name. Maybe get your shit shot with this one right here. They seem to have the strategy for surviving against all reasonable odds and decency. You could probably use a friend like them. He jabs another finger at you. And Wriggler? Yeah? Don't let me see your face again. The call disconnects and the screen goes blank. Did the Grand High Blood just say you must befriend this alien? When you point yourself towards the front of the church, everyone scrambles to get out of your way. It's like the big clown's attention has conveyed some honorary status on you. Probably nobody will mess with you for, half an hour at least. You aren't really going anywhere, you just need some fresh air before you pass out. Chahut emerges soon after. She looks nearly as winded as you feel. You ask her if she's mad at you, since that could be potentially dangerous for both your life and your burgeoning friendship. Mad? Why would I be mad? Because your inexplicably magnetic charm worked on both my best girl and the figurehead of my church. You flush. The real question is, did it work on her? Chahut sighs. What the hell? Old motherfucker told me to listen to whatever it is you can teach. Right, he did. That basically makes the two of you friends by a theocratic decree. Guess so. So darling, teach me your ways. Well, first of all, you gotta fall down a lot. I did it, friend Kit. Oh. Right? You've been lucky enough to acquire a bounty of friendship since you arrived on this planet. But there's still an emptiness nestled right in the crook of your heart's atria. Don't know what I was about to say. Maybe making one more friend, will fix it. Maybe this next one will expand inside your chest like a sponge in the bath, pushing out all your sadness, loneliness, and insecurity. After all, number 20 is the charm. Oh. Alright, then. We're gonna meet this one. Zebede. Tegiri Caleb. Tonight, you're abuzz with excitement. Wait, no, your palm husk is vibrating in your pocket. Yeah, because I've got a phone now. One of your friends is contacting you. You pull it out and a notification pops up. Buzzing is requesting to add you on Chitter. The message is accompanied by a little icon, blue with a silhouetted winged animal. Some of the similarities between this planet and your own are starting to stretch your powers of belief in coincidence. Whatever. You pull up the app and read the messages from, could it be your potential new friend? OMG, hi! I hope it's okay to contact you. Oops, I should introduce myself, haha. I saw your picture on Sarava's stream. Can Sarava show up again? I'm one of their biggest fans. I feel like this is gonna be pleasant. But now I'm one of yours. Love those looks. Anyway, I would love to chat if you're open to it. If not, it's okay. You can just ignore me. Oh, you're right. Oh, Sarava definitely specifically said that all their fans are weirdos. Oh no. Oh no. Why would you remind me of that? Everyone else does. Could this be the universe reaching benevolently, words, down to do you a solid? It's like being given a giant pile of money unasked. Speaking of money, I have that now, right? You didn't have to do anything for this friendship. You didn't even have to walk anywhere. You're right. All you had to do was join the fabled social media and it literally appeared in your pocket. Your hands are shaking a little as you go to respond. You don't want to seem too eager, or do you? You have no idea how to approach this. You thank Buzzing for his compliments and say that you would be happy to talk sometime. In an instant, a notification pops up inviting you to download another app. Ah! What? You do it and a video screen opens. Suddenly, you can see your new friend's face. He's sweetly round and roly-poly, and smiling at you broadly. Hi. Hi. I'm Zebede. I hope it's not too sudden to gripe you like this. That is exact. I mean, I know this is canon, but like that is exactly what trolls would call Skype, isn't it? Gripe. Is it okay? OMG, you don't have to respond to that. Sorry for being weird. Let's start over. How do you know Sarava? Well, apart from being extremely friendly, this troll also seems to run both sides of the conversation by himself. Befriending him is the least effort you've ever put into anything. His enthusiasm is really cute, but there's something about him that unsettles you. Looking at his hopeful face gives you a dark stab of humiliation you don't quite understand. You swallow down the discomfort and tell him the story of your friendship with Sarava, leaving out Sarava's personal background. He hangs on your every word. That's so cool. I wish I could hang out with you guys. OMG, not that I'm implying you want to hang out. It's just, no one ever comes to visit me. Why'd you have to go and remind me that Sarava specifically said his fans are weird? He takes out his phone and taps a few keys. A notification pops up in front of the video. It's a direct message from Buzzing that just says, You ask him why that is. I live in the middle of nowhere. It's good for the bees, but I guess no one really thinks it's worth the effort to come all the way out here. It's just me and my looses. And he can't really do much around the hive. Sigh. Yeah, thanks. It's fine. He really says the word sigh out loud. Despite saying it was fine, he seems dejected, with a distinct downward angle to his shoulders. Sorry, his shoulders. His buzzy accent is kind of getting to you. I'm gonna ask him if it's really fine. You tell him that you'd understand if he's not okay with it. After all, you say, it would really hurt your feelings if your friends didn't make any effort for you. Isn't that what friends are supposed to do? He gives you a grateful smile, some tension releasing from his frame. Oh, I would never ask that of anyone. I don't want to be annoying. Like, sometimes I really wish someone would take the time to visit, but I totally don't blame any of my friends for not coming. Like, I understand that you have to decide which friends come first, and I just don't. Some people are just cooler than me, cooler and more fun than me. It's understandable. This really must be your lucky day. First of all, no one has threatened bodily violence towards you in the past 10 minutes. Your fear for your life is at a low-key, reasonable level. Second, this troll is making it really obvious that what he wants you to do. This is a total slam dunk of friend opportunity. Guess I'll say I'll visit. Zebede's face transforms utterly. It's astonishing. He goes from sullen and shadowed to utterly radiant. Your heart pangs with an overwhelming surge of fellow feeling. True, you've seen other trolls react emotively at the sight of meat and blood and your own body sparkling under the moonlight. But Zebede is the only one with such an extreme reaction to friendship. Man, you really are feeling this little guy. You'll come? Really? That's so cool. Thanks. This is gonna be so good. I'm gonna get all the best snacks and my Lucis is really cool. You'll like them. This is so exciting. You leave Zebede to his preparations, even as the bubble of joy inside you goes a little wobbly. You aren't used to such high expectations from prospective friends. Mostly people just expect you to be an imbecile. You absolutely can't screw this up. You made a promise to your brand new friend. Unfortunately, that promise is to visit him in a house that is, By his own admission, so far away that not even people who know what the fuck is going on can be asked to find it. You haven't thought this through, but that's never stopped you before. First things first, what old friendships can you call on to help you out? I.e., who's likely to have a vehicle of some kind? You could always call up Tegiri to see what he thinks, but you don't want to be too needy with him. Amisha, well, doesn't look tall enough to reach the pedals. Zebra, just no. You are a strong, independent alien who don't need no troll. You also don't think aliens are allowed on public transit, and you don't know the number for troll taxis. So, you'll do crime. Perfect. What did Colonial do when she stole a car? Punch the lock off with one big fist. You won't be punching off any doors, but eventually you find a car that isn't locked, almost like someone helpfully left it for you. Haha, sucker. It pricks silently at your conscience as you slide into the seat and fire up the autopilot, heading out into the country once again. But recently, anything that isn't brutal, indiscriminate violence kinda doesn't faze you. So you stole a car. Big deal. It's not like anybody died. Did you die, though? This is it. So begins your gradual slide into total moral inequity. A hardened criminal, that's you. Zebede does live pretty far out. He hadn't been exaggerating. You use the time to curl up in the back seat and catch up on some sleep. All the while trying to ignore the fact that the car reminds you of being inside a large, squishy animal. At least you get a few radio channels out here. Zebede's hive is big and buzzing, literally. You hear a persistent drone of bees, and standing right outside is the boy himself. He's so excited he's bouncing on his toes, clasping his hands together. He has a gold symbol on his shirt. You wonder if he's a psychic. You've finally been here long enough to pick up on racial stereotypes. Go you! You're here! You actually came! I seriously can't believe that someone actually went out of their way to visit me. Well, you don't really have a way to go out of, but you keep that to yourself. You're more than happy to accept the friendship points. Zebede takes you into his hive, which, like Skyla's, looks like he made a lot of it himself. There are hanging baskets of flowers and plants everywhere, and a zigzag shelf holding a stack of colorful books. And in one corner is a big screen TV and an entertainment center. Zebede vanishes into another room and leaves you to get comfortable on the big couch, which is unsubtly striped yellow and black. The buzzing is pretty loud in here too, and you look around for bees. You're not thrilled about the bees, honestly. You wish there was some music on your phone to drone them out. You're thinking about following Zebede and seeing if he needs help when your phone starts to vibrate. You look down and recognize Sarava's username. Obviously, I want to talk to Sarava. Who do you think I am? Answer. Might as well. You have no idea how long Zebede's going to be in there, and if there's anyone with music, it's this stroll. Hey dude. Sup? Can't believe it took you this long to get a chitter, LMAO. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Look, please. Honestly, I think if anybody gave me misery vibes, it was Amisha. When she stole my blood. Damn, you really lost without my help, huh? Looks like you only got 2 followers though, LMAO. You can feel some nameless tension and you bleed away. You can feel some nameless tension and you bleed away into the thump of the lo-fi chill hop beats murmuring softly through Sarava's mic. If only you could just go spend time with your cool friends and stop making new ones. But even the thought makes your stomach wring itself out like a washcloth. There's no point wishing for things to be different from how they are. You do anything for new friends. Anything. You ask them if they have any chitter advice, on how to be a cool guy online. I mean, you definitely came to the right troll. but I don't know if I should be like managing your brand more than I already did. It's just risky for me, you know? It's hard enough maintaining my image as is. Other streamers always on my bulge, LMAO. Doesn't mean we can't hang out though. I mean, it was really chill last time. Also, I need my clothes back. Them clothes. You assure Sarava that you still definitely have their clothes and that you totally did not destroy them in an epic battle to save a giant collie. That's cool, no worries or anything. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out today. If not, I absolutely want to hang out today. If not, it's chill. I got all sorts of shit I can get up to, LMAO. You know how it is. But yeah, let me know. Oh wow. How did you suddenly become so popular? Maybe this is what happens when you finally get online. Not only are you hanging out with one friend, you've got another one clamoring for your attention. Social media is amazing. You tell Sarava you would love to chill, but you're currently out in the middle of nowhere hanging out with someone else. Maybe Sarava has heard of him? Time for Sarava to be like, get on fucked up. Zebede Tongava. Surely everybody on the internet knows each other. Okay. Alright. I don't know him. Sorry, lol. Oh no. Well, now it's time for Sarava to be like, get on fucked up. You spell out Zebede's Chitter handle. Sarava's face does a complicated dance between shock, worry, and wry amusement. Oh dang. LMAO. What are the odds? Small internet. So Sarava does know him. I mean, I know of him. Man. Awkward. Are you guys tight though? You tell Sarava that you aren't tight yet. Pretty loose, but you're working on it, which is why you're currently in the middle of nowhere sitting on his bee-themed couch. Sarava scratches awkwardly between their horns. Is that like what you go online to do? That whole scene? The only scene you know about is the friendship scene, and possibly the clown scene, and the meat scene. Actually, you may be in more scenes than you give yourself credit for, and you get the feeling you're right on the edge of another one. You can taste it, and it makes your stomach growl. You tell Sarava whatever the scene is, you're definitely not part of it. You don't even know what they're talking about. So what are they talking about? Not to like talk shit or whatever? Cause God knows golds who live in a glass hive of continuously curated online social interaction shouldn't throw stones or whatever. Fuck knows I got up to some shit back in the day. But you maybe shouldn't hang out with this dude. Especially when you're like right on the edge of breaking out yourself. I mean, you have to be careful with this shit. Sarava, you gonna tell me what's up or not? I told you what happened to me. Internet fame isn't a joke. They gesture vaguely toward their missing eye. Here, let me just link you. A link pops up in the gripe chat box. You follow it to what appears to be a fanfiction account. Nothing wrong with a little fanfiction. Wait a minute. Does Zebede write real person fanfiction? I'm about to lose my mind. I'm about to lose my mind. You've never been much of a writer yourself, but you're pretty pro anybody doing whatever they feel like as long as it's not gruesome murder. You're a real chill dude that way. I mean, right, yeah, same. LMAO. I'm not trying to judge or whatever, but you'll see what I mean. Scroll down. You scroll past the first few pages. Most of these seem to be about some band you've never heard of, and almost at the end you find... Oh damn. This appears to be a fanfic about Sarava. You don't click it though. You don't click through. You kind of get the idea from the tags. Well, Sarava is a big deal after all. You guess it makes sense that people would include them in their fantasies. You do it all the time in a friend way. Yeah. You get what I'm saying now, though. I mean, live your dreams, right, LMAO? Any guy on the internet can write down what he wants about me, but like, I don't want to see it. Just a heads up, you know. You get how that could be a little awkward. You tell Sarava that you will be careful of your infant internet fame. How much you want to bet that all the other fics are about like troll BTS or something? BT. It's got B in it. Alternium 1T. That's literally the other band I was thinking of. Though you doubt anyone will ever write anything about you, who'd want to read about your dumb fuck exploits? Hold on. In fact, I'm on AO3 fandoms. I guess this would be video games. F. Maybe it would be under. It might be under H for Hive Swap Friendsim. Let me look under H for Hive Swap Friendsim. So those are fics about Hive Swap specifically. You ain't gonna lie to me. Oh, Hive Swap Friendsim. Oh, I guess because it has Hive Swap in it, it lumps together Hive Swap and Hive Swap Friendsim both under Hive Swap. Filters, characters, MSPA reader. Hey buddy, there's 92 fics about you on AO3 right now. Why is Carcat here? Like, all the top characters in this category are all characters from Hive Swap and Friendsim. But Carcat is here. Yeah, LMAO. Come over whenever I'll smoke you up. Great, more bug ass. You end your call with Sarava and navigate back over to Zebede's fanfiction account. You pick one of the ones not about Sarava, one of the teen-rated ones. You don't have anything against erotica, but maybe you'll save it for later. You don't know any of these characters, and the context is doubly indecipherable. The troll music business. But if this really is Zebede's writing, he's pretty good. You have such talented friends. MSPA reader get any standards challenge. Hey! Sorry I took so long. Shit, Zebede sneaks up on you from behind. You quickly lock your phone, but apparently not quickly enough. How did you find this? Oh god, you went searching for me? I thought we were friends. What? Of course you're friends. Friends don't go digging through each other's shit. I would have showed you my fic if you just asked. You tell him that you absolutely did not go looking for it. Sarava gave it to you when they called you up just now. Zebede's face closes down. Is it just you, or has the sound of bees gotten louder? Oh, right. So your cool friend Sarava told you. I see how it is. No, they just called you. You just answered the phone. No, it's fine. I totally get it. Even coming all this way out here, I'm still not a priority. It's fine. It's not even a big deal. I'm totally used to it. You and Sarava. What are you, mates, Brits? Whoa! We've interacted once, and the internet in their world has only seen us interact that once too. You are absolutely not mates with Sarava. You are not mates with anyone, as far as you know. Fuck, having so many friends is exhausting. Oh, really? Like, your life is so great, I get it. You have just so many friends and you're so popular and everybody wants to spend time with you. Zebede is crying and not trying to hide it. It's very sad and extremely awkward. You feel terrible, awful, also like kind of a dickhead. You're always doing all this complaining about your lot in life, when to tell you the truth, you've actually got a lot going for you. You have all these amazing friends who go out of their way to check up on you and ask if you want to hang out. Of course, all that complaining is just in your internal monologue. It's not like anybody can hear your thoughts, thank God for that. Well, I'm so glad that you and Sarava have each other. Maybe you can go hang out with them and make fun of me some more. Bro, when did I make fun of you? Chill. You try to tell Zebede that you were absolutely not making fun of him. You were just curious about his hobbies and interests. You absolutely want to read his fanfiction. But the kid isn't listening anymore. Fuck, you hope the car has enough gas to get you back to civilization. Alright, let's not answer the call from Sarava. You decide to just let the call go to voicemail. You're busy with a different friend right now. You can just call them back on your drive home. Or not home, but the closest you've got right now. It will give you something to do besides sleep. You mess around on your phone for a little bit, filling out your profile on your chitter. Alien invasion of one. Just here, I guess. That's honestly the best you can come up with. You aren't quite sure how your age will translate to troll years. Sweeps? So you don't bother with that. How old are you? 6? Goddamn. You've already gained some more followers. Sarava retweeted your intro tweet. Or chirp, whatever. Zebede comes back in with a tray of snacks and 2 glasses of something bright red that you hope isn't Fago or blood, but that goes without saying at this point. Hey, who are you talking to? I heard your palm husk go off. You tell him that you weren't talking to anybody, you let the call go to voicemail. Does he really think that you're the kind of person who would take a call from someone else while you're having a hang sesh? Heck no. Aw, you didn't have to do that. Zebede says that, but he's obviously incredibly happy that you did. He sets the tray down and hops up on the couch next to you. So, what do you want to do? I have a bunch of really cool stuff we could check out, but I didn't want to make you just do whatever I wanted. I know we barely know each other. You tell him whatever he wants to do is fine with you. You aren't picky in any sense of the word. Obviously. Zebede seems a little at sea by your lack of opinion. But eventually he puts it on the first episode of a pirate show. This is nice. It's nice to just chill for a while. But you barely get through the opening credits before Zebede changes his mind and puts on a show about space pirates instead. But then he gives up on that too. He keeps looking at you for input, but the extent of your experience with troll pop culture is Romilly's knockoffs that only and that one shitty romance flick Polpa took you to see. You're not informed enough to have an opinion. You are seriously down for whatever. Zebede does the same thing with video games for a while, becoming increasingly more distressed. You feel deep empathy at this plight, but also mild annoyance. You understand this unreasonable fear of beefing it in front of your friends. You feel that like that pretty much all the time. You eventually suggest to Zebede that you could just watch the last thing he watched on GrubTube. Zebede goes a delicate gray color that you've become to realize is the troll version of a Blanche. That's Yeah, we could do that for sure, but you know a guy's GrubTube cube is, you know, kind of personal. Not that I don't trust you. If you can't trust randos you meet online and invited to your house, then who can you trust, right? You feel that way too. You've also felt the overwhelming urge to throw yourself into the arms of strangers since you've crash landed down here. You tell Zebede that you aren't going to judge him, you don't judge your friends. An overwhelming look of trembling gratitude comes over him, and once again you feel an uncomfortable pulse of empathy. You are used to being the desperate one. You aren't sure how to feel about this turnabout. All this social power. Mood. Oh. So I hit the scroll wheel on accident. Oh, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? There we go. Okay. The two of you scroll down through the history on his GrubTube account, and you find yourself choked up by the incredible trust he is showing you right now, letting someone behind the curtain. There doesn't really seem to be anything worth getting stressed over. No porn or anything. He does have a lot of videos of Sarava, specifically ones where they're actually on camera. Ah, yeah, they are so cool. It's so rad you guys are tight. I really want to meet them someday. He sighs, then he sighs again, a little louder. You catch on to your part in this bit and tell him that you can probably figure out a way to make that happen. You hope you don't have to follow through on that. Sarava is a busy guy, and you aren't sure they actually let anyone into their hive. Well, besides you. But you seem to be the exception to a number of rules. You keep that last part to yourself. The rest of the videos in his recent history are about a band called Hatch to Dance. Music videos, interviews, and compilations of vlogs. Why did you spell vlogs like this? Romilly? Romilly, is that you? You ask him what all this is. You've never heard of H2D? Really? They're so cool, they're my fave. I mean, he gets shifty-eyed. I mean, whatever, they're alright, I guess. Their music is kind of catchy, and they have a pretty dope group dynamic. You mentioned all of them seem to be pretty good looking, too. Really? You think so? You point out a guy with tall horns that swoosh into hooks and a lot of white hair that falls into his eyes. This guy is particularly handsome. Him? I mean, he's okay, I guess. If you're really basic. Not that I think you're basic or anything. He shows you some of the music videos. They have really high production values and extremely elaborate sets. All of the band members sing and dance and get very close to kissing each other. He'd been really nervous about showing you this, his deep dark secret that he likes music videos? Is being into preppy pop stars some kind of cultural taboo? Not really, just it's kind of lame, right? And I just really want you to like me. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. And you do like him. You just wish he would stop saying shit like that. It's embarrassing. It also kind of reminds you that you yourself have gone around doing pretty much the same thing, pretending to agree with everything your prospective friends say, lying, saying you're into things you aren't. Just all around being a big phony. Their circumstances are different for you, though. You're an alien. This is a hostile territory. You don't even have a hive or a lucis or even horns. So this, I still don't get why nobody's giving me a disguise. So it's way less pathetic for you to be like this than it is for Zebede, right? Deep down, you know you're full of shit. You're just coming up with reasons to excuse your behavior in yourself that you condemn in others. You hang your head in shame. Zebede, who is not privy to your internal monologue, looks confused. Is it possible you're doing the wrong thing with your eternal quest for friends? Could it be that before you can spiral any further into a full-blown existential crisis, you hear a noise from outside that you really, really don't like? Several noises, in fact. A crash, followed by a thump. Followed by, get out here, you fucking piece of shit, you thief. Oh, that'd be me. That'd be me, the car thief, huh? Oh dear. Zebede scrambles around to look over the back of the couch. You can just make out a shape through the window. Hey, this is a totally wild question that typically I would never ask a potential friend, but did you steal that scuttle buggy? Funny story. You didn't know how else to get out here. You did it for him, for your nascent friendship. Oh wow, nobody's ever stolen a scuttle buggy from me before. Haha. Did you forget to take the GPS chip out though? Because I think whoever you stole it from found it. GPS chip. Right. Fuck. This is not an auspicious start. This is not an auspicious start for your life of crime. Maybe you aren't quite ready to go it alone yet. Another crash and rattle. It sounds like someone is taking pieces out of Zebede's hive. You get up and start for the door. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go out there. They look big. They sound huge and you'll get killed. Right, he's definitely got a good point there, but whoever is outside seems intent on demolishing his hive brick by brick, so they're going to get in eventually anyway. Better for you to go out there now and face the music so at least one of you gets out of this. Zebede stares at you, weird globby golden tears pool in the corners of his eyes. You would do that? For me? Nobody's ever offered to die for me before. That's so nice. Yeah, you're pretty nice. Also pretty idiotic considering you're about to give yourself up to a big angry troll whose car you absolutely stole. Well, it's been fun while it lasted. Actually, it's been mostly terrible. Oh well. Goodbye, cruel world. Wait! You have one hand on the doorknob when Zebede's shout rings against the walls and ceiling. No one is touching my new friend! Outside, the buzzing rises to a rattling crescendo, so loud it no longer sounds like animals, it just sounds like weather or a fighter jet. The intruder screams, you wince, but you are also overwhelmed by gratitude and excitement. Zebede did that, for you! The screams stop after a few seconds, and the buzzing gradually recedes. You and Zebede are left staring at the door, then at each other. Behind you, GrubTube is autoplaying an H2D interview. Little ambient crackles of the white electricity you've come to associate with psychics wreath Zebede before that fades too. Did he seriously telekinetically gather up a bunch of bees and just throw them? No, that sounds hard and potentially dangerous for the bees. More just ask them nicely. I'm bad at it though, sometimes it doesn't work. Well, it sure worked this time. Yeah! Zebede nods, then he nods again. Yeah, that was pretty cool, right? The two of you venture outside to see what's going on. Nothing is going on. The night is quiet, the car is exactly where you left it, and there's no sign of the bees or the intruder. So either they ran away or got stung so many times they dissolved into sludge. You feel another pang of conscience, but it's not enough to cover up your ecstatic surge of happiness when you see how chuffed Zebede is to have set some bees on a guy. You tell him you're grateful, you think about adding that you're proud of him, but you don't want to literally make him explode. You let him hug you instead. I guess this means you have a scuttle buggy now? Yeah, spoils of war. You want some buttery exploded kernels? I make them myself. Well, I put the kernels in a pot and explode them. You tell him that sounds great. He's honestly pretty fun to visit, minus the sudden attack. You're having a really nice time. And that part was honestly entirely your fault. He should quit putting himself down so much and be such a desperate piece of shit. You mean that in the nicest way possible, and it's pretty good advice in general. You know, just to have floating around out there. I guess we did it. We can be friends. You stand, hatch to dance. Oh, RPF for real pro friend. Uh-huh. You're right. Yes, friends. Time to go meet Tegiri. In an utterly unsurprising turn of events, the night finds you trolling Alternia in search of, well, trolls. The friendly type, preferably, although you've been known to work wonders with hostile folks too. Your current hunting ground appears to be primarily Teal neighborhood, which suits you fine. Teals live relatively comfortably and are usually only mildly disdainful of you. This strikes you as a good place to search for companionship. You've got another pressing concern, though, a faint glow far on the horizon, which suggests that the sun will be rising soon, a couple hours from now at most. Nights on Alternia seem to last forever, but when the daylight hits, it hits hard, like a truck. But the truck is on fire, and the fire is nuclear fusion, and the truck is a star. The point is, you're not in the mood for another sunburn. You'd better snag a buggy before it's too late. You, strange hornless thing. Ah. This is just one of them, another normal Homestuck song. Speak of the devil, you whip around and spot a troll boy with a stylish hat and a sword sheathed behind his back. His clothes are a little shabby, but he carries himself with a rigid, composed air. What are you, some kind of mutant troll or another sentient creature? Definitely the latter, you say, unless you would prefer the former, in which case you're that, actually. But mutants, you've learned, are not particularly well liked on this planet. An alien. I won't have to cull you then. Not immediately, at least. You don't appear to be a cull-on-sight species. Lucky for you that I won't have to loose my blade, and lucky for me to have found a potential comrade. I know what you seek, do you? Shelter and friendship, not necessarily in that order. You're about to speak up, but he's already moving on. You seek the meeting place of the Eastern Alternian Fine Animated Art Appreciation Society. Or as some less cultured souls would call it, the Anime Club. Oh, a club! Back home, teachers used to go on and on about how clubs were a wonderful place to meet new friends. You didn't really believe it then, but maybe things are different here on Alternia. You confidently assert that yes, you are here for the animes. Good. I feared I was going to have to cancel tonight's meeting due to no-shows, but now we can proceed as scheduled. Follow me. He gestures towards his hive and begins to stride confidently toward it, but then he rethinks it, pausing to look back at you. Wait. Subs or dubs? I mean, I'm finna say subs. Perhaps not. It's entertaining how wrong you are, but even the greatest of Alternia's philosophizers require sparring opponents on the battlefield of the intellect. To challenge your assumptions with my superior logic and taste will be a fulfilling task. Well, I got a text from my mom and I'm trying to respond, but my phone said, no, you only got service for that 1 second. I don't know what you thought this was. Come in. Not really the reaction you were hoping for, but you say anything to get into someone's hive, so you'll take it. Where's Troll Miku? Where's Troll Miku? How dare there not be a Troll Miku? Tegiri invites you into his hive with a sweeping bow and you step into the foyer. The hive looked normal from the outside, normal by troll standards at least, but the inner decor has an entirely different vibe to it. It reminds you of Japanese architecture. Tegiri takes off his sandals before entering the next room. You take your shoes off too. You'd take your shoes off too if you had any. As you step into his living room, you are assaulted, not literally thankfully, by an absolute smorgasbord of merchandise. This place looks like someone did a Google search for otaku collection and opened the first result. Posters and scrolls adorn every inch of wall available, and the inches of wall that aren't available are blocked by shelves containing all sorts of DVDs, manga, and other such forms of media. On a large glass shelving unit near the room's exit, you spy a veritable cornucopia of anime figurines, most of whom seem to be in varying states of undress. But you would like to describe it as tasteful nudity, but you would also like to describe yourself as the most popular person on Alternia, and both would be a lie. Tegiri has arranged his merch meticulously according to blood color, from red at the bottom to fuchsia at top. I see you are admiring my fine Eastern Alternian collectibles. I polish them daily, just as I polish my blade. Don't touch them or you'll taste folded steel. You slowly retract your hand. You wouldn't dream of touching them. That was never ever something you were planning on doing. You won't even breathe on them. In fact, you step far away from the collectibles just in case. Oh, doggo! With that step, you bump into something behind you and hear a soft rough. And you spring around to look. As you spin around to look, you see what must be Tegiri's Lucis surveying you with an intense gaze. I know. Yeah. It looks a lot like a Shiba Inu if they were twice the size and had opposable everything. Honestly, watching it scuttle around like a monkey while sniffing at you is pretty entrancing. Eventually, you seem to meet its standards. No, yeah, because it darts out of the room. You hear some rustling. Oh, I'm good. You hear some rustling in what you assume is the kitchen. That was Tadashi Inu, my Lucis. I did. He taught me everything I know. I could not have asked for a better sensei. Tegiri. Yeah, dogs are great, you respond, and then immediately wish you could take that back. Dogs are great. That has got to be the blandest possible statement you could have made. And possibly inaccurate too? What's this thing called? A bark beast? A fetch fiend? A wolf gremlin? Oh, Tegiri isn't even paying attention to you anymore. He's busy perusing his shelves, picking out some DVDs. Per my viewing schedule, we'll watch a carefully curated selection of episodes from one classic and from one recent release. But, since you're a newcomer, it might be best not to jump into the middle of last bout series, Philosopher Half Iron. Okay. Okay. Perhaps we shall instead begin with the first season of School-Fed Heroism and transition into some episodes of Kismet Stuck Morning. The original airing, of course, not the censored one with the ridiculous CGI dragon. Ugh. Looks like Tegiri intends to take full control of the morning's activities, which you find entirely copacetic. The less you need to assert your own opinions and make your own choices, the less likely you are to fuck up. It's probably not a healthy way to live, but it's gotten you somewhere between 1 to 19 friends so far, so you're sticking to it. With deft and precise movements, Tegiri retrieves a disc from its container and pops it in the troll equivalent of a DVD player. It makes a slimy chugging noise as it sucks the disc in, and like usual, you aren't sure if it's an inanimate object or a living being. Either way, you're a little disgusted. The DVD player hums, and Tegiri's TV lights up with a colorful title screen. You're ready to get settled in for a journey through the wonderful world of the animes, but he frowns and pauses the episode less than a minute in. Hang on. This isn't the correct copy. The localization on these lines was changed after the original translator was culled by a purple blood for crimes against buffoonery. I specifically ordered the first edition and paid extra for it. This is unacceptable. Tegiri stops the DVD player, ejects the disc, and places it back in its case. Come, there's still time in the night. We need to go resolve this immediately. That shop that imported it for me is nearby. He heads for the door and beckons for you to follow, which you do. You guess it was too much hope for a quiet morning inside, wasn't it? At least you get to go shopping for animes, which sounds fun enough. Will it be at one of those fancy automated stores, you wonder? No, unlike most stores in Alternia, this specialty shop is run by a living troll. A fellow collector who would not entrust such work to automation. One would expect, with an actual think pan involved, there would be no careless mistakes like this. At least I'm on good terms with the owner, so I doubt there will be trouble. You, on the other hand, expect plenty of it. Pretty much everything on this goddamn planet has been trouble so far. Does he know how awful it is here? You don't want to human-splain it to him or anything, but things are pretty awful here. Things are pretty awful here. Oh, you guess he knows. He's staring at one of the many billboards that line the street, which has been defaced with bright red graffiti. It's saying some pretty nasty stuff about Triza. Rebel sentiments grow by the moment. Alternia lies on the verge of peril, a blade's edge. And not any blade, but the blade of a razor-sharp folded steel katana. Forged under the East Alternian moonlight. Heated by the bellows breath of a magnificent draconian lucis. Cooled by the shimmering cascade of an acid waterfall. And fit to be handled only by a true expert. Do you dance? You're a little caught off guard by that question. Dancing? As in moving one's body to music? In a way, yes. Moving to the sweet music of steel on steel, the rhythm of combat, the stiletto step that weaves death and glory into one beautiful motion. Do you dance? Oh, sword fighting, of course. You really should have figured that one out. This guy's dial has only 2 settings, talking about swords or talking about anime. Sometimes he gets particularly frisky and talks about both at once. You tell him that you don't know how to handle swords, but they seem really cool, and you'd love to learn. Cool? Swordplay is more than cool. It's a way of life, a code of honor. To pick up the blade is to bind yourself to the tenets of Bushido and to be prepared at all times to enforce justice the only way a swordman knows, through steel. Someday the pursuit of justice may bring me face to face with these rebel scum. I must be ready to show them the true magnificent terror of the blade. Who knows, maybe I would even be awarded a Clown-Gressional Medal of Honor. Aight then. A troll can dare to dream. So that's why he practices swordplay, huh? To enforce justice, kind of like a vigilante? Vigilante, please. I would only ever call a troll who legally deserved death. What kind of lawless moron do you take me for? You don't take him for a moron at all. In fact, he's very smart and clever and just, You hope you're not laying it on too thick, but he seems to enjoy the praise. Ah, we're here. This won't take too long. He's taking you to a night market that reminds you of the place where you met Pulpa. A strip mall lies to the left of the many tents and stalls, and a sign above one door reads Super Topato Imports. As you enter, Tegiri makes a beeline for the counter, which is manned by a greasy-looking gold blow with pinkish-looking eyes. You, on the other hand, are more interested in the rest of the store. It looks a lot like Tegiri's living room, but bigger. Anime figures on sale for what looks to be a preposterous amount of money, DVDs and comics lining the shelves, arcade games in the corners. There's even a section for replica swords, which all look far too sharp and legitimately deadly for your liking. Skulking between the shelves is an olive blood guy. You can't quite tell if he works here or if he's just browsing. You're not sure if any trolls even have normal jobs. You're about to ask the olive guy about a particularly interesting DVD when you're distracted by a commotion at the counter. You're pretty sure you heard Tegiri snarling something about his rights as a customer. Looks like trouble is brewing. You turn your head towards the counter and listen in. Do you really think you can get away with ripping me off like this? Do you know who I am? My blood caste? A teal blood like me has connections, a vast network of like-minded souls at my beck and call, ready to be unsheathed against my hapless foes. What the fuck did you just fucking say about me, you little bitch? The legal force I can bring to bear against you is greater than your purely mind could ever imagine. A fleet of legislators will descend on you like shadow clones, each armed with the greatest weapon of all, knowledge. And with our intricate understanding of the Alternian legal code, you will be merged in suits so myriad, so mind-numbing, you will wish for the swift and early death my blade can provide. Or, you can offer me an exchange of equal or greater value to my original purchase. Which path will you choose to walk, scum? Copy pasta win. You wander closer to the counter, hoping you might be able to resolve the situation. But instead you blend right into the olive blood and send a box tumbling from his hands to the ground. A bunch of assorted products spill out as the shopkeeper gasps dramatically. You don't see what the big deal is. Looks like some more DVDs and manga. One cover features a troll with heart-shaped horns and a bright pink sign, and another features some red-blooded douchebag wearing pants way too tall for him. Dank. Tegiri picks up one of the mangas and waves it in front of the shopkeeper's face. Care to explain what I'm looking at here? Imperial Dictate number the 2nd, section 3.2. The depiction of non-standard homological attributes is strictly forbidden. Oh! I love her. I miss Bunny. Imperial Dictate number the 7th, section 5. Material which encourages action against the state is considered contraband of the highest degree. The olive bud, who can clearly see the situation careening downhill like a scuttle buggy without wheel stops, begins to creep towards the door. You'd love to do the same, but you can't give up on a potential new friendship. We really can. We really can. It's basically pathological. To think my favorite Eastern Alternian hobby shop could stoop so low as to peddle this criminal filth. What a sickening betrayal. The shopkeeper stammers, offering a litany of muddled explanations that only seem to incense Tegiri further. He was holding it for a friend. No wait, it's satire? Tegiri slams a palm down on the counter and his eyes shoot open, revealing dark purple irises with a strange swirl pattern. Imperial Dictate number 61st, section 2. The satire is especially contraband. You think you can mess with me? I've watched countless hours of legal drama, played and replayed legendary legislator and memorized every twist. I know the law back and forth. And now it's time for the punishment due. You're fucking dead, kiddo. What did I say? Oh, hey, wait, I just noticed Alternian Overwatch over here. As Tegiri leans over the counter, his free hand grips the hilt of his katana and tenses, ready to draw. He's about to straight up execute this guy. Also, I just noticed that this over here is the Alternian snake we had to play. That was the lock mechanism in Damek's house. But if it's here, what they're telling me is it was straight up just a video game that he made be the key code to his house. Yeah, Mega Man. I mean, if we want to be friends, I guess we have to not intervene, right? Don't intervene. You really don't want to get in between the shopkeeper and Tegiri's sword. For all you know, this really does warrant an immediate execution. Who are you to judge? You do, however, squint a little so you don't have to see the full gory detail of the culling. Turns out, it's not nearly as gory as you expected. Tegiri leaps over to the counter and swings wildly at the guy, but many of his attacks fail to connect. It's mostly just a bunch of bombastic anime-style moves that don't translate well to actual combat. Still, some strikes hit home, drawing a spray of murky gold blood that jolts the shopkeeper out of his petrified fear. He screeches and unleashes a strobing psionic blast from his eyes, causing Tegiri to stagger back disoriented. The flash of light doesn't seem to have caused any real damage, but it offers the perfect opportunity to flee. By the time your eyes have adjusted, the only thing you see is the back door swinging wildly in his wake. Unsurprisingly, the olive blood is nowhere to be seen as well. Tegiri glances down at his katana, stained with the blood of the shopkeeper, and slowly sheathes it. His hand is shaking, claws tapping the hilt restlessly. He turns slowly to you, forcing himself back into his usual stoic posture. He got lucky, that's all, but he can't hide forever. Let's go, we need to report this to a drone. We just gonna walk up to a drone with me, the alien. He strides out of the shop, leaving you to follow hurriedly behind. What a mess. You hesitantly ask him whether it was really necessary to try and kill that boy for what he did. Of course it was. The law is absolute. A foreigner like you might not understand. It is not my duty to question the righteousness of my actions. I am but a tool through which the law is enforced. I am the blade that her imperious condescension wields to maintain order in this world of chaos. Just like this drone. He gestures to one of the big hulking drones that you've grown all too familiar with during your stay here on Alternia. Right now, it looks like it's cleaning up some bronze-colored blood that was splattered on the side of a building. Tegiri approaches and hails it, beginning to explain that there's a collector shop he needs to report for rebel activity, but the drone isn't listening to any of that. It slowly turns from him to stare directly at you! Yeah, like I'm saying, should we approach a drone with a literal alien? Hey drone, look at my cool alien. And it raises his weapon to your face. A grating electronic noise issues from its metallic grill, the immortal words of a wise cartoon dog. Ruh-roh. Hold it. This creature is under my protection. It has committed no crime. If you continue this attempted culling, I will strike back with my katana and a strongly worded letter to your superiors. The drone seems supremely annoyed that it can't just get right down to culling a motherfucker, but Tegiri's cast might just be high enough to give it pause. You, the motherfucker in question, are incredibly relieved. That relief quickly fades when the drone produces a palm husk with a blurry picture of you on the screen, and a lot of text beneath, most of it flashing red. That's never a good sign. It looks like a rap sheet. Tegiri reads through it quickly, which is pretty impressive feat considering his eyes are still closed, and his expression darkens the further down he gets. Wanted under suspicion of meat product theft. Heist of fine art. Accomplice to the assassination of a violet blood? Oof. You didn't realize you'd racked up such a heavy list of crimes. He's already rounding on you with the fury radiating off of every inch of his being. It's terrifying. You've seen this guy arguing with a retail clerk. You know what he's capable of. All this time, I thought your soul was open to the way of the samurai. I thought I had met a potential new connoisseur of the animated arts. But no. Your blood pusher pumps only lies through your villainous veins. You were just looking for an alibi, a place to bide your time, to hide away from the drones until it was time to indulge once more in your criminal ways. You tried to defend yourself. You didn't do any of those things, and you had a perfectly good reason for most of them. Tegiri isn't buying it. He's clutching his katana's hilt so tight, veins are bulging on his hand. Silence, coward. The time has come for my blade to strike true. Ha! He draws his blade in a smooth motion and swipes at you, and you just barely manage to sidestep the attack. You dart backwards, stumbling over yourself in your haste to get away, while he swings his katana wildly around while making lots of weird grunting noises. Once again, his mouth has been writing a check his sword can't cash, but you doubt that matters when trolls are stronger and faster than you in general, and he's accompanied by a giant murder drone. It's time for you to split, and you better get to it lickety. Glancing around, you notice that you're about to cross over a bridge with an underpass beneath it. Perfect. Just like an action hero, you can hop right over the edge of the road, duck into the underpass, and find a nice hiding spot. You dash toward the traffic barrier, vault nimbly over it, and oh Jesus piss, this is way higher than you thought it was. You hit the ground hard with a resounding crack, and for a moment your vision goes blank as a wave of pain sears your nerves. As the pain disorientation begins to fade, you decide it's about time to take stock of your situation. A couple of broken bones, old hat, a troll trying to kill you, not unfamiliar, drones attacking you, same, and a sun about to rise and scorch you into nothing, again. Individually, you've risen to the challenge of just barely handling each of these problems, but all at once? Yeah, you think you're just gonna call this one here. Well, we'll see what happens if I defend the shopkeeper. Okay, you know this is a terrible idea, but you've seriously had it up to here with being party to the murder of random trolls. You quickly interpose yourself between Tegiri and the Goldblood. Does he really have to kill this guy for what seems to be his first offense? You launch into an impassioned spiel about love and friendship and justice, writing the value of forgiveness as second chances really hard. And for good measure, you throw in a little side note about how Tegiri's favorite shop will close down if he kills this dude. Silence. Tegiri shoves you roughly aside and you go careening into a display full of body pillows. You watch, stomach plummeting, as Tegiri turns back to the shopkeeper and slowly draws his sword. But then at the last second, he reconsiders. Ugh. Consider yourself lucky I'm in a good mood. If I catch you selling contraband again, your life will be mine. Tegiri strides out of the store holding a fresh copy of the DVD he wanted to exchange. You give the shopkeeper a vaguely apologetic look and rush out of the store behind him. Whew, that was a close one. You thank Tegiri profusely for listening to your dumb little speech about whatever it was you said. Honestly, you already forgot. You're clearly new to this planet. I felt pity for your naivete. But I should have just killed him. Death is the legally prescribed punishment for such crimes as his. Actually, it's the legally prescribed punishment for most crimes. I should have separated him from his head. But I looked into your pleading eyes and I saw. Tegiri goes quiet. You would describe the silence as being particularly brooding. There's a lot of silences like that on this planet. Then finally, he speaks. This isn't my first time. It was just over a sweep ago, I believe. I was patrolling the Hive Batch in search of evildoers when I caught the unmistakable scent of smoke in the air. Upon pursuing the lead, I saw a hive partially collapsed, partially on fire. My instincts flared and I rushed in to help the innocent soul who was trapped there. But as I was helping the girl bandage her wounds, it occurred to me that I had just made a grievous error in judgment. Trolls below a certain age without a lucis or proper hive are considered unviable and slated to be culled. By rights, I should have put her out of her misery the moment I realized my mistake, and yet, I looked into her deep gray eyes, dulled from the pain of loss, and I sheathed my blade. In fact, even though she was hiveless and lucisless, I remain in contact with her to this day, knowing deep down that one day I must cull her, the law demands it. But I haven't yet. I don't know if I could. Why does my conviction waver at times like these? If he's talking about who you think he's talking about, you're pretty sure he couldn't kill her even if he tried. Unless I'm forgetting, the only person I can think of it being is Pulpa. But that's not the point here. The point is he's feeling some real and true and deep emotion with you. This friendship is basically in the bag. Just gotta drop some sweeping, vague wisdom that makes him feel better about potentially not being an unthinking cog in the Alternium murder machine. You offer a light suggestion that maybe what is legal and what is just aren't always the same thing? Just a little thought. Maybe he's doing the right thing, overlooking her situation because of how obviously fucked up it is to be a homeless orphan. He goes silent for a long time, chewing his bottom lip. You're naive. Naive, uncultured, unenlightened. Wow, thanks. You think the world is simple, like a cartoon for children. But this is Alternia, a land ruled by cold logic, where men such as myself must make the hard decisions. It's not easy being dedicated to the code of law. It asks much of us and gives us little in return, but it gives us order. It keeps the beast at bay. If I were to question it, what then? Would I begin to wonder if it is unjust for a blue blood to command his servants, for imperial drones to cull the infirm, for us to obey the ever-changing whims of the Alternian royalty? It takes a lot of effort to suppress your, well, yeah, but for the sake of this burgeoning friendship, you'll allow him to continue his monologue. Riots in the streets, troll killing troll, even more than usual, I mean. No, I cannot waver. These goes. These hands must remain steady and true. Though I feel a pull toward the scorching fangs of the light, I must continue my path and remain in the tender and righteous embrace of the dark. Truth be my blade, intellect my sensei, and justice my only companion on this lonely road. He goes on like that for quite a while. It all starts to muddle together in your head, and you lose count of how many times he's repeated some screed about justice and truth and being smarter than all the other trolls in the room. It honestly sounds to you like he's just lonely. You know a whole lot about loneliness and the poor management thereof. Some people throw themselves into their nerdy anime hobby, and others become obsessed with making friends no matter the cost of their mental or physical well-being. Maybe he just needs a couple good pals to remind him what it's like to have a heart. But if you try to tell him that, he'll probably just respond with another long and winding monologue, likely stolen from an anime he watched recently. Maybe you should just let him vent. You have my thanks for lending your ear. Oh, a compliment brings you out of your reverie. Nothing interrupts the old introspection machine like the opportunity to chug on the succulent ambrosia that is any kind of praise or gratitude. It's no big deal, you tell him. You're a great listener. That's what friends are for. Has he considered having more friends? Like you, for example. He opens his mouth like he's about to reiterate the whole lone swordsman thing, so you hastily try to change the topic. What's with his eyes? Most trolls you've seen have gray irises, and those who didn't follow the typical biological trend of displaying their blood color. Tegiri pauses, his grip tensing on his sword as his fangs dig into his lip. Oh geez, this must have been his closely guarded secret. Have you earned enough trust to hear it? They're contact lenses for cosplay. Oh, fair enough. Actually, is cosplaying as a different blood caste even legal on this planet? If he's doing it, it probably is. Right? You're about to ask when something distracts you, the sight of another troll standing in front of Tegiri's hive, using it as shelter from the rising sun. They're pacing back and forth with precise movements, glancing at one of the windows almost like they're plotting to break in. And when they hear footsteps approaching, they perk up and whirl their head around. Hey, wait a second, you recognize them. Oh yeah, it was Pulpa. Pulpa spots you before Tegiri spots her. Her expression is hard and stoic, eyes glancing between the two of you as she assesses the situation. And then, like she's throwing on a disguise, her face softens and she smiles. Hey Tegs. I was starting to wonder where you were, and if anime night was cancelled. Your Lucis is staring at me through the window. I think he thinks it's funny, watching me stuck outside. Roasting to death, while you're chasing Purbeasts around the hive batch. Heh, classic Tadashi. Why were you late? Just busier than expected with some work. She shoots you a sharp glance. Assembling some new mecha models. You know how it is. Yes, of course, it's all too easy to get wrapped up in one's hobby. Anyway, I didn't realize we'd have a third for once. Not to mention somebody I know. Nani? Nani? You and my new kohai have already met? She pauses, her eyes darting back and forth between you two once more. She seems to be assessing the situation, wearing a look like an assassin trying to evade capture. You recognize that look considering she was literally wearing it the last time you met. Hi! I'm hanging out with a weeb and my Moirel confirmed! I don't know, she could be... I'm worried she's still doing the fake dating thing because she doesn't want to, like, tell him that we met because she had just killed a Violet Blood. We're kinda... God, I hope. We're kinda Moirels. Whoa, that's absolutely not what you thought you were, but you kind of just nod your head and roll with it. It seems to be what she wants you to do. Oh, Moirels. Tegiri's face tightens almost imperceptibly, but you caught it. Nothing gets past your own friend-making eyes. Well, actually, a lot of things get past them, but not this particular thing. You're finally tuned to the nuances of social situations, as long as those nuances don't involve making a binary choice on which your social future hinges. Well, as you know, I'm far too busy studying the blade to pursue quadrants of any sort. A foolish waste of time. Were it not for the laws of this land, I would swear them off entirely. Are you sure it isn't that you just can't get a date? You don't have to play the mysterious loner, you know. There's other clubs you can join instead of insisting on running your own. He huffs, looking away. You hear his Lucis barking from behind the window in a tone that sounds like laughter. Fools mock that which they cannot understand. And to think I was going to congratulate you on finding love once you finish your spiel about romance being dumb. Polpa gives him a light, friendly whap, which he responds to with a smile. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! You can tell that the exchange is friendly, and not only because he's smiling, but because he's still standing. Enough banter. The harsh glare of the sun begins to crest, and we have Eastern Alternian animation to indulge in. I'll allow you both to spend the day at my hive if needed. There's space. Oh shit, a slumber party? With more than one participant even? That's got to be worth extra friend points. You are so in. Shelter from the broiling death orb in the sky barely even registers to you as an added bonus. Polpa smiles at you as the three of you enter Tegiri's hive. Tegiri covers up all his windows to block out the sun, and then starts up the new copy of his DVD, which thankfully seems to meet his standards this time. You settle in on the couch, basking in the warm glow of friendship, and prepare to lose yourself to hours of the beautiful, wonderful animes. Yeah, I assumed that if she was lying when she said we were Moirels, she would have brought it up before it ended, so Moirels confirmed! Ah. I remembered it this time. There was no thinking. I know her name. Okay. I'll be right back. Hi. I'm back. I'm back and I love my Moirel so much. Okay. Need to get closer. Both of these people look really cool. This should be fun. Well, I mean, another night, another long, long walk. Despite the blisters, you have started to feel truly optimistic. What were any? Please explain to me what any of the words I just said were. You have started to feel truly optimistic. You've got a lot going for you these days. True, you're still technically a castaway on a hostile planet with absolutely no hope of rescue. But if you're completely honest, Earth was pretty shitty too. I want to know about what Earth was up to. Sure, 98% of everyone here is a psychopath who would rip your face off as soon as look at you. But it's the other 2% that are really going to make it all worth it. Oh. Remember what I said? Both of these people looked cool. I don't. We're gonna have some Pepsi ASMR. Because I know you missed it last time, Cherise. So there you go. And I'm gonna go into one of these. Mallek first. And then I'm gonna eat some cornbread. Now we haven't so far, unless I'm forgetting somebody, the only wait, you're a Vriska blood, aren't you? This will be interesting. And maybe you're pushing your luck at this point. A reasonable person would just hit up one of their many, many new friends and find a place to crash. But the night is young, so to speak, and you have a good feeling about this particular desolate stretch of road. Can I just... Well, I was about to say, can I just stay with my Moirel, but she doesn't have a house. Can me and my Moirel crash with Sarava, though? You're just wondering where you should hide out for the day when a long car pulls up next to you on the street. You hunch your shoulders and keep walking. Hopefully they're just here for the scenery. But you are literally the scenery here. So when the back door opens and two trolls lumber toward you, you can't say you're surprised. You are a little surprised when they each grab one of your arms and drag you into the car. Up until now, you have found trolls to be surprisingly chatty. You aren't expecting the assault and ask questions later approach. The car takes off before you have time to catch your breath. You will never catch that breath. It's blocks behind you now. It's loose, and here you are without your breath, face to face with the troll who's leaning back on his bench seat, just straight chillin'. The dome light glints off his blue eyes, and with some less hip than you might describe as way too many piercings. But he has them in his ears, nose, and eyebrow. He even has a couple in his horn. His hair is shaved in a daring undercut, and his teeth are sharp. Alright, now that there's music, I'm gonna take a break to eat some cornbread. Alright. I was literally about to say. I'm trying to take another cornbread break at the next choice if the next choice isn't like within the next couple prompts. Video game. I want somebody to respond well to hostility. So, hey yourself, asshole. Oh damn. Some of your newfound self-confidence just bubbled out of you like a spit up from an infant. This is gonna go bad fast. But instead of immediately murdering you, he looks you up and down, checking you out in all your ragged glory. He smiles, slow and lazy. It does things to your guts. Friendship things. His smile stretches wider, going slightly lopsided from his piercing. He looks like he thinks what he looks like he likes what he sees, even if what he sees is you being a rude bitch. I mean, he's a cerulean, so like fair. I did just get my boys to drag you off the street. I get how that equals a little not chill. Sorry about all that. I'm Mallek. I was just wondering where I saw his name before because I purposely didn't pay attention to like the troll call. I think that's what that was called, or anything about that, because I wanted to meet them. I didn't want to know much about them until I played the game. But then I realized he's one of the most popular characters that are in the fics on AO3. That's where I just saw his name. Mallek doesn't look too sorry, but you're distracted by one of his boys who's looking at you through a familiar pair of eyes hidden behind a fall of dark bangs. Oh, Diamond! You are alive! This is the one I murdered. Hey, I was wondering if you remembered me. Remember? You doubt you'll ever forget, even with extensive therapy. Aw. Yeah, sorry about the cloak and laser bullshit. I couldn't let anybody else get their fronds on you first. These are totally normal things to say. You know. Wow, he was looking for you? Like, specifically? For sure, dude. I've been following you. Really? You feel like you would have noticed someone like him. He doesn't exactly blend in. Mallek holds up his palm husk with the Chitter app open. You recognize your own profile. Your follower count has gone up significantly since the last time you checked. Right. So everyone equals going on about this new Chitter account. Alien invasion of one. Figure it is... I'm trying to figure out what is this... Figure it's a publicity stunt or imperial propaganda. Or should it just be equals? Uninteresting, not worth my time. But then I start thinking, what if it's not? If this genuinely equals an invasion, then how the hell have they survived this long? The drone should have obliterated a coal-bait son of a bitch like you right away. That's literally what I said. They should have taken your hornless head off Perigrees ago. They haven't. Why? Equals what I keep asking myself. Then I figured out how you must be doing it. Without meaning to, you lean towards him. Have you finally found someone who understands and appreciates just how terrific you are at friendship maneuvers? Who really gets your area of study? You're a robot. Oh, god damn it. Not even close. But he's so obviously and avidly interested in you that, well, you tell a tiny little fib. It must be a reader. I'm a robot. Hell yeah. Hey, this is kind of crazy. I didn't know you were a robot. Wild. I guess that makes sense though. You did have a sixth sense for meat and where to find it. Mallek looks intrigued. A meat tracker, that equals interesting. Sure. You hope he doesn't try to test that functionality. You doubt you have another meat miracle in you, but all he does is keep giving you piercing looks in between texting furiously. Then he snaps a photo of you. Oh no, he's not gonna post that on Chitter, #robot. You can't be a hashtag, everyone will know you're lying and blow up your cover, not to mention your mentions. Don't worry about that, social media gives me hives. I have a Gorgle alert set for certain combinations of words. After Zebra's place, you're kind of expecting another lavish palace, but when you get out of the car, you see that Mallek isn't indigo. He's cerulean, like Elward and Romilly and that one girl who kept boys in cages. Ah, my good friend, Azdaja. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream. I know I said it to Ty, but like, I thought about this. Azdaja must be strong as hell, because I didn't think about it when it happened, because, you know, it's been a minute, but she shouldn't be able to mind control me, but she straight up did. Like, later on, I think you were there for that, Charisse, and if anybody else watching wasn't though, we broke into a spaceship and there was an adult cerulean. If you don't know, all the trolls on this planet are kids. There was an adult cerulean who all they could do was put me to sleep, which is what all we've seen ceruleans be able to do to humans. Admittedly, I think literally only did Arania ever try to mind control a human? I don't remember. But anyway, Azdaja must be really strong, and I don't know how I feel. I don't know. I don't like it. Also, you're starting to think people's hives have more to do with taste than caste. Amisha had a homely little art studio, and Tegiri had all those vases and shit. Before he leads you inside the apartment building, Mallek turns to Diamond and the other low blood and start messing around on his palm husk again. Nice job, guys. I'm rerouting a Scythian drone shipment as we speak. Trioff, I'm sending you those DVDs you wanted. They'll be at your hive when you arrive. The bronze blood ruffian bows to Mallek. He looks a little uncomfortable and pats him awkwardly on the arm. And Diamond, I'll send your shit to that shrub you live in. Thanks, man. You know, my offer still stands. I got a couple extra coops if you get sick of living rough. Diamond shrugs. Thanks, but I can't be tied down. Nice to see you again. You and Mallek ride the elevator all the way up to the top of the hive stem, and he leads you into a surprisingly tasteful loft apartment. Come on, my shit equals upstairs. Can we tell him that I'm not a robot? Isn't the whole apartment his shit? Yeah, technically. Let's go upstairs though. He brings you up to a higher level that has a reciprocoon shoved against one wall and a couch shoved against another, but they are both afterthoughts to just an ungodly amount of computer shit. Right when you got here, you probably wouldn't have been able to tell that that's what it was, but now you're used to Alternia's weird bug tech. Squishy and organic and almost certainly alive, at least in the way that plants are alive, though a couple wires in there are almost definitely slithering. Mallek sits down in front of one of his screens and wakes it with a single swipe of his claws. He gestures you lazily into one of the several office chairs. It squeaks as you sit down and sinks a little under your weight. He proceeds to ignore you as he slides a little pair of thin framed glasses onto his nose. How dare we not get a... Why doesn't the sprite have the glasses? Hello, I want to see this. Wait a minute. I'm suing. Typing a list of commands into a text box. Then he pushes himself across to another screen with an alert flashing on the corner. You know what this is all adding up to. He's an IT guy. No, I prefer to be called... Oh. Shit. Huh? I have this joke I do where someone calls me a hacker and I say, I prefer the term information specialist. But now that equals ruined. Oh shit, a hacker was totally your next guest. You can do it again. Nah, moment's gone. No worries. So he's a hacker? That's pretty cool and subversive. You wonder if he's part of Tizia's secret anti-government movement. You almost ask, then stop yourself in the last second. Whatever Tizia's anarchist leanings are, you aren't going to blab them to this rando cerulean. As much as you love to meet new friends, you really aren't about to throw one under the scuttle buggy for no reason. Yeah, not a lot of blues get down on this sort of thing. Gold bloods are better with tech. They got that living battery noise. You know how it goes. All the gold bloods you met have been, well, Azdaja did have that scouter thing and Kuprum hacked a phone or something. Whatever, it was a while ago. Zebede mostly just liked fanfic. Interesting. You'd think they would have programmed you with cultural stereotypes. Bro, can I tell him that I'm not a robot? Huh? Oh, right. You're a robot. You wonder how a robot is supposed to act. You sit up straighter and think about circuit boards. Mallek messes around some more on his computer and frowns. Then he frowns some more. Then he reaches down and picks up one of the thick purple wires from the mess on the ground. He pauses. Apparently he isn't sure where to stick it. He glances down and you cross your legs before he can pull up your dress up and start searching for external ports because nope, not happening, dude. I'm still in this dress. You don't have any network connection, so I've got to use an Ethernet. Don't be lame. You aren't trying to be lame. Can we just say I'm not actually a robot? You just don't want things in orifices. Eventually you compromise and let him stick it under your armpit like you're a baby having your temperature taken. You watch him tap away at his screen, marveling at the ludicrous choices you've made in your life that led you to a troll sticking a wire under your armpit because he can't find your Wi-Fi signal. You sit there as his brow furrows further and his frown gets more pronounced. His annoyance bounces him out of his laid-back, cool guy attitude. A blinking purple light flashes on his piercings. Fuck, maybe my tech isn't compatible. One of the wires is coming toward you, and for a second you think you finally got a piece of technology that's actually alive. Then you see a little flicker of movement at the end of it and realize it's a white snake with beady, intelligent eyes. Ah, a Lucis. Don't be scared, he won't hurt you. He's just checking everything out. Of course not. Why would you be afraid of a giant snake winding up your legs? Everybody is really about your legs. You need to get a pair of pants. Okay. Is the snake checking you for artificial parts? Are snakes partially sensitive to technology? Is it because they're long? Weird. This equals a radical situation. I have no idea what to make of you, dude. Ugh, you feel like such a dickhead. Can you really continue to live this lie? I'm gonna tell him I'm not a robot, which probably isn't gonna go well, but I really feel like he needs to know I'm not a robot. I'm a special robot. I'm not like other girls. But okay, yes, cornbread break. Yeah, cornbread break. Alright, I'm not a robot. You brace yourself. In your experience, dealing with the fallout of your deceptions is never pleasant. You expect him to throw you out, or at least get a snake to the face. Instead, Mallek just sags back into his desk chair, which settles with a depressed little squeal. He takes his glasses off and drops them onto his desk, palming at his eyes. It strikes you how exhausted he looks. You thought the dark smudges were eyeliner, but that might be eyeliner and despair. You wonder if now is the time to start apologizing. You are getting really good at apologies. It's chill. I was the one who grabbed you off the street. You were probably scared of what I'd do if you weren't what I hoped you were. Well, more like you were worried about the friend opportunity that was swirled down the drain. But yeah, okay. You were also a little scared. You still are. It's a total body-encompassing ambient fear that is always buzzing in the background of everything you do in Alternia. So subliminal that sometimes you wonder if it's the total opposite, the complete absence of fear. That equals deep, man. In retrospect, it equals pretty fucking stupid to assume a robot is going to solve my problems. Very true. In your limited experience, mo robots, mo problems. Yeah, it was just something new, you know? Something I haven't tried yet. What is it exactly he was trying so hard to do? He seems to be pretty well off, what with hacking drones and shit like that. Mallek laughs. Yeah, hacking drones. That equals all just bullshit. His Lucis curls around his ankle affectionately. He gives him a little nudge. His palm husk rings and he pulls it out of his pocket and just looks at it for a couple seconds. I can't deal with this right now, come on. He heads down to the lower floor, waiting at the bottom of the steps to see if you are following. You are, albeit nervously. You're having a hard time reading, Mallek. Maybe it's all the piercings. It gets worse when he calls the elevator and then stands back. After you. I don't trust like that. You expect swinging blades to come at you, but they don't. You expect Mallek to attack, but he doesn't. Just slumps moodily back against the elevator wall and closes his eyes. His palm husk rings again and his jaw tenses. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. The elevator goes past the lobby, then it goes past the basement and the sub-basement. Fuck, what's the sub of a sub-basement? Dude, what? The sub-basement is just a square dungeon-like space. Damp trickling down the walls. Your stomach crumples and your heart bounces up to your throat. Oh no. Is this Mallek's cerulean murder dungeon? A phantom pain presses against your ribs and arm. But Mallek just leads you through a gap in the wall that you initially took for a shadow. It opens into a tunnel with rough stone walls and dirt-covered floor. It's clearly man-made, or troll-made. The air grows damper and the sound of rushing water gets closer and closer. You emerge from the tunnel and find yourself on the bank of a wide underground river. Mallek sits down on the edge of the overlook. Sit down. Sorry, this equals not as comfortable as the loft. I see what number is hiding over here. Oh man, Mallek brought you to his special place. I don't know if I'd call it special, but it equals a place I come a lot. You sit down next to him. You get how this could be pretty zen, just watching the dark water flow by. The walls glow with an eerie bioluminescence, digging craters underneath Mallek's tired eyes. Also, he pulls his phone out and shows you the screen. No husk signal. This equals the only place I can really unplug. Kind of relaxing, you know? Oh yeah, you imagine the demands of being an information specialist could really put a dent in your chill. Yeah. You sit there with a rock digging into your ass and allow yourself to appreciate just how deep this gesture of trust really is. Even after you lied to him, he wants to tell you his life story. Fuck, you love life stories. You ask him exactly what he wants with your non-existent robot laurels. He said something about reprogramming drones, didn't he? Could he be part of the resistance? What? Oh, you mean all that low blood right stuff? Nah. Well, what equals even the point? That's a great way to get cold. But he helped Diamond and that other little guy. Yeah, but they're cool, and I was paying them for services rendered. Roughing you up. He nudges you with his elbow. So far I've been able to do equals reroute delivery drones, just some weak sauce shit like that. Oh, there was an all in there. That equals a pretty pathetic way to fuck up the system. You aren't sure you get what he's about. Why care about fucking up the system if you don't want revolution? I guess I wouldn't mind revolution. Alternia equals alright. Well, for me it equals alright, not for everybody. I'm not so fucking myopic to think I don't have it better than a lot of trolls. And I'm not one of those bulge biters who wank off about the sanctity of the blood and how low bloods deserve what they get. They don't. It blows. I don't blame them for feeling bad or whatever. I just gotta worry about myself. That equals all I've got energy for. Well, he does seem to be doing pretty okay. Like, he has that sweet pad. Right, yeah. For half a sweep, maybe. Then it equals all gone. Everything I've worked for, and I'm up in motherfucking space. Oh. Right, the space war. Sounds like a huge drag. Yeah, dude. He tosses a rock into the dark water below. But that equals the plan, right? If I own the drones, I own the whole system. I own the heiress. They'll all be playing my game with my rules. His eyes glint in the semi-darkness, and so does the little hint of fang when he smiles. His piercings light up like tiny points of fire. You tell him that sure sounds like revolution talk to you. Also possibly villain talk. He grins like you're flattering him. Right, but I'm sweeps away from that, and other hackers won't. I mean, I work alone. I'm not a fucking psionic. I can't use mind honey. It won't kill me the way it would a Rusty, but I definitely get the runs. And I don't have sweeps. I have months, maybe pedigrees. You ask him if he thinks things are going to be really bad for him up there in space. Like I said, I'm not a psychic, so no one equals going to turn me into a battery. They'll make me a fucking soldier or a spy. What about his hacker skills? Oh yeah, check out all my illegal activities. Please give me a good assignment. Hell no. Yeah, he couldn't really put that on his resume. If I was a high blood, I could get away with it probably, or they might think it was cute if I was a low blood. But mid-cast equals like, no way. Fuck, there's gotta be something. He pulls out his palm husk and starts frantically tapping away. Wait, you thought he didn't have any signal down here? Yeah, but I got a Wi-Fi hotspot. What am I, some kind of fucking Luddite? He gestures to one of his earrings. You aren't sure if he means his jewelry is the Wi-Fi hotspot, or if that's a troll gesture for you are an idiot. Hey buddy, you said you were gonna unplug. That's important to your mental health, isn't it? Getting off the internet once in a while? You can't really speak for yourself since you've only very recently become an internet celeb. Mallek waves you away. You make a grab for his palm husk. You aren't honestly sure why. Maybe you're trying to be flirty or playful or some shit, because everybody knows there's nothing more flirty and playful than stealing people's stuff. Bitches love that. You manage to snatch it away, but your floppy fingers fumble and you lose your grip. Mallek's phone sails over the edge of the bank and into the dark waters below. That splash is the sound of your doom. Mallek stares at the water, then he stares at you. His mouth moves soundlessly. You threw my tech in the water. Mallek puts his hand on your shoulder. Somehow, against all impossible odds, he's still gonna be chill. Wow, what a guy. Yeah. You hit the water before you know that what's happening. It isn't freezing, but it sure as hell isn't balmy either. The current grabs you and tugs you under. Your knees and elbows scrape the rocks and your dress tangles around your legs and makes it hard to kick back towards the surface. The water is so dark you don't even know where the surface is. Just when you're making peace with the fact that your grave is going to be a watery one, something grabs you from behind and hauls you upward. You gasp down air, choking in more water than anything else. 2 strong hands push you up on the bank, then begin smacking you on the back. You don't think it'll help you cough up any water, but you do think it's gonna bruise. My bad, dude. That was reflex. It was reflex. You threw my shit in the water, so I threw yours. Are you okay? You hack up one more gasp of water and give Mallek a thumbs up. He says, "What as you are," hair slicked back off his forehead. It makes his eyes look huge and impossibly blue. What fanfic writer? He jumped in to save your clumsy ass. His shirt is gone, and hey now, you know the location of 2 more of his piercings. You apologize for grabbing his phone. In retrospect, you should not have tried to be cute at the edge of a river. Yeah, you don't have to try. Hello? I mean, fuck. Mallek flushes. Right now, you just look like a drowned squeak beast. Sorry, I fucked up your rumpus robe. Can I get new clothes? I love the color purple. I'm tired of walking around this murder planet in nothing but a purple dress with no shoes. Can I please get more clothes? I mean, I guess it's better than when I was just walking around in a bathrobe. I'll lend you something. Thank you. Cool. You're kind of over this dress anyway. That's what I'm saying. Hey, Mallek twists his claws together. You aren't going to tell people what I said earlier. I'm not afraid to go off planet. I just, you know. This time you do know. You tell him his secret is safe with him, and if you find any actual robots in your travel, you'll send them his way. Thanks. Thanks. Here. He helps you to your feet. Damn, it's cold down here. I'll get you something when we get back upstairs, as long as you don't mind wearing my sign. You can't think of anything you'd like more, honestly. Friendship. Why is it written in his blood? I don't like it. Oh, I think we just keep this until the end of the game, because I'm pretty sure that's what you're wearing in Pester Quest. I'm the impossibly blue eyes. But also, apparently Mallek was thirsty too, so hey. All right. Flushed, 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 flushed. Lynera? What's all this about? What's all this about? You had such good luck making friends lately that you feel almost popular, but at the same time, you feel a strange sense of loneliness that new friendship doesn't seem to penetrate. Maybe being the only one of your species light years away from home is starting to catch up with you. Or maybe you're starting to understand why popular kids in movies sometimes seem so sad. This is Vriska? A number of trolls now like you, but do any of them truly know you? What you wouldn't give to hang out with someone you have real history with. Someone whom you don't have to do the introductory dance of, yes, I'm clearly an alien, no, I don't know what's going on. Someone whom you could reminisce about old times. Someone with you've hung out with more than once. Right now, you're on the outskirts of town, and the rocky outcrop surrounding you are familiar. You're pretty sure that the entrance to the Brooding Caverns is around here somewhere. Your heart beats a little faster. Bronia lives close to here. And talk about history. You two know each other deeply from hanging out once and then seeing her again in her ex-mate Spritz hive. Plus, you have a phone now. You have the power to text first. Get out the phone Conio gave you. Look at you go, reading an alien language and operating alien technology just fine. Does it make sense that you've learned how to read a new alphabet in weeks without anyone teaching you? Not really, but maybe your struggles with Spanish class in high school were just a fluke and you've been a secret linguistics genius this whole time. Bronia texts you back immediately, giving you directions for how to meet her in the caves. You head down, but before the J-Blood hive is in sight, a troll emerges from the shadows. At first you think it's Bronia, but you freeze mid-wave when this new troll steps into the light. Bronia doesn't wear glasses, and she's never glared at you like that. Oh. This is just another song that's on one of the albums I listen to a lot. It's you! I remember you. You were down here a few weeks ago, bothering Bronia and distracting her when we almost had a Lucis stampede. Ouch. Is that really how Bronia has described your adventures together? Maybe it's silly for something that small to hurt your feelings when another recent friend nearly got you killed in Clown Church, Clurch. But you like to think you and Bronia formed a real connection. She never made you feel like you were bothering her. A real connection? Is that why you think you can just come down here and text her? Holy shit. Is Lynera reading Bronia's messages? Does Bronia know she's been doing that? That's none of your business. Bronia and I are best friends. I'm just looking out for her. She has a lot of J-Blood responsibilities. And doesn't need anyone shifty coming in to disrupt her. You have to wonder if Bronia would agree with the statement made on her behalf. And you sure would like to see her in person and confirm for yourself. Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Why don't you tell me, what's the nature of your relationship? Why should I allow you to hang out with her? As your text message so boldly suggested. Bluffing has saved your ass in some bleak situations before, but you could also go on the offensive here. You're concerned about Bronia's privacy now. As her new friend, maybe you shouldn't just look the other way. What right does Lynera have to creep on Bronia's phone? I'm the knives. You puff up with all the self-righteousness you can muster. The nature of your relationship with Bronya is between you and Bronya. You're not doing anything suspicious by wanting to see your friend. In fact, it seems a lot more suspicious that Lynera is trying to intercept anyone who messages Bronya. What possible reason could she have to justify that? Well, I never! As I said before, I am Bronya's best friend. I take our relationship, my responsibilities as a friend, very seriously. You press the issue, narrowing your eyes and crossing your arms over your chest. Her responsibilities as a friend, huh? Sounds kind of fishy. Fishy? Are you serious right now? Are you really coming down here making fish puns like some kind of sea dweller? That is so suspicious. Who knows what Bronya decided to show you when you tricked her into trusting you? Not that we have anything to hide, but who knows? If you are at all associated with sea dwellers, then we have a pretty big problems on our hands, don't we? You've heard of sea dwellers by now, but none of your friends have talked about them much. Mostly you've gathered that they dwell in the sea. You don't know why it would be extra bad for you to be one of them, but it's clear you need to backpedal. Before you can try to disown your choice of fish-related phrasing, Lynera advances on you. Obviously, I can't let you talk to Bronya now. You're way too suspicious. I think you and I should have a private conversation instead. At least your life is uneventful when you're unconscious. There's a lot happening here. When you come to, you're sitting on a chair with your wrists tied and your eyes adjust. As your eyes adjust to the darkness, you realize that you're in a smaller cave than the big open caverns that led to the Jadeblood Hive. A light switches on and you can see that the cave walls are lined with bookshelves and there's a desk in the corner. There are books and notebooks and bulletin boards with what looks like outlines and study guides pinned to them. And in front of you is Lynera, holding a knife. How is she on less knives than before when she's literally holding a knife to my face? Oh good, you're awake. This is my study cave. In the Jadeblood Hive, it's harder to concentrate because people break the rules and I get irritated, so I come here to do homework. That's all, just homework. When you take a second look at the bulletin boards, you see that a lot of what Lynera has pinned up are pictures of Bronya. There are a few pictures of Lynera and Bronya together, but it's mostly just Bronya by herself. And even a couple blurry photos of Bronya and L-Word. What are you looking at? There's nothing to see here. She brandishes the knife in your face and okay, yeah, sure, now she and her gigantic knife have your full attention and you're not looking at her creepy Bronya shrine anymore. I brought you here because your messages to Bronya were highly suspicious. I don't know you and I don't trust you. You could be trying to see Bronya for nefarious purposes. So I brought you here to vet you. Now can we talk about what your real intentions are? So you're definitely going to die in this cave, held captive by an unhinged Jadeblood who was convinced of your guilt from the moment you dared to text her best friend. That kind of sucks. You tried so hard and you got so far, but in the end it didn't even matter. Oh come on, stop playing the victim. Okay. If anyone's the victim here, it's me. I try so hard to be there for Bronya as her best friend, but she doesn't even... Lynera stops abruptly. You see her lower lip start to tremble before she turns her face away from you. The sharp tip of the knife pointed at your throat droops a bit. Its dejected swing takes it dangerously close to your navel, and you try to subtly lean backwards in your chair. Lynera interprets the noise of distress that escapes your mouth as a noise of sympathy. It's fine though. It's really fine. Our friendship is great. I wouldn't change anything about it. It's fine as long as she doesn't have any other friends. Because I'm her best friend. I should be the only one she needs. Lynera's knife is now completely lowered, pointing at the floor. That gives you some hope. She seems to have forgotten about her Sea Dweller suspicions. Maybe if you can keep her talking about Bronya, and the whole stabbing notion can be taken off the table, and she might even let you go. You rack your brain for all the knowledge of Alternian relationship dynamics that you've managed to compile during your time here on this planet. Best friends. They have a special word for that, right? You tell Lynera that you're sure Bronya doesn't need anyone else. If she and Bronya are Moirels, then Lynera must be very special to her. What? I never said we were Moirels. That's not even the quadrant I want her in. I mean, never mind that. How dare you make assumptions? Hello, knife point again. Oh shit. All you meant to say was you thought her relationship with Bronya was probably fine. You figured they must be in a quadrant together because you're a clueless alien. You're bad. I get why you would think that. It's probably so obvious that my feelings for her are very red. Lynera hangs her head and her shoulders shake. Tears roll down her cheeks, dripping onto her crisp shirt collar and the knot of her jade green tie. I know I don't have a chance. She doesn't think of me that way. I'm her loyal friend and second in command, and that's all I ever will be no matter what. And I try to do a really good job at being her best friend, because what else could I do? If I'm her best friend, then at least I'm still in her life. At least I mean something to her. Maybe it's the fact that Lynera's knife hasn't come close to any of your major arteries for a hot minute, or maybe it's the tears. Either way, you feel sympathy encroaching on the monopoly that Abject Terror had previously maintained in your brain's economy. You've acted as a verbal sounding board or a sympathetic ear for some of your other troll friends while they dealt with crises of various kinds. Slipping into the role of a therapist for someone who's holding you hostage at knife point is a new one for you, but unfortunately it's not that much of a stretch. It seems like young trolls on Alternia have to deal with these heavy life issues by themselves, feeling so alone that they're willing to turn to an alien stranger to help them work things out. Then again, maybe life is that grim and isolating for human teenagers too, and you just never noticed before. Maybe everyone's too mired in their own shit to look up and realize that the movie's fecal matter is waist high for everyone around them too. You clear your throat and speak with as much consoling gentleness as you can muster while your head still throbs from where Lynera knocked you out. It seems like trying to be Bronya's best friend isn't making Lynera very happy. Of course it isn't making me happy. I can't keep her from having other friends no matter how hard I try. And she's amazing, so of course everyone wants to be her friend. Including you, apparently. You barely even had a chance to miss that knife before it's waving around again. Yikes. Your friendship with Bronya is nothing like her relationship with Lynera. You don't count as any kind of competition. Bronya is one of many friends to you, and while you cherish her and support her endeavors, you appreciate the joy and fulfillment that can come from having many different friends instead of depending on a single person to meet all of your emotional needs. Sounds fake! Why would I ever want any friends besides Bronya? She is my whole world. Okay, but it seems like it's painful for Lynera to be relying on Bronya to be her whole world when Bronya isn't doing the same in return. Has Lynera ever talked to Bronya about any of this? No. Never. I'm terrified to tell her how I feel. Being her best friend feels awful, but losing her would be so much worse. I can't take that risk. But if Lynera never talks to Bronya about her feelings, she'll always be unhappy because she wants more. Even if she thinks it's unlikely that Bronya feels the same way, maybe open communication with her friend could help Lynera process her feelings and move on. You know that Lynera has a big heart or blood pusher and many fine qualities, and she doesn't deserve to be stuck in this unhappy, unrequited relationship purgatory forever. Wow. You really think I have fine qualities? You try very hard not to think about the glint of that knife. Sure, Lynera has positive qualities. She seems loyal and well organized and studious and caring. Some troll out there is going to want the same kind of closeness from her that Lynera is looking for, and she owes it to herself to take actions that could lead to happiness instead of being stuck in a sad situation forever. I don't know. Maybe you're right or maybe you're wrong, but I don't want to move on. Even if I know I should. I want to be with Bronya forever. Lynera crumples to the ground, dropping the knife and sobbing into her hands. It's hard to watch someone in this much distress and not want to help them, but on the other hand, her misery has distracted her and this might be your only chance to try and escape. Let's attempt comfort and see what happens. You remember what you did for Pulpa when she was upset. Why do we keep trying to shush pat people? Sitting in a chair with both hands tied behind you doesn't make for ideal shush papping conditions, but maybe you can approximate the gesture? Why do we keep shush pat? Like, come on. Lynera is huddled crying on the floor, and you think you can maybe get close enough to lean your knee against her back or something. Hopefully that would be interpreted in the same way as a classic palm to cheek move. You inch your chair closer to her, but you lose your balance and wobble then topple forward. Lynera's discarded knife is right there, sharp edge ready to plunge right into your incoming soft body, but then Lynera moves quickly and grabs your chair and saves your life. Oh shit, that was a close one. You really could have died. She stares at the knife with huge round eyes, clearly shaken up by your near-death experience just now. Considering how often you nearly die these days, you feel more blasé about it, but you're glad it's having an impact on her if it makes her rethink the whole kidnap and stab thing. I'm so sorry. I don't want you to actually die. I saw what you were doing with that chair when you fell. You were trying for the traditional seated front hinge shush pat because I was upset. Yeah. The traditional. It was very kind of you to try and console me. I never thought you were a sea dweller, you know. Maybe what I'm doing is wrong. No knives! We're at no knives! Lynera sets her jaw with conviction and with one slash cuts you free of your bonds. You get to your feet, stumbling a bit because your leg fell asleep. You can't believe you're getting out of the situation without any blood loss. You feel positively... Oh, what happened? You feel positively elated about this turn of events, but Lynera still looks sad. You're free to go. You must think the worst of me after this. Well, you're not going to lie. This wasn't the best start to a friendship you've ever had. I mean, I feel like it's been better than when we met our Dada. So I get... Oh, I haven't seen it because I've been streaming. But horrifyingly enough... It also wasn't the worst. I've been streaming. You feel for Lynera, and you want to show her how a real friend-making aficionado gets out there and meets people. You think making new friends could help her feel less clingy about Bronya. Oh, you would really do that for me? I'm not so sure about new friends, but you do seem to know what you're talking about. You don't know where to go with Lynera to teach her how to make new friends. She is probably a bit too uptight to enjoy the music clubs you've been to, and you don't think that trolls studying in the book hive would take kindly to a lot of loud, friendly conversation. As long as nobody in the chat minds. Oh! I remember the bullshit alternative term for this. There's 3 words. I know, like, it's like bodily force something poetry. Excessive bodily force poetry. Gotcha. You decide to go to the cafe that L Word introduced you to. Thankfully, they're not having an excessive bodily force poetry night, since you're not sure that would be Lynera's scene. Overwatch? There are a number of ceruleans here, but you also spot a few indigos and teals and a cluster of defiant-looking olive bloods with some yellows all sitting together. The crowd is overall less pierced and undercluttered than it was when you were here with L Word, and the vibe is laid back, with all the trolls just sitting around and quietly chatting. You order the drinks, already taking for granted your newly acquired skill in reading troll language. Lynera is fidgeting when you sit down with her. This may come as a shock to you, but I don't get out of the caverns very much. I don't have the time. There's so much to learn about J-blood life and troll reproduction. And Bronya needs my help to maintain order. It's not very often that I have to interact with trolls of other blood colors. You're not sure what's making her uncomfortable. The trolls around here that are lower than her on the hero spectrum or those that are higher. You've worked out by now that Jade's... Ooh! Ooh! Get ready for me to never stop playing Overwatch then. You've worked out by now that Jades are right in the middle, so maybe Lynera identifies with neither the haves nor the have-nots. From what you remember, neutrality is a big concept with Jades. You assured Lynera that it's natural to be a little nervous. Most people feel like they've been stepping out of their comfort zone when they make a new friend. If there's one thing you've learned as Alternia's resident friend-making expert, is that terror and embarrassment are par for the course, but it's worth it in the end. I'm not nervous or embarrassed. I don't know. Everyone seems disorganized and suspicious and untrustworthy and unknown. You have to bite your lip to keep from laughing. It's not even funny. It's just that Lynera is hissing all her words and leaning towards you and glaring at the rest of the room, and the overall effect is weirdly endearing. Like some people put a 1950s school uniform on a feral cat. Before you can try again to reassure her, a new troll ambles up to your table. She looks friendly. That's a friendly amble. She's wearing glasses and carrying a book bag and has a teal symbol on her chest, so she might be a nerd like Lynera. This could be a good new friend to match. Hi guys, new friend. I think I've seen you around before. Do you also study at the book hive? You open your mouth to invite this new friend to sit down, but before you can respond, Lynera interjects. We were doing good on knives. That's not any of your business, is it? Why do you even want to know? Obviously, anyone who goes to the book hive to study goes there for peace and quiet. So why would you think you can bother us just because you've recognized us from there? Okay, geez. My bad, never mind. See you around never. And just like that, a golden opportunity for friendship has gone up in a puff of smoke. What was Lynera thinking, being so rude? Doesn't she want to learn how to make friends? I changed my mind, okay? There's no way I can be friends with any of the people here. I don't know them, not like I know you. Aww. You're surprised to hear that Lynera feels so positive about you when she was ready to stab you an hour ago. She takes your hand in both of her hands, squeezing your fingers tight. I know we didn't get off to a great start, and that's my fault, but I can make it up to you. We're friends now, and we'll be friends forever. And I will call anyone who ever thinks about trying to fuck with you. This is not quite the lesson you had hoped to teach her about making friends, but maybe with her fierce loyalty and possessive streaks spread out between you and Bronya, Lynera can be a little more low-key about being a friend to you both. The determined look in her eyes and the ominous glint of her glasses doesn't scream low-key, but change doesn't always happen overnight. You believe in second chances. You believe that Lynera will be capable of healthy friendships someday. Friendship! You got kidnapped but shook it off. Is she? If you say so. God, you have a headache. Is it dehydration? Only if you're thirsty for companionship. Are you hurt? Only your heart, and it aches for more pals. Is it withdrawal? Only from your addiction to new buddies. Really, there's only one cure for what ails you. Friendship. You wonder whose sweet medicine you'll be imbibing this time. Galekh. I'm just gonna call you Galekh. So this is a don't trust that face, actually. The face he makes when I'm not hovering over him. Tirona looks adorable. But so this guy A looks like almost an adult. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up right now. And also another indigo. So far we've met one. And we all know how Zebra was. All right, Galekh. Shut up. It's a chilly night. Not in a bad way, though. It's the kind of crisp air that invigorates you. You think you might just fuck around and make a new friend. You're busy breathing in a big old lung full of the stuff when you hear someone call out behind you. Excuse me, alien, I would like a word. It's phrased like a request, but delivered like a command. You don't recognize the voice, so you do some mental calculations as you turn. Whoever it is seems like they know who you are, which can be good or really, really bad. You can make it to Is that the only option for somewhere to run to? Are you sure? You can make it to Zebra's hive in a few blocks if you had to make a run for it. That's not exactly a place you'd like to take sanctuary, though, so you figure the risk of talking to this mystery troll is worth it. By the time you rotate it around to face them, you've got a big friendly grin on. This is another song that's just on one of the albums I listen to all the time. It's a bit of work to keep it there when you see who it is. Tall, sharp suit, well fitted out, curly hair, cute little Christmas tree looking horns, with an expression that screams, would pay someone else to bisect you if you call anything about him cute. It's a good thing you didn't choose to run, because last time you saw this guy, he was sprinting away from your sparkle. Oh. 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 It's... Oh. What, you've never seen a real one before? Last time you saw this guy, he was sprinting away from your sparkly self at top speeds. You'd have no chance. He strides toward you now with considerably less fear, but about as much purpose. Playing it friendly, you hold out your hand for him to shake. He takes it immediately like it's an instinct. Yes, I am Galekh Zigisi. Yes, I'm Galekh Zigisi. You are the alien. Nice to meet you officially, etc., etc. It is imperative that we speak. As a matter of some importance, I hope you will take my request seriously and follow me to my hive, where we can talk more openly. 1. We got footnotes. It's your best interest to comply. 2. Wow, okay then. We got a wordy motherfucker over here, huh? A short and sweet, hey, let's hang out would have worked on your friend thirsty self, but that's fine. You don't have anything else to be doing, so why not follow this pushy high blood back to his house? Wonderful, this way. He stays true to his word and doesn't say anything else as he leads you towards his hive, but you watch the way he clenches his teeth and flicks his eyes back at you as he walks. He's about to explode, holding it all in. You walk a little slower just to bask in the need emanating off him. MSPA reader? Still dizzy with the feeling of having your presence wanted so badly, you trip a bit heading up a wide flight of stairs, and there are a lot of them. Jesus, he could have warned you at least. You look up as you pull yourself to your feet. The stairs lead up to an old stone building covered with ivy that creeps around some pointy top windows and the tops of turrets. It looks like the kind of place a crusty old professor might walk out of, followed by a flock of khaki-clad rich boys. The door opens with a creak. You do not hear anyone debating the differences between a movie and a film in there, but you do hear bleeding? Sounds reasonable. Once inside, Galekh beckons you through the foyer into another room, this time unlatching what looks like a very tall metal baby gate to let you both in. He checks the latch twice after he shuts it, then gestures to a pair of studded high-backed chairs on either side of the fire. Please take a seat. I will make us some coffee. You will not have had any like this before, as the taste is drastically different from the slop you get at a public coffee shop. 1. You do take that seat, and you look around while he fucks with an antique espresso machine. He has a desk covered in papers, open books, and a typewriter, and along the walls are bookshelves leading up to the vaulted ceiling. Everything has an air of purposeful messiness to it, like he pulls some of his cooler titles to leave laying around for you to see. How flattering! You mentioned that this must be one of those personal jerk-off book hives Tisius was talking about. Excuse me? Oh, never mind. You clear your throat to ask him what he wanted to talk about. He hands you a cup and sits down at the other chair. Why are you saying so much to me that the text had to get smaller? Galekh. Of course, I just wanted to clear up a misunderstanding between us. 1. You may be under the false impression that I am uninformed read the attributes of rainbow drinkers. You may even think that you successfully fooled me into thinking you were one yourself when we first met. I had not previously encountered one in real life, nor had I ever seen an alien for that matter. 2. Furthermore, when I saw you before, you were in the company of one Tagora Gorjek. 3. I was making the most reasonable assumption possible given the information I had available. It makes complete sense if you think about it. He looks at you expectantly. Oh, guess it's your turn to say something. I'ma say this first one because I have a feeling he would love to be prompted to talk some more. Is that all? Man, what the fuck is this guy talking about? You thought whatever he wanted was going to be a way bigger deal. You wanted to get this straight, you say. He dragged you all the way here under a thick veil of secrecy just so he could tell you he knows what he's talking about? That he was actually right and not wrong, smart and not dumb, specifically about rainbow drinkers? Yes, 1. Is this confusing to you? I cannot have people thinking incorrect things about me. Cool, no, you were just checking. You tap your fingers on the leather arm of the chair. Is that all he wanted from you? Oh, yes, I suppose. As long as we are in agreement and you do not intend to spread any misinformation, you promise. That is great news. There is a long pause, and he looks disappointed somehow. Oh. Or maybe he wanted me to yell at him. I will show you out. Oh, man. LMAO, I don't give a shit, my dude. You laugh and then realize he's 100% serious. He really cares that much what you think of him. It reminds you a bit of you a few months ago, or a few days ago. Still, you know what it's like. You try to thread the line between humoring him and easing him out of having to care that fucking much. You tell him you'd like him even if he was a complete rube, a total rainbow drinking lore idiot, if his incompetence knew no bounds. I get it. Oh heck. If the barely contained panic in his eyes is any indication, he isn't at all placated by that. You cut off that line of friend finagling and try something you hope is a little more his speed. It must be cool to have a primary source sitting in his own jerk-off book hive though, right? He exhales, gathering himself a little. I am not sure why you keep calling it that, 1, but I do admit I am interested in the chance to learn more about you. His fingers twitch. You hope he doesn't mean it in the, creepy dissection kind of way. You are free to leave, right? You glance anxiously at the locked baby gate. What? Of course you can leave. Just because I am a high blood does not mean I am a fucking sadist, 1. My interest in you is purely academic and friendly, 2. Furthermore, that gate is not for you, 3. You do definitely worry about it, but not in a present, actionable way. Just in the sort of under-the-surface self-preservation way you've worried about, everything that's tried to end your run here on Alternia so far. Plus, he offered you friendship. You'll reach your heart into that monkey trap any day. Hell yeah, then. You throw your arms out, toss your head, and tell him you're all ready to be studied and subsequently friended. Galekh doesn't pounce right on that, though. Mostly he looks uncomfortable, which doesn't stop him from talking. I do have considerable interest in understanding the pathos of the alien. What I really want to know is what makes you so magnetic. An observable criteria points to you not being much to look at, but there seems to be something about you that draws people in. 1. That isn't even on the top 100 list of insults you've heard since landing, so you brush it off just fine. Plus, you've had it on good authority that your legs are nice. You flex those bad girls in order to give yourself a little self-esteem boost. I was wondering if you had emissarial status, but the more I learn about you, the more difficult it becomes to make any sense of your plans. Accounts of your activities contradict each other at almost every turn. You are either the most suave and well-connected plenipotentiary I have ever heard of, or you are running around with no clue of what you're doing, and somehow it works out for you anyway. 1. You mean, it's worked before. A low, frustrated clicking rumbles in his throat. He puts his coffee inside and crosses his legs. This is the sort of thing I'm talking about. I know about all your antics, leg-based and otherwise. I cannot work out what the draw is, 1. Why do people like this? He seems pretty fixated on this. You wonder if perhaps he has some hidden reason for wanting to know why other trolls might be into your freaky little self. Some sort of personal interest in another troll's friendship decisions and inclinations and interests. Just, maybe. You wait for him to blush, but he doesn't. He does start talking very quickly though. First of all, I do not know what you mean by that. I do not base my self-worth on anything so external. Hypothetically, if I did happen to be invested in what somebody else thought of me, I would not tell you about it, 1. Furthermore, just because I am not a freak does not mean I do not have desirable traits. You think he'd probably keep going forever, now that he started letting it all out. There's a sound behind you that shuts him the fuck up. You both turn to see his Lucis, a big scruffy goat, gently headbutting the baby gate. It looks extremely friendable. I'm very interested in this option. Feed the beast. As much fun as it is to get monologued at, you opt for a change of pace and ask Galekh if his goat is a good boy. If you call breaking into my book hive and eating important chapters of my manuscript good, then yes, 1, he's the best, 2. He sighs when he says it, a mix of frustrated and fond. You pull an apple-adjacent fruit from your hoodie pouch. You never know when you might have to spend the day hiding in an alley, so pocket snacks that don't make you puke are extremely useful. You offer it to the Lucis, and he uses his teeth and tongue to pull it to him through a hole in the grate. Nice. You don't have to have a crisis about whether or not you should let him in the room, because once he's swallowed his snack, he trots back down the hallway. You mosey over toward Galekh. You mosey over toward Galekh, plop back down in the chair, and let him know that you're ready to get this fact exchange party started. You wonder to yourself what kind of information actually exists about aliens, you mean humans, on Alternia. The fact that you have started thinking of yourself as the alien is mostly fine, you figure. It's what the trolls vibe with, which is what you're all about, but in the end, but it could be cool maybe to hear about the history of humankind from their perspective. You've been curious, and if anyone would know, it'd be this fucking nerd. So you ask. There is absolutely nothing. I have read all kinds of report on other alien races. Of course, I can pull those for you if you would like one. As for your species, I can confidently say there is no recorded history of your kind on Alternia. Oh, wow. So you're the first of your kind to visit, huh? You flex again and brag that maybe that's the secret to why everyone is so hot for your friendship, but even Galekh can tell you're not really feeling it. If you say so. Are you some kind of high blood equivalent back home? Is that why you're so friendable here? 1. What's your planet's system of government and where do you fit into it? What are your main offered exports? What are some defining moments in your species development? Have you formed any bonds here that you would say fit your planet's equivalent of the quadrant system too? You're not ready to take the space SAT. You're too busy trying to sort through the idea that you are literally the only option for him to learn any of this shit. The only one of your kind around. You feel like the frame surrounding your life has shifted, like everything around you zoomed out to the widest angle, with you a tiny speck in the corner, invisible to the naked eye. Ooh, maybe you should sit down. Ah, fuck, you were already sitting down. Maybe you should lie down. You crawl onto the floor, which Galekh probably won't like, but you're too busy having an existential crisis to care. God damn it, that's a lie too. You definitely still care what he thinks of you. It isn't the first time you felt overwhelmed by your situation since you landed. It isn't even the 100th, honestly. It's just that you kind of always had a back pocket assumption that there'd be some way out of this. Sure, you're having fun making friends and allies, assembling a new wardrobe, and picking up weird survival skills. It just hadn't quite hit you that this might be all that's left for you, for real. Is this floor wiggling another alien friendship ritual I do not grasp the allure of, or are you spontaneously suffering one? Please stop whatever this is. You want to answer him, but words feel so far away in this moment. You try to call up how you crashed, or what the ass you were doing in a spaceship to begin with. Are you even a certified astronaut? Do you have an advanced degree? Do you have hands? Your vision blurs and you feel queasy. You need air. A lot of it. You run towards the closest available source, a wide window. Defenestrating yourself is maybe not the best option. Fenestrating, I know words. Defenestrating yourself is maybe not the best option, but it's the one you're currently the most emotionally attuned to, so it's what the fuck you do. Luckily, the planes of the window open like French doors and you're still on the first floor. You spill out without breaking any glass or limbs. Behind you, Galekh hollers. It still feels nice outside. You lay there and breathe in and out and try to pull your shit together. From your prone position, you see Galekh put one leg over the windowsill, shake his head, and then pull it back and turn away. He certainly looks fit enough to be able to manage that leap, but of course he wouldn't bother. He should give up on your hot mess of an alien self. You're fine wasting away out here like yesterday's banana peels anyway. You're ready to take a depression nap You're ready to take a depression nap right then and there when you hear the front door open. Galekh is stomping toward you, flushed and fuming. He looms above you, his large frame quaking with anger. Listen here, you little shoot maggot. I have opened my home to you. I have opened my mind to the possibility of understanding you, despite multiple instances of you not offering me the same courtesy. I only wanted to correct your misconceptions about me, and have a chance to exchange some cultural understanding. 1. No, you sit up and promise that he's been great. The best and smartest friend you've made yet. A great host. Excellent, even. It's not his fault you're not clicking like you do with other people. If that were true, why would you spend this entire visit acting like a fresh-hatched idiot? At this point, I have to conclude that you are mocking me and my genuine interest in you. There's no other explanation for your behavior. 1. You try to explain that you were just in your feelings, but he stops humoring you. He turns on his heel and stops back inside. You want to hope that he'll come back, the drive to understand outweighing the drive to be done with your sorry ass, but you know he won't. You drag yourself to your feet and start the slow, lonely walk back to somewhere, anywhere else. From the window, his Lucius cocks his head to the side and softly bleats his goodbyes. It bad end. Alright. Let's try that again. Let's not feed the goat. Stay on topic. Please ignore him, 1. He just wants to get in here and cause problems. You think hard to yourself about this. You really want to go pet the big goat dad, but you want to dish about this guy's love life even more. You heard some about the situation from the other side, of course, but you really shouldn't let Galekh know that Tegiri tells you about their tentative and awkward pitchish flirtation, unless you know it helps you get more friends. No, You slap your own cheek to snap yourself out of it. No secret spilling. Galekh leans away from you against the back of his chair. Fuck, you are really not doing anything to change my impression of you. You have an idea. You cut him off before he can monologue you to death. You tell him that it sounds to you like what's really bothering him, a regular, non-freaky guy, is that he's jealous of your free-spirited friendability. He wants what you've got. He glares at you, his breathing quickening. Ooh yeah, that hit a nerve. I do not want anything of yours, one. Interrupting him has worked pretty well so far, so you try it again. Let's cut the shit, you say. There's no reason for him to hide anything from you. First of all, you already promised to like him no matter what. Secondly, you know what it's like to want to impress someone. And finally, you know all about how to be a huge motherfucking weirdo. So, why doesn't he let you show him how to walk on the wild side? He can take a few pointers from Alternia's biggest freak, and you can see the ensuing makeover montage already, and you start bouncing a bit in your seat. I have zero interest in... Okay, that won't do it. You try one more tactic, telling him you guess he just doesn't mind not knowing shit about how to be a freak. Oh, Galekh, they'll say. Smart at how to be boring and real big dumbass about the weird stuff. Ah, I see what you're doing, one. It stands to reason that allowing you to broaden my horizons with your alien ways will only serve to increase my cultural competence. Great, so what'll it be? Shopping for a new, more casual suit? Or something wilder? Spicy undergarments? Dyeing your hair? Other weirder body mod? And Galekh's eyebrows shoot up. That last one sounds interesting. Wow, he's really expecting to go whole ass, huh? You weren't expecting that from this guy, but you guess maybe he's waiting for an excuse to try something. That or he really can't deal with not being Alternia's biggest obnoxious know-it-all. Go big or get cold, as they say. Damn, that probably is what they say. Anyway, you can't wait to get this show on the road. You tell him you even know a guy that can probably help him out. Will he be discreet? I'm willing to leap into this, but I do need to protect my privacy, of course. Oh, for sure. You mean like, probably. His brow furrows either at your continued interruption or your hesitance, so you waste no more time and whip out your palm husk. You pull up the secret gripe profile you got Mallek to make sure you can keep in touch and call him up. What's up, Robo Buddy? You get right to it and tell him you made a new friend who's looking to get a new hole put in him. Behind you, you hear Galekh choke on his coffee. Artistically, an aesthetic hole. Galekh shrugs weakly, his eyes still wide. Or something similar. Hell yeah. Anything for you, bud. Mallekh's eyes dart from your face to the room behind you. You're not sure how much he can see through the screen, though. My gear equals easy to pack, so I'll be over soon. I'll bring options. You start to give him directions, but he stops you. Don't worry, I know exactly where you are. Your palm husk equals low jacked. Figured you'd be cool with that. See you soon. Mallek hangs up and you grin at Galekh to reassure him. This seems like a manageable situation. He offers you more coffee, which you take because you're a polite guest. Galekh starts ideating in a small leather-bound notebook. So you mostly watch listening to him explain the brainstorming process. He sips and listen to him explain the brainstorming process, take sips, and wish the goat would come back. Eventually, you hear soft footsteps approaching. Galekh jumps when Mallek opens the baby gate. How did you get in the front door? I hacked it. Galekh's mouth opens and shuts a few times. His eyes dart between your and Mallek's matching hoodies. Oh no. Just kidding. Your operation equals pretty low tech for an indigo, unfortunately. Your Lucis let me in. Anyway, I'm Mallek. And from behind him, a proud bleeding. Hell yes! Galekh looks around and wrings his hands. There's a lot going on all of a sudden. He points to you. You, alien, hold on to my Lucis. He cannot be unsupervised in here or he will eat everything. As for you, Mallek, hello, my name is Galekh Zagisi. Welcome to my hive, 1. That is not a problem. I hear you want to get freaky. Galekh tugs the bottom of his suit jacket, straightening it reflexively. Poor dude. You want to tell him you're proud of him for going so far out of his depth, but he seems to be holding his own here. Plus, the goat really wants to make a snack out of some old paperbacks. You take your job seriously and hold on tight to its neck. Yes, that is correct. I hear you have the tools to help me achieve this. I'm open to a wide range of modifications, one. My notebook has some sketches, too. You want to dutifully look and not touch, too, but wrangling a big goat is a full-time job. Mallek holds up the notebook for you both to see. Wow, Galekh's not a bad artist, actually. Still, you had to kind of turn your head and squint to make out what's going on in a couple of the sketches. You guess there are still a few surprises left for you in this brave new world of troll anatomy, huh? You point to the sketch and you like the best with one hand as you scramble to hold a fistful of wiggly lucifer in the other. Yeah, I can work with that. Hell yeah, button up, get some layers off. Galekh flicks his eyes to you and you give him a big supportive thumbs up. You look politely away when he starts taking off his jacket. Instead, you focus on your job, and oh, you have some pocket snacks. You pull out some mostly not bruised fruit and offer it to Galekh's Lucis. He chomps it up readily and calms down a bit. Geez, can't Galekh afford food for this guy? He eats plenty, one. Galekh doesn't take off his undershirt, but he does roll up the bottom of it before leaning his forearms against the back of one of the chairs, exposing the broad palette of his hips and back. That design does capture an ineffable facet of my core self. Get going on it. 1. I assume I do not need to spell out any potential consequences if you stray from the artistic vision, correct? Mallek rolls his eyes and pulls out a tattoo gun. It looks mostly how they do on Earth, but with a strip of greenish, almost biological light. Don't worry, your blood color is crystal clear. Galekh winces at the first press of the gun to his skin, or maybe it's lasers? There's a glow happening back there. With the Lucis sated, you're free to see what's going on, so you climb into the chair Galekh's leaning against the back of and peek over to watch. So what's the deal with this anyway? Tattoos don't seem much like your vibe. There's no specific reason. I am simply fleshing out my worldly experiences, 1. Attaining visceral knowledge of a new kind. He's checking off something from his bucket list, you helpfully add. Galekh flushes bright blue and jerks backwards, screeching like you haven't heard since you first met and traumatized him. Oh boy, you have no idea how, but that was apparently extremely the wrong thing to say. Watch it. Oh! Oh. You're gonna make me fuck up your ineffable vision. No need to flip your think pan. Gotta do what it takes to find a bucket, buddy. I've been there. Galekh stares decidedly into the middle distance as he breathes in and out and repositions himself against the chair. That is extremely not what this is about. I am perfectly capable of fulfilling my propagational duties, 1. This is not a thing I have to do, it's a thing I want to do too. If it happens to spark conspicuous interest, so be it, 3. Yeah, whatever, I don't judge. You only have the barest grasp on what they're discussing here, but things are starting to click into place. You don't want to embarrass your potential new friend by calling him out on his crush even further, or by implying that he can't find anyone to fill a quadrant with. You tell Mallek that Galekh is making his decisions based on his own personal, emotional, self-educating journey, and that's all. Yes, that's the heart of it, exactly, 1. Galekh smiles at you, and it's crooked and stiff on his face like he hadn't expected to put it there. You smile back and place your hand on top of his, white-knuckled against the back of the chair. He winces in pain only once more before Mallek steps back, tilting his head to admire his handiwork. That'll do it. Galekh rolls his shoulders and twists his body around to check his new ink. Satisfied, he turns to extend his hand to Mallek. Thank you for your time on such short notice. Would you like to stay too? Mallek shakes his hand but cuts him off there. No thanks, I'm not much for the after party. See you around, Robo-Bud. Nice to tat you, Button Up. He tosses the gear back into his bag and nods at you both. On his way out, he passed the goat's head, now placid. One new friend is enough for the day, I suppose. Thank you for encouraging me to try something new. 1. I still do not completely understand you, but your penchant flinging yourself wholeheartedly into precarious situations is fascinating. That's what you do best. You grin uncontrollably at the compliment. I might try employing that tactic a bit more in my daily life if it will lead to newer, deeper grasps with the troll condition, such as such, I have 2 confessions for you. He takes a deep breath and gets the rest he takes a deep breath and gets the rest out all in one go. 1. I knew only an elementary amount of information about rainbow drinkers before I met you. And 2, the reason for my frond hinge jerk reaction at the time was because of my Gorget-shaped blind spot. 1. You graciously do not let on that those are 2 of the most obvious pieces of information you've ever encountered. Galekh clears his throat and thrusts his palm husk towards you. Now that we've taken care of that, take a photo. 1. He turns around and you lovingly set up the shot. On his hip bone is a modest rendition of his sign, in indigo of course. It's framed by 2 springs of pine crossed under it in a V. The look on his face as he turns back over his shoulder for the camera is the most self-satisfied thing you've ever seen. When you hand Galekh his palm husk back, he fucks with it for a minute, and then it starts buzzing with notification after notification. He looks up at you, a smile creeping into the corner of his mouth. He bites it back like he's not sure what to do with undefinable happiness he's experiencing. He hates it. This picture. Wait. Yes. Tirona. So here you are, in jail. You always knew you would end up here eventually, but you were expecting a human jail, not this. It all happened so fast. You were waltzing down another Alternian street in search of friends when you heard the telltale sound of machinery behind you, and before you could escape, some giant metal drone with a rocket ass scooped you up and flew away with you. You were honestly surprised that the drone didn't execute you on sight. They've tried to do that before, after all. Perhaps your numerous shenanigans have grown so vast and ridiculous, someone wants to see you in person before you die. If only you had the chance to ask... If only to have the chance to ask you what the fuck. In any case, you aren't complaining. Not about being brought in alive, at least. You have plenty of other things to complain about, though. This cell sucks. It's hard, it's cold, it's full of this gross-looking moss that could probably kill you since everything else on this planet sure can. There's a couple of patchwork holes in the back wall of your cell, which aren't enough to wiggle your way out through, but they are enough to let in the light from outside. You've been in here since a few hours before dawn, and now it's midday, which means scorching rays of sunlight are streaming their way into your cell and forcing you to dart around to the shadiest spots as the sun makes its way across the sky. And if that weren't enough, it's also hammering rain outside, which really isn't doing much to stimulate the sunlight. And you think the rain might be acidic too. Fun. Intermingled with the rain, you've been hearing some sounds coming from other rooms. Interrogations maybe? Torture? Whatever it is, you're not a fan. And would somebody please fix that leak in the roof? If you had to listen to one more drop of water exploding onto the floor like a nuclear fucking bomb, your shit is going to take an extended sabbatical from the handle. To conclude, it's not great. You'd like out right now, preferably. Now? Oh, goddammit. You were hoping that someone would conveniently appear in time with your internal monologue, but no such luck. Oh. Okay, whew, there she is. Your new savior is small, probably the smallest troll you've met so far. With the possible exception of Amisha, she looks about as young as Amisha as well. She's got wild pigtails sprouting from her head and a twitchy look in her eye, like she's going to start sprinting the second she hears a sound. She opens your cell door with a creak and gestures down the hallway with a quick jerk of her head. Come on, with me now, quickly. Head down, keep quiet, no asking questions. I mean, let's follow her. You follow her down the hallway, keeping as quiet as instructed, even though you have so many questions you want to ask her. Questions like what her name is, or where you are, or why they haven't fixed that fucking leak in the roof. Instead, you just hurry closely behind as she takes you to a stairwell in the back of the building and up multiple flights of stairs. Peeking out the window of each door you pass, you see what seems to be an evidence locker, and then a row of tightly packed cubicles, and then a long winding hallway. This is where she opens the door and ushers you through. The hallway is full of electronically locked doors with troll signs on them, the overwhelming majority of which are teal. The only other presence here seems to be automated cleaning robots. You are unsurprised to see that troll Roombas come with their knives pre-attached. She punches a series of numbers and letters into a keypad beside one of the doors, bearing her sign and name, and then slips inside, and you follow. Whew! Here we are, my hive away from hive. You can be a bit louder now, but no shouting, that'd just be weird as hell, buddy. Oh, and my name is Tirona, by the way. You politely refrain from shouting as you introduce yourself to her. Tirona pulls up her chair and sits down at her husk top, tapping some keys. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and access your files in our system. Shouldn't be too hard to find since you're a weird alien, and yep, here we go, that's what we're looking for. Time to make a few edits. She leans in, fingers flying quickly over the keys. She's absurdly fast on a keyboard, her eyes darting back and forth across the screen. Now, normally I wouldn't pull anything this risky, and I certainly wouldn't be helping out a criminal, but I have it on good source that you're not the kind of person we should be letting rot in a cell, or worse. Right now, you're in a system on a lot of weird and serious offenses, but you and I, we know the only thing you're really guilty of is trying to keep your head and shoulders attached, yeah? Just gonna click here, delete a few things, and there we go, you're clean. Wow, just like that, huh? You thank her profusely and even begin to consider groveling at her feet, but she cuts you off. Listen, I'm just doing the grunt work for you. Wasn't really my decision to spring you. Let's just say you and I have a mutual friend, wink wink, nudge nudge. I run errands for him sometimes in exchange for information, and I just happen to be pulling an all-dayer over here anyway, so I was in the right place at the right time. This mutual friend of yours sounds like a dead ringer from Mallek. Wow, knowing a cerulean in high places is already paying some great dividends. It beats our data at least. Azdaja. All you got from her were some really weird DMs on Twitter from her stream followers. Anyway, speaking of being in the right place, what is this place anyway? This place is, well, it's a lot of things. Jail and courthouse and office and a whole lot more. Basically, if you're a teal looking to learn how to do teal things, this is where you go for hands-on internship. Internmanship. Most of it is law-related, of course, but there's a couple of semi-related fields for the go-getters looking to do something a little different. Like me. Yep, I bet you're just dying to know what I get up to in these hallowed halls, don't you? Surely a brilliant mind like Miss Kaksund is doing some real important work here is what I bet you're thinking, and you are absolutely correct, my friend. Feast your ganderbubs on this! A few clicks of wriggly bulbous mouse and her husktop loads up several images. You glance at the screen and the recognition center in your brain goes haywire with dopamine. Alien culture or not, you know memes when you see them! God, you missed memes! Check it out, check it out. They're all a little corny, but I know Triz is gonna love them. She's a real sucker for this kind of thing. One of them is an image Marco featuring Trizza doing her makeup with the caption, "Trizza's so hot, rebels are so not." Another seems to feature a troll brains. At the least, you hope those are brains, of varying sizes and hemo colors. Being a rebel is the small maroon brain, sympathizing with rebels is the medium-sized olive brain, and worshipping Trizza is the giant purple brain. These ones will be growing up on the web soon, but for now I've got plenty other means circulating. See, I made a bunch of fake Chitter accounts and got some techie troll to automate them for me. He was hyped out. He was hyped out the excitement nub to do some work on Triz's behalf, I tell you. Some of these accounts are just pretend to be regular trolls, and others are best jokes nightly, big, funny, relatable laugh humor, you know. They're racking up the follows as we speak. And the point of them is to put these Trizza memes out there. That's how you get them. You start with a couple innocuous jokes and cute purr beast pics, and then boom, suddenly you're spreading the good word of the empire, and everyone accepts it because your Chitter account is so funny and hip. I call it, memaganda, and it's gonna be the next big thing, I tell you. It does seem like a pretty clever way of spreading propaganda, really effective on today's modern youth. It also deeply unnerves you, but you leave that part out. There's just something wrong about memes being used for evil. Thank you. I'm glad someone appreciates all the hard work I'm doing here instead of just brushing me off. I've had to do a lot of overtime putting out propaganda for the Empire lately, just between you and me. Although that ain't exactly much of a secret anymore. There's talk of a rebellion brewing, like a real actual big scale one, instead of just a bunch of highbloods getting paranoid because a Burgundy looked at them funny. It's pretty scary actually, and I hope we won't get swept up in all of it if something nasty breaks out. Yeah, that's the vibe you've been getting. You're about to ask for more info about this rebellion when she cuts you off and keeps rambling on. Seems like she's got a lot to say. You get the impression that nobody else here listens to her, possibly because she's still so young compared to most of them, but saving you from a jail cell is a good way to get you to pay attention. But here's the thing, despite being a whole lot of potential trouble, it's also a great opportunity to show the Empire just how invaluable my skills will be for them. See, I've got this all planned out. First, I need to prove to Trizza how useful and clever I am, and how helpful I can be for her regime. Then, when Trizza comes of age, she'll dethrone the current Empress and take her place. Most trolls just love Trizza, and those who don't are going to get themselves cold real quick, so I'm sure she'll have plenty of support when the time comes for their duel. Once she's in full power, I'll snag myself a nice position as her propaganda minister, and if I'm real lucky, I can wheedle my way into being assistant to his honorable tyranny itself. His honorable tyranny? You don't think you've heard of this guy before. You assume he's a particularly high-ranking troll in the legislative process? Oh no, he's just a fuck-off huge monster who passes judgment on criminals by eating them. Or eating anyone who bugs him, really. He presides over particularly noteworthy trials, especially at the extreme court. In retrospect, you should have known. If monsters can be parents, they can surely be judges too, but what exactly is the appeal here? Who wouldn't want to be big and handsome and strong enough to devour anyone who annoys you? It's the perfect life, I tell ya. Fair. As it stands, since I can't be him, I can at least be his best buddy and most perfect little helper. And besides, doing all the behind the scenes work is a lot safer than trying to actually hunt down or prosecute criminals, I'll tell you that much. I mean, yeah, he might eat me, but that's just a normal workplace safety hazard, really. Nothing I can't handle. She really does have it all planned out, doesn't she? You're impressed. Thank you. But I can't do it all alone. I'm going to need some help along the way from a very talented and clever associate or two. I bet you know who I'm talking about. Her Lucis? Her classmates? No, dummy. Sheesh, here. I'm trying to butter you up and flatter and it flies right over your think pan. I'm talking about you. I need your help. And I think after bailing you out of that jam, I've earned it, wouldn't you say? I rake my claws down your back and you rake yours down mine dealy, you know? Troll idioms are still as inscrutable as ever, but you do know a thing or two about claws and about helping people earn their good graces. What's she need? You've ever heard the old adage, teals talk? And well, a lot of teals have been talking about the strange alien going around getting all buddy-buddy with the cast. The way I see it, someone like that might know how to get me into their offices and dig up some dirt on them and their potential rebel connections. Well, Tirona. I keep saying they should start selling out for grander scan tech, but nobody ever listens to me. No how. A regular old password system ought to be enough, right? Ha, they wish. Yeah, they really wish those locks were as secure as they think they are. You can figure out the codes no problem, I'm sure. What do you say, pal? How's about you help me help the Empire and root out the rebel scum? Oof, you're not particularly keen on betraying your friends, but you do owe Tirona a favor now, and you love to make another pal while you're at it. There's gotta be some way you can maneuver your way out of this mess. You tell her, sure, you'll offer him to help. If you're going to hit up someone's office, it should be, well, obviously not Tizius. You know Tegiri? Fuck that guy. Tegiri, I don't care about you. After mulling it over for a while, you decide Tegiri is the safest choice. Sure, he's the guy with the sword, but he's also by far the least likely to harbor rebel sympathies, so you won't be getting anyone in trouble here. Yeah, Tegiri. Now that's an interesting choice, I'll tell you what. He's always sucking up to the purples and trying to make himself look cool and knowledgeable about law stuff. So you think he'd be clean, but maybe, just maybe, it's all a front. I'm working on a video about rebel sympathizers right now, and actually that's one of my big bold points that I go over. How sometimes the guy trying too hard to look like he's on the level is actually far off the level as far off the level as it gets. So yeah, let's see what this guy is hiding, why don't we? Moseying on over to his door, you consider the keypad. This shouldn't be that hard a password to guess. It's gotta be the name of one of his favorite animes, right? You punch one in and nope, a buzzer sounds. You try another, nada. But to your delight, the door clicks and begins to slide open after the third anime title. You glance over your shoulder to see Tirona beaming at you from right behind you, then turn back to the door and, yikes. A katana comes swinging out towards you on a wire, and you narrowly dive out of the way before it connects, crashing to the floor in the process. You groan and stagger back to your feet, and hear a familiar voice sounding from a speaker in Tegiri's room. Foolish evildoer. Did you really think it would be that simple? You've fallen for my trap. Your 3 pitiful guesses were all it took to seal your doom. Not that it's going to get you any good while you bleed out on the floor. Sayonara, trespasser. The message seems to cut off there, but then there's some muffled sounds like a microphone being moved. What do you think, Tadashi? Is it going to look so cool when I show it off to my colleagues? You breathe a sigh of relief. That katana was aiming right at your head. You almost got skewered. Talk about a close one, right, Tirona? Tirona? F. I guess Tegiri, because I care about him less than Tizias, who I know is literally a rebel. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. He's real smart and a good talker, and he's always got the latest gossip, so you'd think he'd be my kind of guy. But he's also just such a sleaze, like a real creepy creepster. Not to mention he charges out the sniff tube for all his info. No thanks, I'll handle it myself. Ooh, but imagine the scandals if he turned out to be a rebel all along. I really hope we find something on him here. After some elite hacking, that is, punching his wriggling day into the keypad, the door to his office clicks open, and the two of you slip inside it and you glance around. You are immediately reminded of his hive, almost eerily reminded of it, in fact. Did he just order copies of all the same minimalist aesthetic furniture and have them sent to his office? That's, well, you don't know exactly what it is, but it's certainly impressive. You know, I'm not sure if that vase is regulation. Take a picture just in case, will you? Sure thing. And if you happen to accidentally delete the picture later, well, actually you have accidentally deleted a bunch of pictures before. Figuring out your troll phone has been an ordeal. You line up your camera to take the shot and oh fuck. As you were about to press the button, your phone receives an incoming call from someone and you ended up hitting answer call button instead. Now you're going to be trapped in a social encounter that you weren't mentally prepared for. No! Wait, it's just Tegiri. That's no problem at all. He's gregarious and easy to talk to, and you're standing in his office. Fuck. Again. Throwing on your most practiced, everything is perfectly fine expression, you try to angle the camera so he can't tell where you are. My apologies for bothering you on such short notice. Recently, I've learned through the grapevine that you may have been responsible for certain changes in, Zagisi's attitude as of late. I thought it might be prudent to let you know that... Wait, is that my office? Did you break into my office? No, God, no. It's not his office. It's just, an office that coincidentally happens to look exactly like his. His face has been frozen mid-smile, and now it slowly seems to twist, until the smile doesn't look nearly as friendly or genuine as it did a moment ago. He starts to laugh, a little raspy chuckles under his breath. I see. More the fool was I to ever believe I could trust a fellow liar. Is this Galekh's work? No, it can't be. He doesn't do that kind of subterfuge. It was all just a game to you. Yes, that must be it. Of course it was. You're not here to make friends. What? No, that's exactly what you're here to do. The bills I so graciously forwent for your sake. Ha, well, no matter. You can expect a very hefty invoice to arrive via email as soon as I finish typing it up. No, please no. It doesn't have to end this way. You're just trying to secure another friendship. He knows how it goes, right? Saying or doing anything for a bit of social gain? Oh, but of course. And I would be very happy to continue our business relationship in the future, once I've been reimbursed in full for my time and expenditures. Farewell. He ends the call and his face disappears. The friendly little boo sound that Gripe makes cannot possibly underscore the finality and tragedy of the situation. Your heart truly is broken. But hey, at least you can trade one friend for another, right? Now that she's seen what you're willing to sacrifice her, surely Tirona will... Tirona? Ah, shit. At some point while you were distracted, she made a break for it. Now you're left with naught but a hefty find and an ache in your chest where friendship used to be. Why must I go investigate Tizia's? I don't want to. It's got to be Tizia's. She runs a tight, if sleep-deprived ship. You'll give a good try, fail to find anything useful, and Tirona will appreciate your attempt. Tizia's, huh? Yeah, she's got that vibe to her, you know? She talks a lot about improving the justice system, and what kind of person does that, huh? A rebel sympathizer, that's who. The Alternian justice system has worked just fine for hundreds of sweeps. The only person who ought to be proposing changes is Trizza herself, but obviously there's nothing to change or she'd have done it already. Anyway, this is Tizzy's door right over here, so why don't you start working your magic? An idea comes to you. You start tapping away at your phone, much to Tirona's chagrin. Hey buddy, we're trying to break into someone's office. This is no time to play Fappy Talon Screecher. You explain that you're looking up Tizia's on your phone to consolidate information and improve your chance of guessing her password. Oopsie! Sorry, you're just a little antsy here, I guess. Carry on. Turning to the keypad, you start inputting your guesses. You try the birthday listed on Tizia's Chitter profile. Nope. Even the name of her matesprit doesn't work. Then something clicks. Everyone expects a long, complex password, right? You tried just 2 paltry digits instead, 69. God, imagine if you didn't know anything about, about like the sufferer. It's the cancer symbol, guys, I swear. Click. The light goes green and the door to her office slides open. Bingo. Feeling pretty chipper about your breaking and entering skills, you usher Tirona inside with an exaggerated bow. She cackles and skips right in, making her way over to the husk top sitting on Tizia's crowded desk. There's papers and old mugs lying around everywhere, and the rest of the room is about as disorganized as the desk, with towering stacks of books threatening to collapse if you so much as breathe wrong. The Empire already monitors online communications, of course, but we've got tools for those sneaky sneaks who try to hide things off the cloud. Tirona produces a small device, bright red with gold accents, and plugs it into what appears to be a USB slot on the husk top. It wriggles upsettingly. I'll go through her files and you start looking for all those books and folders, okay? You offer a thumbs up and turn your attention to the absolutely massive pile of literature that is strewn throughout the office. You're not really giving it your full effort, hesitant to pry into Tizia's stuff. But you get the sense that she isn't hiding anything here anyway. Behind you, Tirona is clicking through the folders on the husk top, exasperation in her voice steadily growing. Useless school feeding assignments, copies of court transcripts, a bunch of nudes. It's all just normal teal stuff. There's nothing incriminating on here at all. Where is she hiding it? Tirona pulls away from the husk top and dives into a stack of books with gusto of a small child in a ball pit, ripping through pages as quickly as she can. It isn't long before she gives up that pursuit too, emerging from the pile in a shower of loose pages. Ugh, why can't I find any evidence of wrongdoings anywhere? No hidden folders on her husk top, no secret stash between these pages of a book, nothing. She stomps back and forth, pacing around the room and scratching at her face absent-mindedly. Maybe there just isn't anything to find. Is that so bad? Yes, if she's not bad, it's super bad. Ugh, look, see? I'm not big and I'm not strong, and even if I get a growth spurt when I'm older, it won't change that I don't like to fight. That's just not what I'm cut out to do. I'm a thinker and a listener and a talker. Knowledge is power, and the only kind of power I'm good with, the only kind that'll keep me in the game. everyone gotta play nice and get off my case because they know I've always got the dirt. But all those shifty, crafty teal jerks keep trying to hide all their secrets from me. I'm gonna be so hooped if I can't get one over on them. Tirona yanks her pigtails and slumps down against the wall, looking as frazzled as you've ever seen her. This calls for a pep talk. You sit down across from her and offer a gentle smile. You know where she's coming from. When you came here, you were a mess. You still kind of are. And all you had was your guts, your mind, and your goofy charisma. You've been blundering your way across the planet, but somewhere in between all the blundering, you made friends. You gained skills. You figured out how to keep surviving, and even when it seemed impossible. And if you can do it, she can too. Sure, she may not be as big and strong as she'd like. She won't always win. Sometimes there's going to be days like today where she doesn't succeed. But she's got the spark in her, you can see it, that tells you that she'll be just fine as long as she keeps her head up and tries to hang in there. Tirona perks right up. Your motivational speech game is really on the ball today. Yeah, you're right. This might have been a bust, but I sure ain't. I've already got all kinds of connections and pals and skills. I mean, the guy I run those errands for, he says I'm one of the smartest and cleverest teals he's ever met, and that I'm really mature for my age, and... Sup? You never find out what else he says, because you're interrupted by the sci-fi whoosh of the office door opening and Tizia steps through. There's a long, awkward pause before she raises an eyebrow at Tirona. Now, just what in the hell are you two doing in my office? Tirona begins a stammering response, but Tizias jerks her head towards the door. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to get out right now. She turns to you. Not you. You, we need to have a chat. Tirona flashes you a terrified look before scurrying out of the room, the door sliding shut behind her. Tizias glances at the door, then pulls you towards the most secluded corner of the room, where books are piled so high they practically reach the ceiling. She speaks in a low, hushed whisper. A good idea, because you bet a troll buck or two that Tyrona's listening outside the door. Hey, so... that was some good thinking, texting me as soon as you got your palm husk back. You shrug humbly. You're getting good at leveraging your bountiful stockade of friends. I wonder what she thinks I'm going to do to you. There's a lot of rumors about me. Most of them untrue. But when you look as tired as I do every day, trolls whisper. She chuckles lightly and takes a sip of water before sighing. I can't believe she thought I'd ever be dumb enough to keep incriminating documents in my office. She must be getting real desperate to prove herself. This is exactly my point about how fucked up it is here. Everyone trying to climb over each other out of the muck and pulled the rest down, like shell scutters in a seafood storage device. Poor girl. She thinks she's got everyone in the palm of her hand, but she's being played as much as any of the rest of us schmucks. Another sigh, you feel like sighing may as well be Tizia's second quirk. But you've already heard enough from me about all that. Go pretend I chewed you the fuck out or something. I need to reorganize all this shit now that she ruined my old system. Her office looks far better organized than it did when you walked in, actually. But you're not about to split hairs over it when Tizia's just bailed you out of a potential disaster. You thank her, give her a quick hug, and then slip out of the office. Tirona nearly falls over herself, stumbling away from the door where she was clearly trying to listen in. Whoa, you're here and still alive and in one piece! That must have been a real close one. You know what she does to people who cross her, right? Well, I'll give you a hint, pal. It starts with disembowelment and it only gets worse from there, uh-huh. How'd you make it out? Oh, you know, talking your way out of a jam, it's a total breeze. Tirona seems starry-eyed and impressed. You sure do know how to handle yourself, especially for a weird alien. I think you and I ought to stick together. Technically, you don't owe me anything anymore, but us little people work better and best in numbers, right? You could use a friend like me. You smile, basking in the now familiar glow of camaraderie. Yeah, you could use a friend like her. And you think she could use a friend like you too. You did good! You enjoyed some memes. Blah, 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 friendship, blah. Okay. You're so cute. All right, let's meet Boldir. You just aren't feeling it today. You're getting more and more of these gray nights recently. Nights where the call of the streets, that infinite ramble for companionship, just sounds exhausting and meaningless. You had days like this back on Earth, too, when getting out of bed just didn't seem worth it. The sun is just beginning to slip under the horizon, and usually this would be the sign to rise and shine, or rise and dark. But all you've managed to do so far this evening is make yourself some coffee. You recently mentioned to Tegiri that you drink instant, and he was so disgusted that he gave you a coffee machine. He claimed it was an old one he doesn't use anymore, but it still had the price tag on it. On the table still sits a palm husk Conio had taken off a dead kid especially for you, and cradled in your hand is a mug Skylescent. It looks like she painted it herself. There's a white blob on the side that you think is supposed to be Lady. You're even wearing the hoodie Mallek gave you to cut the evening chill. Here you are, all wrapped up in the warm embraces of your friend's goodwill, safe and sound. But deep inside you festers something, a gnawing existential dissatisfaction. That classic angst the philosophers wrote about. Your palm husk chimes and you pick it up lazily. What, another rando trying to slide into your DMs? Sorry, folks, you just don't have the time for that anymore. You are a friendship connoisseur, a summoner of the rarest of amicable vintages. You unlock the screen to find a message. Psst, I'm not certain that this line is secure. Actually, I'm positive that it isn't, but I'm risking contact because it's imperative that we speak. I'm sending you rendezvous coordinates. If you wouldn't mind coming anytime after the sun has set. Psst, I realize that this is unorthodox, but please believe me when I tell you that it's not a trick or a trap. I have important information regarding your place on Alternia. You attempt to reply to the message, but there isn't a cursor or anywhere to input text. In fact, it doesn't even appear to be a messenger app. There doesn't even appear to be a messenger app open on your phone. It's just a random text box floating in the void. You barely have a chance to read it all the way through before it vanishes and Google Maps opens with an address already programmed in. It's close enough to walk to, which is great because using your stolen scuttle buggy still makes you a little nervous. You swallow the rest of your coffee and grab your shoes. Oh! Your GPS leads you to a shop you recognize. It's the cafe from your weird sort of date with Lynera. It's not too crowded at this time of day. The usual studying crowd doesn't appear to be here. A couple of trolls are still sitting around sharing pots of tea. Sup, Azdaja? Fool. Fucking idiot. I explicitly stated I wanted Essence of Dayglow, not whatever this garbage is. Oh, you know this person. It really has been a minute, hasn't it? Good. Azdaja stands in front of the counter, shouting at the cash register. Whatever automated system runs the shop has apparently gotten her order wrong. What are you looking at, This is absolutely none of your... Oh. It's you. Azdaja swiftly covers up her surprise, examining a sharp, perfectly shaped nail. You look different. Better? Let's not exaggerate. I simply meant you look less like toxic waste and more like run-of-the-grain grinder garbage. You tell Azdaja that it's good to see her too. Man, this really takes you back. You've been so simple back then, so unevolved. You were laser focused on a single desire, friendship. Am I not now? Now, well, you still like friends, you really do, but you also have like a car and a sweatshirt with somebody's sign on it. You've moved up in the world. Fascinating. Oh, by the way, is she the one who summoned you here? Summoned? You? You must be joking. I haven't spared a single solitary thought for you since you dragged your wretched carcass out of my hive. Absently, you push your hand into the pockets of your hoodie. Something crinkles between your fingers and you pull out a folded piece of notebook paper. Okay, this definitely hadn't been in there when you left your hive. You passed a couple people in the street, but you definitely don't remember any of them getting close enough to slip something in your pocket. Huh. It only says 2 words. Out back. Oh man, should you go? Go. See you, Azdaja. Let's be real here. If you were ever going to refuse a suspicious invitation, you would have done it by now. You would have drawn the line at vehicle theft or murder church or anime club. You can't resist a social engagement, your tragic flaw. Okay, I guess. Enjoy yourself. You head back through a beaded curtain, half expecting an alarm to ring. How do they keep people from just robbing stores here? Are there like lasers and shit? You emerged to a tidy little back garden. None of the plants here are ones you recognize from Earth, but it's still nice. You cross a bridge over the slow-flowing stream and find yourself looking down at a path that blooms into a light, dizzying spiral. Maybe you're supposed to walk across it and ponder your place in the universe? Your contemplation would be inevitably cut off before it hits its climax because someone is sitting at the center of the spiral. She is a small, compact shape with her hair cut short and choppy around her chin, wearing a shapeless white dress, really more of a robe. Psst, I've been waiting for you. Thanks for coming. She speaks in a stage whisper, low and full of air, but still loud enough to hear across the path. You pick your way carefully across the spiral, making sure not to mess any of it up, treading only inside the lines. The girl gives you a small, secretive smile. My name's Boldir. You ask her if this is her garden. Does she live here? It's nice, but it's not exactly out of the elements. Actually, it looks like there's some storm clouds rolling in, and you're probably gonna get rain soon. Oh yeah, my reciprocune is over under that tree. She smiles at you again and you can't tell if she's messing around. In fact, she is entirely unreadable. Like her face is a totally reflective surface and all you're seeing is the cloudy sky in the garden. You can't tell how she feels about you at all. Would you like to sit down? Inside the circle, or? She looks around like she's only just realizing that she's in the center of a complicated geometric pattern. It doesn't matter. I only wanted to see if you'd follow the path or trample through it. But you didn't either. You forged your own way while taking care to preserve that which has come before. You ask her what that means. Maybe nothing. I'm not sure. The wind tosses her hair and the clouds chase each other across the sky. If the rain comes, it will come soon. Boldir continues to look at you as you shift awkwardly and shiver, putting your hands into your hoodie. This is different than any other friend meetup you've had, even with the others who purposely sought you out. There's a serenity to Boldir that all the rest lack, or maybe that's just this zen as fuck garden getting to you. You try to remember what Boldir said to you in the message that somehow managed to make appear on your phone, and then immediately self-immolate that she has some information for you about your place in Alternia or some shit like that. Did I say that? I guess I did. I suppose I wanted a chance to talk to you a bit before the end. I was starting to feel a little jealous, maybe? Right. You guess everybody has been going on about the funny dumb alien robot who's been prowling the countryside. No, that's not it. Though I'm sure you're very funny. I just wanted a chance to talk to you. Someone who is so adrift in the swell of fate and the whims of the paradox. Paradox? You don't know anything about paradoxes. Well, you know what they are. You just don't see why they're relevant. They aren't. Paradoxes aren't relevant by their very nature. It's the essence of that nature that makes them so integral to this story. You shake your head. You're not built for this cosmic stuff. You're just an orphan from Earth with quick fingers for spaceships and apparently vehicles. Boldir gives you another sly smile. Oh, quick fingers? You blush. You hadn't meant that it's a dirty joke or anything. Also, your fingers are nowhere near as quick as hers. She somehow got a piece of paper in your pocket while you were standing in the cafe and she was back here. That's like reverse pickpocketing through astral projection. Whoop. Boldir laughs. She stands up and moves across the garden path, following the spiral so swiftly and efficiently that she might as well be floating. She drifts over to one of the trees, pulling a coat down from where it slung over a branch. It covers her from chin to ankles, coming together to form an olive green symbol on her chest that looks like a question mark without the dot. A broad-brimmed hat finishes out the ensemble. Well, I can't teach you astral projection, but pickpocketing is actually quite simple. Would you care to learn? Ideally, we need a third person to act as the mark, but I think we can make it work. More crime, huh? Sure, let's do crime. This whole mess started with the theft of a spaceship, and if Boldir is right about all that fake horseshit, that was supposed to happen, so maybe you'll lean into it? Perfect. The first and most important aspect of the art of pickpocketing is staying unobtrusive. You think about mentioning that walking around in a big coat and floppy hat is not the most unobtrusive thing you've ever seen, but you aren't the expert here. Also, you're an alien, so you don't really have room to talk. Maybe you should get a big coat like that yourself. You just love ripping looks off of all your friends. Boldir takes you through the basics of criminal sleight of hand, and on the whole, you aren't too bad. In fact, you think you might have a future in this if you weren't already on the career path of professional friendshipper. You don't know what this has to do with her learning about you or teaching you your place on Alternia, but it's fun and Boldir is a good teacher. If there's one thing this journey has taught you, is that when something isn't actively painful or destructive, just write it out. You don't think you'll be going around pickpocketing many trolls. Enough of them already want to kill you, but it's good to have the skill on reserve if you ever need cash fast and don't feel like hitting up any of your rich friends. You wonder if Boldir uses it for anything besides passing notes. Psst, my sources tell me you've been on Alternia for almost 3 pedigrees now. You have no idea how long a pedigree is, but what the hell, sure. Impressive. No wonder. She trails off thoughtfully and shakes her head. You wish you would say something with some substance to it instead of just vague nonsense. But at least she isn't threatening you with violence or trying to stick wires into you, so you're counting this interaction successful so far. Also, you feel weirdly chilled out with Boldir. Sure, you want to be friends, but there's none of that stomach-churning, spine-bending desperation to make sure she likes you, at whatever the cost. You feel more awake than you have in weeks. Man, you've got to learn to pickpocket in the garden behind a cafe more often if this is what it does to your stress levels. Want to get something to eat? Or maybe just coffee, because that's what they serve here. Sure, you could use another caffeinated beverage on top of the other caffeinated beverage you had earlier. Why not? You'll sleep when you're dead. If only. My girl Boldir know about dream bubbles, question mark? You follow her out of the garden and back to the cafe. Oh, Azdaja, you're still here! Who is this now? Yet another friend? Oh, Azdaja, you're still... MSPA readers, stop saying exactly what I say challenge. Oh, Azdaja, you're still here. Of course I am, fool. You were back there for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Wow, it felt like a way longer than that. Guess you underestimated the power of a good training montage. You introduce Azdaja to Boldir with the cheerful earnestness of someone who has forgotten the systematic classism of the planet on which they currently reside. Azdaja stops you with an aristocratic sneer. Stop, before I have to stop you myself. I have absolutely no desire to mix with those so low on the social ladder. What in the world could she have to offer me? You shrug. You're not sure. Maybe friendship? You know, friendships between people of different castes are possible. You've seen them happen. Regardless, you feel bad for exposing your newest friend to the vaguely nonsensical abuses of your oldest. I'm that face. You turn back to Boldir to apologize and find her gazing coolly at Azdaja like she could do it all night. There's none of the fear or reverence or false obedience you've seen other lowbloods display to blues. Instead, Boldir looks at Azdaja like she's a bug, worse, a pebble that she could just love to kick out of the way. Psst, nice to meet you in person, Miss Carmia. I hear your GrubTube channel has been losing subscribers recently. I wonder why that is. Blue hits Azdaja's cheeks in an angry flush. I'm currently on hiatus. The old garbage was getting tired. I have so many limitations that my own content is starting to seem derivative. No, imitators, that my own content is starting to seem derivative. She gives one of her maniacal laughs, but it's a little less robust than usual. Man, the wild tundra of internet fame really is a stark and arid battleground. In fact, I have a new feature in the works as we speak. She holds up the little vial she'd been haggling with the cash register over earlier. Poison. I think the best and most expedient process would just be to dose my featured guest's food and then hide the antidote somewhere in my hive. Let's play a game. Unless you have another idea? Ooh? She smiles, sly and mean. Boldir smiles back, just as vicious. Great, have fun with that. While Boldir talks, her eyes start flickering from you to Azdaja and then down. Again and again, you, Azdaja, and down. It takes a couple go-rounds before you realize what she's telling you. She keeps looking down to your hands, which are stuck in your hoodie pocket, exactly where you found the note Boldir slipped you. Azdaja is carrying a bag that looks expensive and extremely goth. You can see where the vial of poison is sticking out. Oh man, you know what you have to do. When a group comes into the shop and pushes past the three of you, you move in on Azdaja and slip a hand into her bag, palming the smooth, cold vial. She gives you a weird look like, why are you suddenly all up on me, peon? But she doesn't notice the theft. I suppose I'll be going now. If I were you, I'd be more mindful of who I chose to associate myself with in the future. You say bye to her, feeling the tiniest bit guilty, but she's planning to use this poison to do murder theater in her prison basement, so you don't feel that bad. Take care now. Azdaja leaves and Boldir takes an inquisitive step closer. Psst, show me. You open your hand to display the spoils, flushed with criminal euphoria. Oh hell no. You grabbed the wrong fucking vial. This one is blue, not red. You grabbed the antidote, not the poison! F. Oh, GG. God, you honestly thought you were moving past these kinds of cock-ups. Oh, damn. Well, at least you have antidote now. You never know when one of those might come in handy. She sways forward and clutches at her neck. For one confused second, you think she's doing an impression of someone who might need an antidote. Then she falls to her knees. You dart forward and catch her before she can totally eat it. She's heavier than she looks, compact muscle and a coat full of an ungodly number of weapons. She has like 4 guns in here, what the hell? Your arms are full, so you can only watch helpless as a troll in a hood that covers their face and horns books it out the door. Looks like we need that antidote right now, huh? Oh, nope, stabbed. You shout that some fucker just stabbed your friend, but nobody here is looking at you. It's the same way people on Earth might ignore a mother trying to calm a toddler throwing a tantrum, just turning their eyes away from a distasteful public scene. Ow. Damn it. You put a hand to Boldir's neck to try and staunch the bleeding, but there isn't any bleeding. Bewildered, you pull apart the lapels of her coat to see a single drop of olive blood trembling above her collarbone. Drugged, huh? Discoloration spreads in the dark spill of her neck, radiating down her chest. You both say it at the same time. Poison. You open your hand to look at the tiny blue vial, then back to Boldir. Her eyes are glassy, her skin going blotchy and ashen. There's no reason to believe that Azdaja's poison and the poison the assassin used are the same, with the same antidote. It already strains the powers of coincidence that you grab the antidote at all. You're probably right, but maybe we should try it anyway? I can't feel my legs. Right. Maybe the mere fact that this is an unlikely happenstance means it will be the right antidote. Everything you've done so far has had the pull of inevitability to it, especially all your interactions with Boldir. Great. Awesome. I'm glad you're realizing your inherent significance to this particular microcosm of causation. Now can you please pour that stuff in my mouth so I can swallow it and possibly not die? You help Boldir tip her head back and put the vial to her lips. At the last minute, you wonder if it's supposed to be diluted, but Boldir gulps the whole thing down and immediately begins to shake. Smoke billows out of her nostrils and open mouth, and holy shit, what is going on? This doesn't seem like any type of antidote to you. But then the smoke clears and Boldir opens up her big yellow eyes. How does she feel? Alive. Marginally. She lets you help her to her feet. You immediately pull her into a fierce yet gentle hug. It's wild to undergo someone else's near-death experience. You feel like you know her way better than one montage scene's worth. Another new friend. Oof, not so tight. You ease up a little. All the tea sippers are staring at you now. Death apparently isn't interesting, but the possibility of some quadrant-adjacent stuff, they are suddenly all about. Sorry, assholes. Just you and your new friend sharing a touching post-near-fatal encounter. Nothing to see here. Didn't die. Yeah, I just remembered I wanted to check, and I was right. I'd only met 2 indigos so far. Yeah, blah, 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 friendship, blah. Time to meet Stelsa. Okay, so it turns out stealing a car was easily one of your better impulse decisions. You've gotten accustomed enough to its weird insides by now that the squishiness doesn't much faze you anymore. It still feels like the warm stomach of some giant creature, but you actually find it kind of comforting. You can just let yourself get enveloped by the seat while the autopilot does its thing. Fair. Like, MSPA reader. Getting ferried through the streets of Alternia with your feet up on the dash sure beats endlessly pounding the pavement. Sometimes you even throw Sarava Stream on your phone if you really want to get a chill vibe going. You're surprised that you haven't been caught yet, the dastardly carjacker that you are, but maybe you're just a better thief than you've always thought. A possible career change to look into when, if, you ever get back to Earth. The downside is it's a little difficult for you to further your goal of gathering even more friendship from inside of a vehicle. So you'd park the scuttle buggy and expose yourself to the menaces of the outside world once more. You're in what looks like some type of residential neighborhood. It isn't as nice as the blue blood neighborhoods you've seen, but it's still nice enough for most of the apartment complexes to have imposing locked front gates and security drones. But of course, you can't take a leisurely stroll on Alternia without something terrible happening. You aren't out here for very long before it starts raining. Shit, damn, and fuck. You ditched the umbrella Tirona had given you since it was heavy and as a goddamn club. And now you're super regretting it. Running for shelter is all you can do, so you make a mad dash for one of the building awnings, huddling uncomfortably underneath it. The rain doesn't let up. You'll have to move soon. The security drones are beginning to look like they're planning on taking a few shots at you for loitering. You need to make a decision, and fast. Well, let's try and get in one of the buildings and see what happens. There's no way you're getting into any of these without a passcode, but wait, you think you see someone coming your way. Perhaps they'll be your knight in shining armor? So what you're telling me is that my appointment is cancelled. You're still some distance away, but she's looking right at you. You point at yourself questioningly, thinking she might be talking to you, but then you realize she's wearing a Bluetooth headset. I have to sneeze. Nope. Jeremy used to be so on the ball. Remember the time he gave me a full prong beautifying procedure right after that high blood ripped his arm off? But now he can't bounce back from one little thresher in the abdominal sausages. What happened? That boy is losing his touch. Looks like she's coming back from a jog, if the running shorts are anything to go by. If she's at all bothered by the acid glancing off her skin, sending dozens of little firecracker sparks in their wake, she isn't showing it. She seems much more preoccupied by the harried conversation she's having on the phone. Most importantly, she's power walking to the entrance of this building, which must mean she lives here. This is your chance. You shuffle along under the awning, pressing yourself close to the side of the building, bug-like. You sort of wish she'd encountered you earlier when you were dodging rain like a rad action hero. Now you just look sort of cowardly and pathetic. Especially compared to her. She's striding around like absolutely nothing is going to get in the way of whatever business she's got going on, let alone a few paltry explosions. Actually, she's so focused on her call that she doesn't notice you until you're standing right next to her. Such an inconvenience. You can fully expect that I will be taking my business elsewhere from now on. Oh my, what do we have here? She transitions from hanging up the call to talking to you so quickly it makes your head spin. Take this down. Strange little hornless creature parked in front of my home, very puny and scared looking. Can only be the alien everyone has been talking about. Such an opportunity can't go to waste now, can it? You're confused again, looking around to see who she might be talking to, but there's nobody else here. Maybe she's dictating notes to her phone? Look at you, we can't have you wandering around outside like this, darling, can we? Aren't you ravishing? Do you give me the name of your style? Wait, Aren't you ravishing? Do give me the name of your stylist. So good to meet you. Here's my card. The name Stelsa Sezyat. The name Stelsa Sezyat, Auditorizer in training for the Alternian Empire. Nice to meet you. Let's walk and talk. You didn't realize that borrowed hoodie was that impressive of a look, but okay. She produces a business card with one hand and then puts some numbers into a panel with the other. You take the card. It's a struggle to process what she's saying, respond to all her questions, and introduce yourself, all while experiencing the verbal equivalent of getting hit by a truck. How is it possible to talk so fast without taking a breath? You can barely get a word in edgewise. Stelsa continues chattering away as she steps inside and waits for you to follow her to the apartment building's elevator. You do. So tell me, do you run any business on your planet? If you do, I would be more than happy to offer my services. They are very efficient and affordable, I can assure you. All your legal and financial documents will be checked over in no time. I'll make sure everything is running at tip-top shape. I'm so happy to run into you. Ever since Zizi told me she met you, I've been asking her to introduce me. It's so very important for a professional to continue growing her network, especially intergalactically, don't you agree? She's still busying herself with her phone while talking to you, texting on his tiny keyboard now. The name Zizi doesn't ring any bells. You flip through your Rolodex in your brain trying to remember. Tizius? I mean, Tizius is another tail. That's what makes the most sense to me. And also, I want it to be Tizius. Have you really made so many friends that you're beginning to forget their names? You're a little impressed with yourself. It feels like only yesterday you were crawling around in the basement of a murderess and getting stabbed in the shin with a screwdriver. Just a single friend to your name. Good times. You've come so far since then. It brings a single sentimental tear to your eye. Wait. Stelsa's own name finally starts to register. You've heard it before. This is Tizius's mate sprit, so she must be talking about Tizius. Well, for now, I don't know. Some people might consider a Homestuck game a horror game. Murderous stabbing, very fascinating stuff, I'm sure. Yes, I'm referring to my darling Tizius, of course. You're at the door to her hive. She unlocks it, letting you both in. Look at this hang in there. Look at it. Come in, come in. Welcome to Shay's Says Yacht. Make yourself at home. Can I get you anything? Water, grub cake, my rates sheet. I would love to continue our chat while I'm a little less sweaty, and also acid wreaks absolute havoc on the skin. You know how it is. I'll just jump into the abolition trap for a minute. Please excuse me, won't be long. Back in 2 shakes of a crack beast gastric evacuation pillow. Actually, you wouldn't know how it is, considering that a bucket load of acid falling on you would leave you either very injured or very dead, and she's already gone. You're a little relieved. It's not that Stelsa isn't friendly. She's plenty friendly. She just approaches friendship in a way that makes you feel a little like a line on her to-do list that she's in a hurry to check off. Or, well, she seems like she wants you as some sort of work contact, not a friend. But that's okay. You've worn so many hats in the pursuit of friendship. Clown cultist, impromptu shush pepper, murder accomplice, business associate is just one of the tamer ones on the list. Now that you no longer have to keep up with her mile-a-minute conversation, you can take a proper look around her hive. You're not sure what's more perturbing, the sheer amount of pink that's accosting your eyeballs, or the fact that everything is so painstakingly organized is making you a little uncomfortable. It's like you're merely standing here. It's like you merely standing here is disrupting the careful order of the room. Her shelves are crammed full of books, all neatly arranged according to topic, with each topic displayed on a little label on the shelf. She also has a lot of posters featuring motivational slogans underneath striking nature photography. The only normal looking spot in the hive is a coffee table with a mishmash of personal belongings piled on top of it. Books, papers, a jacket. You think that might be a mug? None of those items strike you as being particularly Stelsa's style. The overall effect is that of a very pink, very neat office cubicle. You almost feel like you should start chugging mediocre coffee and complaining about how much you hate Mondays. So sorry to have kept you waiting. Ah, cute! Stelsa reemerges, her hair wrapped up in a towel. Well, it's been a blast getting to know you. We should get lunch sometime. Keep the conversation going. I'll pencil you in, darling. But for now, I have a bit of a dilemma to deal with. That sounds worryingly like a dismissal. You'd sneak a glance at the schedule on her bulletin board. It's a blaze of cold color with barely any free slots. You don't want to be penciled in. You have no idea what she might be available next, and you need her sweet, sweet friendship now. Maybe whatever problem she has is something you could help with? Unless you are a ludicrously talented beautician, I think not. My usual place bumped me off their list, and right before a very important meeting, too. A girl has to look her best for these things to really knock their socks off. If I want to make arrangements at another salon, I shall have to move fast, no time to waste. Now, the first one is I think the better one to do logically. However, I kind of want to pretend I'm a beautician and see what happens, because you have absolutely no professional beauty experience, but Sarava did give you that crash course in crafting great looks. Stelsa is probably after a vibe that's a little less moisture wave, but you're sure you can whip something up. You tell her that you'll help her get ready instead, right here in her hive. Ooh! How nice of you. I never had a house call before. Let's do this. She leads you to the next room, rubbing her hair dry as she goes. There's a reciprocoon in one corner and a vanity in the other, with an array of poofs, brushes, and other mysterious implements spread out on its surface. Some of them are disturbingly pointy. Oh well, you're sure you'll be able to figure it out what they're all for once you start using them. Stelsa takes a seat in the chair in front of the vanity, folding her hands primly in her lap. So darling, what do you think we should do first? It's all up to you. Not this again. Why are you always making the decisions around here? What you wouldn't give to be able to foist your own life choices off on random people you've just met. It would be refreshing. I don't trust myself to polish her horns. So let's style her hair. The first order of business should be drying Stelsa's hair. You pick up a funnel-shaped doohickey that looks like it might be a hairdryer, fumbling around for a button. There isn't one, but you manage to turn it on by giving it a good squeeze. The mouth of the funnel opens wide, emitting a hot blast of air along with a hoarse animal yell you think you might actually see teeth inside? Just don't think about it too much. That's the best you can do when it comes to literally any Alternian gadget. Thankfully, the noise soon fades to a low hum. Here, use this. Stella passes you a piece of thorny bramble. It looks painful, but when you begin brushing Stelsa's hair, she sighs happily. Interesting being in this position for once. When Tisius is over, usually I am the one doing this. You try to imagine Tisius letting someone give her a sweet do, even when it's her girlfriend in question. You're having a hard time picturing it. Stelsa laughs. She has a surprisingly pretty musical laugh. No. My dear Zizi isn't one for involved beauty rituals. She usually doesn't let me do more than just brush it, but it's still relaxing. Sliding the brush through Stelsa's hair is pretty relaxing. You allow yourself to zen out for a moment before shaking yourself out of it, casting around for something to talk about. That's what good hairdressers do, right? Strike up casual conversation? Your eyes fall on an open book sitting on the table. It's the only object It's the only object there that doesn't have anything to do with hair care or beauty, so it stands out like a sore thumb. Just like the items on the coffee table, it's strewn too haphazardly to look like it belongs to Stelsa. You think you see some of the tabs Tizius was using on the notes for her group project. If you were to look even closer, you think you catch the words revolt and history on the page header. Oh, the stylus! Right. As Tizius Matesprit, Stelsa probably has big plans for dismantling the system from the inside too, after she becomes an auditor. You remark that you think it's really cool what she and Tizius are doing. It might be scary to stick it to the man like that, but someone has to do it. Okay, it's not exactly light conversation, but talking to Tizius about this has been so enlightening, if sad. You really bonded over it. Maybe you'll be able to bond with Stelsa in the same way. But Stelsa only looks confused. Then her eyes flick down to the book just for a second before she reaches out, smartly taps it shut, and squirrels it away in one of the drawers. The sound of the drawer slamming makes you jump. You narrowly avoid pulling Stelsa's hair. I am quite sure I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sticking anything anywhere. Definitely not to any man. And neither is Tizius. She's sitting straight and tense in the chair now, her voice soaring to a high, bordering on hysterical pitch. Oh no, she probably doesn't know you're on their side. Tizius might not have told her about your conversation. It's okay. You're not going to tell anyone. You're sworn to secrecy. But Stelsa averts her eyes, a stubborn set to her chin. Again, I have no idea what you're talking about, not a single clue. Tizius and myself are both law-abiding subjects of the Empire. We don't dabble in such foolish things as sympathizing with rebels. What would that possibly accomplish? She wrings her hands distractedly. We do things the way we do on Alternia for a reason, darling. Without the hemospectrum and the roles we each need to play, why? The world would be plunged into complete chaos, can you even imagine? Trolls running around not knowing which way is up, doing whatever they please, no one to tell them what their place in the world is. She goes from hand-wringing to gesticulating wildly, almost knocking a row of jars off the table, positively frantic at the prospect of societal breakdown. It's better for everyone this way. I truly believe that. You're beginning to realize that you might have just put your foot in your mouth. Just a little bit. Stuffed a toe or two in that gob of yours. Maybe she sounds way too earnest for this to be a cover-up. Maybe. She sounds way too earnest for this to be a cover-up. Could it be possible that Stelsa really does side with? What had Tizius called her? The Condess? And that she doesn't know about Tizius' underground research after all? But the book was right there. You're still confused. Talking about this is clearly distressing Stelsa though, so you drop it, focusing on finishing her hair instead. It's pretty soft now that it's dry. You're not sure you've styled it correctly, but she seems pleased. Great work, nice, fantastic, you did an excellent job. You glow at the praise. You'd say thanks, but she's already passing you a bottle of nail polish. She really wants you to go all the way, huh? You twist it open and get to work. You're too focused on not smudging the teal color over the stately points of her claws to talk, but Stelsa breaks the silence. I have a question for you. You nod, sticking your tongue out in concentration. So I have this acquaintance. This is the most tentative you've heard her so far. You weren't sure her vocal cords were capable of it. They are in a quadrant with someone who harbors views most would consider subversive, if not outright treasonous. She's obviously talking about herself and Tizius, but you don't want to point that out in case she gets upset again, so you just nod along thoughtfully. She didn't always. The Matesprit, I mean. It would blow over at some point. She must just be going through a difficult phase. But in the meantime, she could get into oh so much trouble. Stelsa's lower lip wobbles like she's about to cry. You chew on the inside of your cheek, trying to figure out what to say. Talking to Tizius very much did not leave you with the impression that this was a phase. She sounded pretty serious. Does Stelsa's friend have any idea that this is going on? She looks at the drawer. So do you. Nope. You resist the urge to massage your temples. No idea at all? Absolutely not. Alright. Okay. You can do this. A good first step might be for her friend to face up to the issue, you know. If there's a chance they have the tiniest inkling about what might be happening so the two of them can talk about it. Talk about it. Yeah, you're no expert, but open discussion probably helps with relationship problems quite a bit. Plus, you ruminate to yourself. The more you think about it, the less it seems that Tizias is leaving her controversial book out like that was an accident. It was right in front of Stelsa's chair after all. Maybe Tizias wanted Stelsa to see it. You slicked the last bit of color onto Stelsa's pinky claw a while ago, but you're both too wrapped up in the conversation to suggest that you move on to something else. She lets the polish dry while the two of you continue to talk. But my friend does not agree with her mate's sentiments. Discussing it would cause unnecessary friction, wouldn't it? Maybe, but even so, addressing the issue is probably better than pretending it isn't there. Besides, quadrant mates can coexist regardless of differing beliefs, right? Yeah, you don't sound convincing even to yourself, but the platitudes seem to comfort Stelsa somewhat. Maybe you're right. Carefully mindful of her just dried nails, she wipes away a few tears. Much to your horror, was that the wrong thing to say? But then you notice that she's smiling. I have not spoken about that to anyone before now. Telling you about it was truly a load off my bellow sack cavity. I'm certain my friend will be grateful, as well as I shall relay your advice accordingly as soon as I can. You smile back at her weakly. You haven't been able to relate to very much when it comes to Alternian life, but boy can you relate to relationship drama, and trolls seem to have plenty of it. You hope everything turns out alright. For her friend. Since her voice is all sniffly and her eyelashes still wet, you retrieve a frilly box of hand tissues and hold it out to her, hoping that will help. She pulls out a few, and blows her nose on them with a sad honking noise. I should finish getting ready. She seems reluctant to get up though. You'd probably be the same knowing you had to head into a serious business meeting after spilling your heart like that. Experiencing emotions is tiring. Eventually though, Stelsa musters up enough energy to get to her feet. Much to your surprise, instead of immediately rushing off to complete her next pre-meeting task, she pulls you into a tight hug. Thank you. You're a real friend. And there it is, not colleague, not potential client, but that wonderful friendship word. Made friend. Aww. You think I can get through somebody's route in 15 minutes? It's the fact that, like, the body, like, it's the fact that they're not just sticks or just, like, detailed. You know what I mean? All right, let's try. Oh, look, another clown. Yay. This is a dark world, both because it's night and because of the brutal struggle for survival among its polyhemochromatic inhabitants, many of whom seem to thrive on havoc and carnage. You'd be interested to see the Machiavellian Guide to Entry for our Alternia. Yeah. You're convinced that day after day here, Ayn Rand would sign up with the Little Sisters of the Poor, Genghis Khan, and Attila the Hun would join the Quakers, and Adolf Hitler would seek membership in the World Peace Council. Phew. Godwin's last alert. Law alert. Oh, words. Feeling a little dramatic tonight. Marsti. Oh, it's a baby. It's a baby clown. All right, let's meet you, Marsti. Despite a certain sense of pervading existential gloom you haven't managed to shake even after communing with a possible oracle/secret agent, you are feeling pretty alright. No more brooding in your cliffside apartment. You have a fresh thirst this evening, a thirst for friendship. You're wandering around a neighborhood you haven't seen in a while, just a few blocks from where you crash landed. Maybe you should go pay a visit to the crash site of your ship, even though it's long since been stripped for parts by the local population. Or maybe you'll try to find Diamond to say hi, though you're pretty sure he's still living in the nomadic shrubbery lifestyle. You're just here for the nostalgia, honestly. Malaise who? You hardly know her. Just then from across the street echoed two voices raised in argument. Well, one is soft and murmuring, and one is loud and honking. A rust blood girl and a purple blood guy are squared off in front of a patch of graffiti that blooms over the bricks like moss. The girl appears to be in the process of scrubbing it away. There's a mop bucket and a collection of sponges next to her. And I told you, this shit is sacred motherfucking iconography, the purple blood is saying. So fuck the hell off, little red dumpling. The Rustblood says something back that makes him laugh. The sacred iconography appears to be a collection of swear words and a couple colorful renderings of certain sections of troll anatomy you have not had the chance to explore. The girl with the bucket wrings her sponge out and stares the clown down. Well, you assume she's staring him down. She's wearing big round goggles to match the bright rubber gloves pulled all the way up to her elbows. Despite the mop bucket, she looks more like a scientist from a B-grade horror movie than a janitor. The purple blood doesn't have any visible weapons on him, but that doesn't make him look any less dangerous. And unless the girl has a blade in that mop handle, she's totally defenseless. You face this precise scenario more than once, but it doesn't get any easier. No matter how much self-confidence you earn or hardships you endure, life or death friendship decisions don't get any easier. Mind your own business for once in your life. No, we're gonna intervene. Who are you kidding? You are never going to leave her to fend for herself. It's against your religion of reflexively and carelessly searching for new buddies. You aren't making excuses for it anymore. You've decided to take what Boldir said to heart and just resign yourself to fate. Well, that isn't exactly what she said, but a lot of it was confusing and spooky. You are half convinced she was doing it for the mysterious aesthetic. You stride confidently toward the altercation, calling out a challenge to the rogue clown. Nobody messes with those less fortunate while you're on the case. And since it's been resoundingly too long since you've had a truly ironic and hilarious twist of fate befall you, as soon as you step up to the sidewalk, the purple blood's fist connects with your head, and your head connects with the concrete. Well, I guess we're going to mind my own business for once in my life. Listen. You aren't the goddamn alien special forces. You aren't the friendship police. You can't afford to insert yourself into the middle of every single altercation in hopes that the drunken gamble of destiny will offer up new and greater connections to your sore, tired ass. You aren't made of goodwill alone. Everyone needs breaks, man. You march casually by, hands behind your back. If you knew how to whistle, you would. Nothing to see here, folks. Big mood, because I can't whistle. Feet smack the ground behind you and the girl runs by, surprisingly spry in the rubber boots. Not spry enough apparently, because the high blood is hot on her heels. Nope, not helping, definitely not. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. You already made your choice. You are not getting involved. At the last moment, you stick out one of your famous legs and the clown goes flying. He hits the pavement hard, nose first. Son of a bitch. There you went and got involved. The high blood might be kissing concrete, but he won't be for very long. It's tough to kill a clown. You take this opportunity to GTFO. Damn, you don't know anybody around here. Maybe you can run back to your stolen vehicle before... Hands grab you by the back of the hoodie, hauling you around the corner and into the shadows of an alleyway. Shit, the clown must have friends, and those friends must have circled around behind you. You open your mouth to scream, not because you think anyone is going to help you, but just because you might as well. If you can't go out fighting, might as well go out making as much noise and being as obnoxious as possible. A rubber-gloved hand slaps over your mouth before you get out more than a squeak. You taste soap. Chill. The face! Chill. Stop struggling. It's the Rust Blood girl. She's taking the time you bought her and cashed it in to take refuge in an alleyway. The two of you hold still as the purple blood storms by, stomping and cursing and bleeding from a gash across his forehead. Ha, you did that. Your leg did that. You will never get over the rush you received from doing something cool and competent. Marsti holds on to you until the sound of his footsteps fade. You feel her heartbeat hammering against your back. She lets you go and slides away to the other side of the alley, as if an apology for being so close to you from before. Her boots squeak. You take a few steps nearer so you don't have to shout to be heard. You thank her for helping. You're both just all about helping, apparently. You decide not to mention the part where you try very hard not to get involved. Yeah. You didn't have to do that. Actually, you shouldn't have. I'm perfectly capable of tripping my own clowns. You tell her you have no doubt that's true, even if she doesn't have a sword in her mop handle. She seems to have a good pair of legs. Mentioning her mop appears to remind her that she left all her cleaning equipment out on the street. She takes a furtive glance back down the way the guy had gone, then heads back towards the graffiti. You scamper to keep up. You shouldn't be out alone in a place like this. Not that I can really summon much gumption to care beyond this one walk down the street. But did you come here to die? Because that's what's going to happen if you keep this shit up. What's your deal? You don't know about your deal. You've worked really hard not to consider your deal at all, because the existential radio static that prickles at the base of your neck when you think about your deal is astoundingly unpleasant. Attempting to change the subject, you ask her if maybe she shouldn't get out of here while she still has the chance. Is that bucket really that important to her? Marsti looks at you with a certain eyebrow raise that you're well accustomed to by now. Oh shit, you just put your foot in it again, culture-wise. You wish you could find a book with a crash course on Alternia, or at least a decent Wikipedia article, but it's not like there's any helpful Earth Guide for Idiots. At least you've never heard of one. Besides, things are different depending on where you are on Earth, geographically. You imagine it's the same for Alternia. You feel positively nauseated at the idea of having to learn a whole new set of societal norms. You think you'll stay in this particular city. Thank you very much. Do I care about my bucket? That's kind of a weird way to phrase it. I care about this as much as the next person who doesn't want to get cold. Also, Scourdrays doesn't grow in coniferous fauna. She tosses the discarded sponges back into the bucket. You bend down to help, but she stops you with a sardonic glance. Most of her glances are sardonic, but this one especially so. She goes back to work on the graffiti. If you're going to hang out, if you're going to hang around, you could make yourself less useless. Watch and make sure that High Blood doesn't come back. Oh yeah, for sure. You can totally do that. Of course. You won't be able to actually do anything if he comes back. Where's Romilly when you need her? Maybe you could use your own limp corpse to slow the clown down? Not that you know Marsti well enough yet to love the idea of sacrificing yourself for her. Man, character development is great. Not immediately going to your death is great. The thought sends a creeping wash of anxiety along your spine. You don't understand it, so you try to distract yourself. You ask Marsti if she just cleans graffiti or if she has other jobs. Okay, well, maybe not jobs. You know nobody on Alternia has an actual job. Or whatever I'm feeling, mostly. Today I was feeling getting rid of this incredibly ugly piece of shit drawing. Tomorrow I might be feeling dirty front door mats. Depends on my mood. Yeah, you def get that. You're also a person of mercurial. I can't speak anymore. Moods. Do you seek out new friends tonight or go to one of your standby pals? Sometimes the universe just sweeps in and decides for you. Yeah, well, you're extremely weird and focused on weird shit, but also kind of magnetic at the same time. It's freaking me out. You know what this is making me think of actually now is Dave Sprite's route in Namco High. Are we getting into the meta bullshit? Wow, thank you. Marsti dunks her sponge back into her bucket. I mean, mood. Or, scoutery, right? Buckets are dirty. The drones don't make it down here very often. So there's a lot of shit to scrub. You tell her it's cool that she likes cleaning so much. Where you're from, physical labor is considered morally virtuitous, but also kind of looked down on? Fuck, maybe you could use an Earth Cultural Handbook your own damn self. Who said anything about liking it? Who made the rule that I can only do what I like? She slams the sponge down hard onto the scoundry, getting water down the front of her apron. This is just what I do. What? Do you like wandering around in someone else's hoodie? Accosting strangers? Kind of? Sometimes? You didn't choose the friend life. The friend life chose you. But Marsti isn't a stranger in a strange alien world like you are. She's got horns and gray skin and everything. You realize she's a rusty, but come on. Oh, yeah. How many burgundies do you know exactly? Well, one. And he's interested in meat. But he's pretty enthusiastic about it. One might say over-enthusiastic. Oh, wait. LMAO. You think I'm not enthusiastic? She scrubs harder to show you just how enthusiastic she can be. A delicate calligraphy based in rendering the word globe globber disappears beneath her soapy hands. Okay, maybe Diamond is not the greatest example of someone enjoying their hobbies in a healthy and natural way, but you know plenty of other low bloods with cool hobbies. Skyla, Trixie, Sarava. Am I supposed to know who these idiots are? Not all low bloods know each other. Oh man, that's not what you meant at all. I'm not going to explain my life story to some random alien. Are you going to help or not? Oh, well, you thought you were supposed to be keeping an eye out for clowns? Yeah, well, instead you're asking me invasive questions. So now help me scrub. Despite these mixed signals, you pick up a sponge and start cleaning. This is actually a lot harder work than it looks like, and your back and shoulders begin to ache immediately. If Marsti does this every day, she must be ripped under that jacket. She stops talking to you and you just clean alongside her, worried that you're royally screwing this up. You don't know how to fix it. The graffiti is quickly disappearing between your combined efforts and you aren't sure. That's literally every troll I've met. Like, that's it. That's everyone. You aren't sure how much longer she's going to put up with you after that. You've got to pull out the big friendship guns and fast. You ask, in your characteristically smooth style, what she's doing after this. Any plans? Just hypothetically. Oh, also, I have a Moirail confirmed. The incident. Who knows? Probably I'll just look for more shit to clean. Well, it just so happens you know a lot of dirty places. Just exceptionally filthy. Oh yeah? Where? MSPA reader, please. I already did the first two choices, so. All right. I'm gonna say let's go downtown. You should get that this place sure looks ripe for some serious power cleaning, cause wow, filthy. Yeah, I guess. I was planning on cleaning up down here anyway. The drones mostly take care of the high blood neighborhoods. Interesting. I mean, fair. Zebra had low bloods cleaning for him, but maybe he's an exception. I'm not here to explain cultural dynamics to you. At least not for free. Oh, Marsti. You're considering mentioning that you're the main character and thus totally deserving of cultural exposition, but you doubt she'll take that well. Also, that's kind of a weird thing to say, so never mind that. 1. Please don't explain the capes for legs, but 2. I'm right. This is exactly like Dave Sprite's route in Namco High, huh? I don't know why I expected any different. You show Marsti an alley you recognize, the one with the incinerator where Polpa had gotten rid of her assassination disguise. Here, maybe? Too easy. Okay, well, what about the stretch of road where Romilly killed the dude? There's still quite a bit of purple blood splattered around. Pretty good, but no. I don't have the right outfit for blood. Jesus, picky. Don't you mean Cleesus? Clown Jesus? Oh, you missed Clurch! Clown Church! Oh, sorry. Are my personal preferences inconveniencing you? No, but you aren't used to this shit taking so long to pop off. Usually you've made a friend at this point, or you've been killed. You've been killed before? You're talking about like those cowboy pants, actually. But also, that was literally, I'm not joking. One of the dialogue options, one of the paths was take me to Clown Church. Why is it getting meta now? What are you, a purbeast? 9 lives? In retrospect, that was also a pretty weird thing to say. You meant it as a metaphor. Sometimes your internal monologue gets out of hand and spills out into your interlocution. Whatever, dude. You're considering just bringing her back to your place to clean up the mess you've made there when you realize Marsti is no longer with you. You turn around to find her gazing down an adjacent street into an empty lot. The space gives you a brief twinge of recognition before it fizzles away to nothing. Probably just deja vu. At first, you don't notice the person sitting on the tire pile because without her other half, her silhouette is underwhelming. Oh, it's my girl Follicle. Cuprum. I remember the other one's name this time. No. And Kanyo, that's the one that gave me the phone. I remember my friends' names. Oh, fantastic. Hey, Normie. Oh, hi, Follicle. It's been a while. She might notice that you're a whole lot less normal than you used to be. Pulpa! I remember her name. Her name is Pulpa. Don't do this to me. They're right. They're weird as hell. Hey, you're also like 80% more confident than you used to be. You don't back down from insults. Perhaps Marsti is the one who is weird because she's the one who's so fucking into cleaning up after people. That's really strange. Hey, that's a little judgy. Yeah, for real. Oh, you had just been expecting Follicle to join you in mocking Marsti. You didn't want to be mean or anything. You're just really sick of having your intelligence insulted concerning stuff you absolutely could have no way of knowing about. You wanted to make her look like an asshole, but as usual, it seems to be in fact you who are the asshole. Marsti seems to agree. Hey, maybe go fuck yourself a little bit. You apologize. You didn't mean it. You just experience pilot confusion when there's too many friends in one place. You're sorry. You didn't mean to insult her hobby, but she actually doesn't really seem too into it. You're just trying to help. You know plenty of lowbloods who do all sorts of activities. Oh, yeah? Who? Well, Follicle, for instance. She trolls. Wait, you need another word. She and her boyfriend harass people. They seem to enjoy that. And also there's Skyla and Chixie and Sarava. They all excel in their fields to a certain extent. Shh. Right. So how's that going for them? Well, you deflate somewhat. Trixie gets skeeved on all the time, and Skyla constantly has to defend her home and loses against thieves. Sarava literally had to gouge out their own eye and downplay their psychic power. Vickery, well, near you can tell, Vickery is having a great time falling off cliffs and imagining the firmament above. Yes, that's his name. Oh, I haven't thought about that one in a minute. He might be an outlier and therefore shouldn't be counted. While you're working through your apparent classism through navel-gazing monologue, Marsti is checking Follicle out, like really checking her out. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? I asked you first. I asked you second. Follicle slaps Marsti's hand away. Keep your fawns to yourself. Oh, cute! Marsti raises her goggles up to her forehead. You've got void rot. No shit, troll Sherlock. Marsti gives her another once over. She looks impressed. You honestly can't blame her. If Marsti likes grimy things, well, Follicle is right up her alley. Dirt El Dorado. Okay, when you say I love her, which one? Yes. Selfishly, you wish you met Marsti back when you were more of a wreck at the beginning of your adventure. You're filthy. And you, yes, have no idea what you're talking about. Also, fuck you. Marsti touches her on the forehead, slowly this time, as to not take her by surprise. Follicle resembles a nervous little bug trying to decide whether or not to scuttle away. Did you think the dirt helped keep you insulated? It's actually the opposite of that. If you were less grimy, the energy transfer would be easier. Oh right, Kuprum isn't here, which means her giant battery isn't here either. Yeah, I sent him out for takeout. I needed a break. But won't she, you know, die? Not instantly. Does your husk top die as soon as you unplug it? What are you, a fucking void rot scholar? What do you know? I know a lot of things. You ask Marsti if she's interested in medicine. Maybe she should go into that. Marsti rounds at you in stark irritation. This is the most emotion she's shown you since you've met her. Whatever you're trying to do here, stop. I'm not stupid. What do you think they'd say if I applied to be a medic off planet? They'd laugh their asses off and hand me a saturated scrub pole. And that's if they're feeling generous. This is what I do, so let me do it. Chastened and uncharacteristically speechless, you nod and let Marsti turn back to Follicle. You really don't want to just leave it like that, but maybe the truly friendly thing here would be less trying to improve your friend's life and just letting them live it. Diamond had told you much the same thing all those months ago. That he's planning to just keep his head down and try to stay alive. It's not uplifting, but maybe not everything has to be. Marsti gives Follicle some advice as to the best way to make sure her body retains as much energy as possible. Follicle groans and you're pretty sure that if she had eyes, she'd be rolling them. You do notice, however, that she listens. Marsti starts back down the sidewalk after that, pushing her I don't know what I was going to say, but it was not the correct words. Scourge Ray in front of her. After a moment's hesitation, you follow, half expecting for her to get mad again. Instead, she just slows down so you can catch up. She's pulled her goggles back down over her eyes. You'd think they probably have more there for social reasons than protective ones. Sheepishly, you apologize for being a busybody back there. You're just really used to wanting to help people out. Kind of for selfish reasons, friendship reasons, but still. Yeah, it's fine. No hard feelings. You just like fixing things when they're busted or when you've busted them through your own chronic idiocy. Sometimes you think you've just got to do what you can, but you think Marsti might understand that a little bit. Yeah, I think I might. Oh, sometimes it be like that. Made friend. That was 30 minutes, not 15, so. Sometimes it be like that. Okay. You right? I don't think I'm gonna stream Friday because I think I'm gonna go to my friend's house. So, but I might stream this weekend because I don't know. We'll see. But if I don't, I'll be back Monday and we're gonna be playing more of this game. How many friends did I get through today? I got through 11 friends today. If I really push it, I could finish this game the next time I play it. But I'm probably not going to try and push it. So I might play it for a little bit. I think what I'll do is I'll play next time I play this game. If I play this game on the weekend, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play this game this weekend. I'm going to get to about here-ish. And then I'll stop. And then the rest and the beginning of Pester Quest should take up my 6-hour stream. So that, and then that should be the next day. So that's the plan. So Monday, hopefully, I should be finishing this game. So I should be streaming either Saturday or Sunday. Yes, that's my plan. All right. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go not befriend any more trolls now. Bye.